After half an hour of the stalemate, with the mages and hill giants exchanging ranged attacks, it was becoming clear that this battle was not going to end anytime soon, and all that the hill giants needed was one section with mages who were less capable at ranged attacks to make a breach. "Professor, should we go cause a bit of chaos on the flank? It will get them moving before our mages get exhausted," Karl suggested. "I seem to recall that you have done that here once before. How did that work out for you?" The professor asked. "Well enough. The target ran away before we made it to him, but we managed to clear out the majority of the commander-rank threats on this flank, and it effectively ended the battle for the day." Karl replied with a shrug. "I will run it by the battle leaders and see what they think. If your team really can break the stalemate, or even get them motivated to move, it should be worth it." The warrior class professor agreed. It only took a few seconds before the answer came back to them. 10-person volunteer strike forces are approved to charge the lines in 10 minutes. Last rites should be prepared before departure. Karl looked at the teacher in shock. "It sounds like they're not as optimistic about this mission as I am." Karl paused a second before raising his voice. "But with that in mind, I will need 9 volunteers to go with me. Teams don't matter, but command says the odds are you're not coming back." It only took a second before Karl's whole team was standing beside him, followed by Morgana, Colonel Wilkes, and Tank. But then the influx stopped. Everyone heard the radio message. This was likely to be the end of the line for the volunteers who went to break the balance and stop the hill giants from exhausting their mages before launching an assault. Karl was about to say something when 2 more men came jogging into the camp. "Good, we made it on time." We didn't think that Karl would wait the whole 10 minutes before leaving with the team. Doug McKenzie's smile was contagious, though Bob's look was grim as he ran beside his brother. "Well, that makes 10. Time to go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's show the hill giants how it's done," Karl announced. The slower-moving team members loaded themselves on Thor, Ray, and the spider golems, while the others moved to the front of the line. The section commander called after them. "But it hasn't been 10 minutes. Doug gave him a thumbs up. "Clearly. Tell the others to wait an extra 2, just to throw off the hill giants. Nobody expects a 12-minute timer." The teacher didn't know what to say as the group charged at the hill giants. He just motioned for the mages to keep a barrier over them for as long as they could, to save the group a bit of energy on the way in. "Are we really going to lose a high cleric and so many commanders just like that?" one of the students asked. Though the others weren't as well known, Tank was a beloved figure at the school, despite his insistence that he was only a part-time teacher. Mick gave his classmates a sad smile. "Don't underestimate them. They're all Batch T crazy, but every person in that group is a monster in combat. Just watch what happens when they get close. It's going to be an enlightening experience for us all." The other students looked at him like he was crazy. The last thing they wanted was to watch what happened when that group reached the hill giants' defensive fortification. As they ran, Karl moved to the front and took out his maul. Thor would be right behind him, so as long as the maul shattered the stone, they were good to go. When he was 2 steps from the wall, the spider golems vanished, leaving their riders in the dirt, while Lotus and Dana hopped down from Thor's back. Karl's hammer smashed into the wall, and the stone exploded as the effects of shatter sent a shockwave through the construct, breaking a 5-meter section of the barrier into small pieces. Then the resummoned spider golems were flying over his head at the hill giants, while Karl aimed at the knees, intending to cripple the nearest targets to establish a beachhead. But the majority of the giants in the area were ascended, and the golems were tearing them apart even before Thor and Tessa made it through the wall with a shockwave of earthquake that split around Karl and knocked a dozen giants from their feet. Ophelia and Bob went right, with Morgana and Remy behind them. A massive thunderstorm was forming over the area, punctuated by streaks of lightning and fireballs as Hawk attacked, surrounded in his often neglected wind barrier to keep his feathers dry. Remy was placing totems on the wall to attack the giants from above, and spitting chain lightning into the crowd as she slithered along beside the witch doctor, who was surrounded in a dark cloud of magic that sent beams into the hill giants, which seemed to corrupt and rot their flesh. Dana advanced away from the wall with Thor, flanked by her golems and aiming for the faces with her magic missiles to distract them, while the war cleric and the lightning Sero stabbed and crushed. A stacked, flaming body attack sent a commander-rank hill giant flying as Karl moved to the left, blocking the reinforcements while his team dealt with the right side of the line. He switched to his bow as he advanced, shooting point-blank into the hill giants and impaling them with flame-coated arrows that made their bodies ripple as if they had been hit with the maul and not a small arrowhead. Shatter didn't care how large the physical impact was, only that it happened, and the effect on ascended rank giants was devastating. Karl heard the whistle behind him that said they had cleared the last few giants at this end of the line, and he began to push faster, using the erratic movements of Ray and the spider golems to his advantage, taking out giants who turned away from him to defend themselves. The fire elementals raced past him, engulfing their targets and burning them to ash in seconds, even with the earth shields that the hill giants tried to establish. They were a surprisingly brutal attack force, and nearly impossible to defend against, as they had no real physical form. Ophelia and Tank were raging alongside Thor, who didn't seem to attract their ire the way that human teammates often did in battle, but Bob had come over to join Karl as they began the sweep. Dana retreated from the insanity that was two berserkers and a rampaging Thor, bringing her golems to flank Bob and protect the clerics from attacks. But Lotus and Doug weren't slacking either. Spiked vines shot up from the ground, tripping and entangling the giants, as Karl shot them full of arrows and Bob hacked them apart. The strike force was moving at a walking pace through the hill giants for now, but more of the defenders were turning their way, realizing that the first group hadn't stopped the attack. That was the primary goal of the Academy's attack, to cause the hill giants to stop their attack and change tactics. But so far, the team was only attracting attention from those near them behind the wall, and none of the giants was charging at the rest of the defenders where the students could more easily hack them apart. There were 30 kilometers of line in total under the purview of the Academy if you included the artillery section. There was no way that Karl's team alone could shake up that much distance, but in a few more minutes, the other teams would charge as well, and that might be enough to get the giants moving. But in the immediate area, they had more than done their job. There was a huge breach in the wall. The end of the hill giant defense was obliterated, and the elites were rapidly making their way across the line. At this rate, they might actually make it to the next team's location before they even attacked. But Karl knew that was wishful thinking. There was no way that this force would be made up so heavily of ascended rank giants. Not when they routinely reached commander by the time they were in their prime. As Karl's team advanced, the hill giants retreated, creating a proper defensive formation behind their barrier wall. It wasn't going to matter for long, as the spider golems were headed for the side of the group furthest from the wall, with Thor between them and the warriors. The chances that something was going to get past that moving steamroller were slim to none, especially with earthquake and thorn vines, pulling giants to the ground every second. The vines were spreading faster than Karl was walking, making it nearly impossible for the hill giants to move freely, and leaving them vulnerable to the attacks of the golems and Karl's arrows. The radio on Morgana's coat was silent as they fought, with the leadership not wanting to miss a call for support due to unnecessary chatter. The witch doctor was really coming into her element as she advanced, and after she had Remy fill a bottle with venom, her curse turned from simply being necrotic to being venomous, leaving the affected giants in convulsions or screaming in agony. Karl reminded himself not to get into any serious fights with that woman. Her magic was insidious, and if it made it past your barriers, even carried on the air, you were done for. Over and over, the hill giants brought up stone barriers to slow the humans, but they were just as quickly shattered to gravel by the golems, while Dana and Colonel Wilkes worked together to keep an umbrella barrier up over the group to deflect thrown stones. Even if the refreshing lightning barrier held, it would be a mess if someone was knocked to the ground and off their rhythm. A horn sounded in the distance, and Karl sensed the shift in the giants as they began to attack the advancing teams instead of focusing on moving toward his group. Doug's voice echoed through the group, amplified by his magic. "Push faster. Double time, and we will break the defense in front of the next group," he announced. His attunement to nature made it easier for him to tell where living things were, and nobody questioned his judgment as they focused on making progress and not just steadily pressuring the hill giants. "Attack the wall on your left. Shatter it with the maul," Doug called half a minute later. Karl followed the instruction and found that there was a group 20 meters away running toward him. "Good to see you all. Take your positions," Karl called to the closest warrior. This team had no mages in it, only one druid that was in owlbear form to run faster. Karl suspected that would be the case for many groups. The mages couldn't keep up with the pace, so they wouldn't have volunteered to come along and drag the group down. The owlbear surged in size as he approached Karl, and brutality was extended to encompass his group. Unfortunately, none of them were animal-type berserkers, so it was only the druid that was enhanced, but 9 more warriors, all close combat sorts with heavy armor and shields, made the progress even faster. The groups are staggered. If we can make the next spot in 2 minutes, we will be able to pick them up as well. One of the warriors shouted as he moved past the golems to join the fight. Got it. We will keep up the pace as much as we can. Bob called back, as Karl was focused on his archery. They were just passing the new gap in the wall when Karl heard more shouting from the human side of the lines, and Hawk relayed him an update. It looks like there are spellblades here. These ones are wearing red. I wonder if that means they're all Tessa. He asked. I think it's just like the colors of our uniforms, not like the clerics. Karl replied as he kept up his attack speed. More mages would be a wonderful addition to their group, but he had no idea when the Academy force had gotten spellblades as reinforcements. Karl's team wasn't that far along the line now, barely up to even with the main camp, so they weren't coming from some remote location. The mages moved swiftly with their magic and fell in behind the group, reinforcing the weakening barriers over the team before sending a few of their members forward to use ranged sword attacks from the second line, where Karl was firing his arrows. No words were spoken, just an increase in the volume of attacks and the pace of the fight, with each hill giant only lasting for a few strikes before the massed attacks cut them down. With 30 of them in the team, they were no longer struggling, even when the hill giants started to try to encircle the group. The spellblades moved to intercept them, creating a defensive semicircle with the wall on one side, while the vines surrounded the group and progress momentarily ground to a halt. The giants were falling in record numbers, but they still hadn't found the leadership group, so Karl began to check faces as he fought. Hopefully, these weren't groups of clones, sent to cause chaos before they died. Karl could sense the worry from their lines as the group halted, and then the relief as they began to push forward again. The vampiric blade waiting in the mental space where bonded gear went while not in use was thrumming with energy, so Karl took it out and slung it across his back with a loop of leather on his armor. It wasn't properly secure, and it would swing about as he ran, but the energy began to flow from the blade to him, flooding his space with power as the blade shone with power. Finally, he couldn't ignore the pull anymore, and Karl put away the bow, taking the blade in his hands to charge into the hill giants. The blade looked like it was better quality than Karl remembered, and the flood of power that it was absorbing was causing Karl's body to sing with refreshing power. Water vortexes swirled through the giants as Lotus activated the enchantment on her staff, and Karl laughed as water ran down his face from Remy's thunderstorm. The whole area was turning into a swamp, complete with thorned vines, and the giants were starting to sink in the mud as the earth softened. It had been churned by weeks of battle and artillery fire. There was no unturned dirt here, and the constant downpour was turning it all to a thick and sticky soup. Even the humans were having a hard time moving through it, while the giants were barely mobile as they sunk to their shins. Then, it was suddenly easy to walk again as one of the spellblades cast a movement spell on the team, allowing them to step lightly on the soft ground. More shouting was coming from the line, and it sounded like it was a little behind them. Hawk, where is the next team coming from? Karl asked. Behind us a little, but they have a huge guy with a smashing tool as well. That was good enough for Karl. There were no giants behind them, so the team could make a breach and storm in to join the group at their own pace. The wall shook and rumbled as the warriors hammered it repeatedly, then it slowly crumbled, letting them through, but already 30 meters behind the advancing force, and late enough that the mages running behind them had caught up. Karl knew they were frustrated, and he decided to hammer a hole for the next group, no matter how much Hawk thought that they should be able to deal with it themselves. 5 layers of royal rank flaming body was far more damage than most ascended or commander rank warriors could do, even without the buffs or shatter. The next few kilometers of the hill giant lines were already in motion now, rearranging themselves and creating rows of defensive fortifications behind the main barrier wall between them and the human lines. It would slow the advance of Karl's team, but if they weren't going to send large numbers of reinforcements to the front, that was all it would do. Slow them and not stop them. The primary objective of the assault, to stop the hill giants from throwing boulders from their protected position had been largely achieved. Now, they just needed to keep them from going back to it the moment that the human team retreated. A few minutes' worth of delay wasn't going to change the pressure of the advance, and the rest of the suicidal charge plan had been altered to join the main force already pushing through the hill giant lines. With the holes in the wall, they could retreat and return to the main force any time that they wanted, leaving a large portion of the hill giant defenses empty or allowing a change of shifts, with new fighters coming in to replace them. The charge into the hill giant lines had gathered enough momentum now that they were easily clearing the defenders, but the more that they eliminated, the more uneasy the attackers felt. They had to be missing something. The hill giants weren't this stupid. They should have retreated when they realized that their tactic wasn't working. But it was only when a stone barrier in front of them collapsed that Karl and the others on the attacking team realized that the hill giants had brought a secret weapon. Traitors. 10 human men, all at the low side of royal rank, and looking unstable, with insane eyes glaring back at the elites above the distinctive tabards that Karl recognized as the uniforms of church guards, minus the white robes, which had been replaced by black ones. They must have been given a resource to boost their power, perhaps temporarily. Their leader pointed a blade at Karl. The Titan gods demand his head. Bring it to me. Karl spun his blade to a defensive position, ready for the incoming attack, but from behind him, the spell blades were even faster. The 10 of them soared over his head, aiming for the traitors, and the fight was on. The spell blades were unflinching in their attack, but they were outmatched, and as Karl sent the first, chain lightning, into the attackers, the Titan god followers quickly split apart, so each of them could hold off 2 of the commander-rank spell blades, leaving 5 to deal with Karl, while the rest of the elite group fought the hill giants. But Karl wasn't alone either, and Ray sent her spider golems to his sides while the traitors carefully advanced, making preparations to deal with the added threat. Too weak. Karl laughed as the closest of the warrior's blade shattered as it failed its attempt to absorb chain lightning. He dropped the shattered blade and pulled another from reserve, while 2 more moved to engage Karl and 2 moved to block the spider golems. 4 quick strikes from the traitors shattered, refreshing lightning, but not flaming body, and the attackers' smiles turned to glee while they parried Karl's furious counterattack. The man in the back took a moment to gloat before rejoining the fight. Any last words? He sneered, wiping his soaked hair from his face as the thunderstorm continued to rage overhead. Blood for the spider god. A streak of distorted air flashed by Karl as Ray moved to attack. Blood flew as her foreleg pierced the chest of her target, and the gloating man's eyes turned wide in shock as the blood spray made the outline of Ray visible again. Skill upgraded. Perfect adaptation grants the user the ability to mimic their surroundings so perfectly that they become invisible to those with lesser senses. Royal rank progression of camouflage. Ray had evolved another skill to royal rank, but it couldn't deal with the blood spray on her, so she darted back into the swarm of hill giants while the man gasped and tried to staunch the blood flow, unaware that he had been hit with lacerate, or that the wound extended out his back. The 2 traitors fighting Karl renewed their attacks, hacking away at his defenses faster than Karl could parry their blows and leaving him no chance to make an attack of his own. For most of a minute, it seemed that there was nothing that Karl could do to gain the upper hand without having the spider golems cover for him. But they weren't finished with their own targets yet. The melee was turning into a drawn-out and losing battle as his barriers were repeatedly diminished, then refreshed, even with the effects of Circle of Protection active. Individually, the traitors weren't much stronger than Karl was, but they had years of experience fighting together, and when Karl moved to defend against one, the other always seemed to get a hit in. Karl was forced back on the defensive, and refreshing lightning was taken down by a glancing blow to his face just after he got it reactivated for the 5th time. But the 2 traitors fighting the spider golems weren't faring as well. They were no faster than the spiders, and they didn't have 8 sharp limbs, 4 of which the spiders typically used to attack their targets while balancing on their hind half. Then Ray flashed across the battlefield again, and another traitor fell with a pair of forelimbs through his back before being hurled across the battlefield. The spellblades weren't as outright powerful as their targets, but they were all exceptional fighters in their own right, and considered a battle against an average target above their own rank to be the minimum standard for their members. At the moment, they weren't winning, But as Ray aimed at another target with his back to her, it was clear to Karl that wouldn't be the case for long. This was Ray's perfect battlefield, and assassination was in her very nature. Karl rolled backward to avoid the next attack, as his defenses were failing and refreshing lightning wasn't back up yet. The blades whistled through the air where he had been standing. Then two huge feet stomped down between Karl and the traitors as Thor intervened with an earthquake that threw the attackers to the ground, while Tessa sent out a wave of golden light that empowered everyone on their side. Then the serum retreated to charge the hill giants who were trying to take advantage of the situation to get at the mages while Thor was out of position, and Karl hurled chain lightning through the rain as he got back to his feet. One traitor backed away, using guard to absorb the blow, while the other moved to attack, raising his blade over his head. Then tragedy befell the aggressive traitor, and he lost his footing in the mud, sliding past Karl toward the mages as his strike was parried. Remy didn't hesitate, and her fangs sunk deep into the man's throat before she retreated to safety behind Ophelia, who simply kicked the man back away from the group, sending him flying out into the melee. The remaining traitors began to glow with a purple light, doubling in height as they fought, but becoming thinner by the second, wasting away as they burned their life force to achieve their goals. 4 of the spellblades fell in the first seconds after the change, while the others regrouped into a defensive circle to reinforce each other's magic and wait out the remaining life of the traitors. Traitors who were never truly interested in them. As one, they all turned to Karl, who braced for the worst, before a strike to the back sent him flying. Not just tumbling across the ground, flying through the air and over the hill giant defenders, out of combat. The berserk traitors turned to chase after him, and Karl felt Thor's immense pleasure that his catapult trick worked. It might not have been the answer Karl was looking for, but the distraction cost the traitors 3 more of their members as Ray and her spider golems took advantage, leaving the last few traitors outnumbered and outmatched. Strategically, it was brilliant, and the last of the Titan god followers died with a bellow of rage. However, that left Karl on the wrong side of the battle, 50 meters from his team, with an army of hill giants between him and the others. He was getting that odd feeling that someone was laughing at him again, back in the back of his mind, but he couldn't quite put his finger on where it was coming from. Not from one of his beasts, that was for certain. They were laughing at his situation, but it wasn't the same feeling. Their laughter was more due to a sense of amusement that he made such a good projectile. Karl looked at his options, deciding what the best way to get back to the group would be. They had lost a total of 6 commanders during the last fight, 4 to the royal rank traitors, and 2 to the hill giants. But Karl couldn't tell which 2 from Hawk's updated head count. But there were more mages and healers incoming from the main line, now that the progression had stalled, and hopefully, they would get someone who could resurrect. The teachers had to have sent messages back by now, letting the others know the situation. Karl was about to move back into combat when he looked down at his gear and noticed that his armor was absolutely shredded, cut in over a dozen different spots, and soaked with his own blood from shallow wounds that had already healed under the effects of refreshing lightning, as well as Lotus and Doug's area healing abilities. If he was lucky, those with magical repair abilities might salvage that mess, but he might have to replace his gear after today. The demise of the traitors marked the end of the hill giant force's plans, and they began to back away from the attacking force, disengaging from combat before those further down the line began to retreat out of artillery range. That was good enough to call it a win for Karl. So he just waited for the hill giants to run away as he did his best to absorb the massive influx of life force that his blade was giving him. It merged smoothly with the power cores in the spaces, and they were quickly coming to a peak again. But there was more power coming in, so he was going to have to spread it through the spaces soon and start reforming the cores once more to continue the process. They had to be getting close to peak commander now, with Ray advancing her species traits to royal rank. But Karl couldn't feel the bottleneck that he knew was coming when he reached the peak and had to learn how to adjust his power to royal rank. Once the hill giants were a safe distance away, Karl made his way back to the group and took out his maul to open a new hole in the wall. They would have to do something about that eventually, as the next group of hill giants to arrive would also take shelter behind it. That wasn't Karl's problem. The academy had earth mages as well, and they could disassemble the wall with ease once nothing was protecting it and the magic barriers had faded. With the battle over, Tessa and Thor began the work of looting the good bits. as did many of the others who were in suitable shape for some scavenging. Loot was loot, and the group was loading Thor's bags with anything magical. By the time that Karl made it to the line, most of the fallen had been brought back to life, and only one body bag was being carried away on a stretcher. It wasn't one of the team members that Karl knew, which was a small blessing, but a lot of the attack team were looking even worse than he was. They slowly made their way back to the line, moving at the speed of an exhausted mage. It was the only pace where nobody was left behind, as many of them were supporting each other while the healing spells worked their magic. Healing magic closed wounds quickly, healed muscles and bones more slowly, but the aches and pains usually lingered. If they really wanted, the clerics could heal a body full of broken bones in a second, but the mana requirement was extreme, and as Karl understood it, the healed body often suffered from lingering trauma and phantom pains that were more severe than if it were healed more slowly. So, it was sometimes necessary to save a life, but they did their best to avoid it. As they approached the academy defensive line, all of the students and the reserve soldiers who had been called up stood to salute the returning elites. Nobody had expected that fight to go even remotely well, but still, they had volunteered. The headmaster himself came up to welcome them back and check everyone for damage, to assure himself that they were fit to continue their duties. Welcome back, everyone. You have the rest of the day off, so go get something to eat and some rest to let those freshly healed wounds settle. He greeted them. Thank you, headmaster. We could use both, plus an armorer with magical repair skills. I'm told that my gear can be fixed, even in this bad of shape. Karl replied. Well, that bad of shape might be more than most can hope to fix, but we will get someone on it right away. All of you are in need of repairs, and bondable equipment is in short supply these days. As they were talking, General Stonewall and Jackson came jogging over, looking positively overjoyed at the outcome. Commanders, ascended elites, wonderful work out there. You have defied every expectation that we had for your abilities. General Jackson announced the moment he arrived. General Jackson, it's good to see you again. The elites really did work wonders today, especially the healers. But we should get some food in us before we start answering your questions. I know that you must have a lot of them for us. Karl offered. The generals paused as they took in the battered state of the elites and nodded silently. Please, forgive our enthusiasm. We are having a proper meal prepared now that the trailers have arrived, and the butchering is well underway. Karl nodded. I had my beasts gather a huge amount of meat for the stockpile as well, multiple trailers worth, and all from the beasts that are considered fairly tasty. He didn't stop walking, and just continued on to the mess hall, where they had a number of large pressure cookers making stew for dinner, and a new addition to the mess hall, dozens of baking sheets in the newly created smokers cooking what appeared to be fresh dinner rolls, so they didn't have to eat the strange canned bread or hardtack. The armorers were waiting there for the strike team as well. They were not usually considered combatants, and were mostly awakened rank soldiers who had gained crafting-based classes, with a few clerics who had repair skills mixed in. If everyone can change out of their armor and pass it over, we will have one of the armorers look it over. We will salvage as much as we can, but we will pass it all back to you when we're finished, even if we can't repair it back to perfect before tomorrow. We have plenty of supplies, but it looks like a lot of your gear is completely demolished. One of the men with a staff sergeant's chevrons on his arm announced. It didn't take long for them to change, and the supply staff had sent as many armorers as there were team members. It might be the majority of their team, given how much gear was destroyed compared to an average day, but it shouldn't be all of them. As much as they needed the gear fixed, they didn't want to leave the others without a single repairman. Lotus and Tessa stepped forward, and Tessa addressed the armorers. We will take care of our team's gear if you provide the materials. We have the skill to fix everything that they have been using. Of course, just let us know what you need. The whole armory is available to our commander rank members and high priestesses. The sergeant informed them. Tessa gave Karl a wink that said she would be taking advantage of that to fix absolutely everything to the best standard that she could, and Karl was eager to see it in action. It was a blessing of the war goddess, but she hadn't needed to use it since they met, as their armor had only gotten a little battered in that time, and it was mostly the cloth or leather items that needed mending. Those were Lotus' specialty as a nature priestess, though Karl suspected that Doug could do it better now that he had advanced. The staff brought out bowls of stew for the early dinner, along with a load of the fresh buns, which were much denser than they looked. more like a scone or breakfast biscuit. It made sense. They were line cooks, not a bakery, and they needed to make thousands of them per meal, so there was no time to let a nice fluffy bun rise. But the stew was just fresh meat, plus potatoes, onions, and carrots, all of which tasted right when they were prepared for storage. It was simple, but nutritious and filling, and everyone prepared to head back to their bunks well-fed and ready for sleep. Of course, that wouldn't be happening quite so soon for any of Karl's team. Morgana was still limping from a leg injury. Lotus and Tessa were going to repair the gear, while Ophelia was too wound up from her berserker rage and Dana needed to meditate. One of the mage class teachers spoke up as the elites began to rise from their tables. Before you go, we have the books prepared for anyone who can use them. Terrorize and brutality. We're told they work best for those with animal aspects, so the clerics are all trying them, with variable results. The druid who had been an owlbear for most of the battle looked stoked at the news, as he could go fully animalistic, but most of the others dismissed the comment as unlikely to help them. You might need to be in animal form, even if it's just a bit of scale or an eye transformation, to get the books to work. They were designed for beasts and are only cross-compatible with humans, Karl added, so nobody would miss out. Tessa held out her hand for the books and quickly flipped the first one open. Her eyes shone red as they transformed to the slotted eyes of a dragon, and an oppressive feeling filled the air. That would be terrorize, working for her, but no matter how she tried, the brutality book would not open for her. The next to try was Lotus, who had high hopes as a nature priestess who really loved animals. But no matter what she tried, including putting Remy on her shoulders, she couldn't get either book to open for her. The same went for Doug, who was unable to get either of the spells to work. But the moment that the druid touched them in owlbear form, he instantly enlarged and keened a proud cry that was eerily similar to Hawk. He says, FCK, yes, it worked. Hawk relayed. Tell him congratulations. Karl instructed, and Hawk screeched a reply that startled the druid. He pointed at Hawk in shock, and then the two had a brief conversation of shrieks that would have annoyed anyone with ears if it weren't so funny to see. Now that we have established that owlbears really do speak the same language as dragonhawks, let's move on. The inscriptionist announced with a pained look. All around the room they tried, even having the berserkers rage to try to get the skill, but only those with an animalistic transformation managed to get the berserk terror transformation that Ophelia, Tank, and the druid had accomplished. Well, at least it isn't as bad as the other one. We're going to pass these out all down the lines today, and hopefully, we can get another dozen or so berserkers and druids educated. Karl chuckled at his optimism, but Doug thought it might be possible. You should also look for the clerics who have transformations, especially the white robes and the nature priests. Many of them have an animal-based sensory spell that will partially transform them, but neither of us here have learned that sort of blessing. General Stonewall looked at Wolf before he could turn to leave and raised an eyebrow in a curious expression. What was your plan if there had been royal rank attackers hidden among the hill giants? He asked. Have you ever stepped on a ketchup packet? Karl replied. It would go something like that. The berserkers laughed as Karl turned to leave, but he could swear he actually felt Morgana rolling her eyes at him. He walked out to get the clerics to fix his gear in the fort, but as Karl left the mess hall, he heard the general ask the real question. But for which side? The fort was quiet as everyone sorted out their armor after putting it into storage to remove the filth and then taking it back out, but not equipped. Do you think that Ray really did advance? She vanished in the middle of the fight, and we could hardly see her. It was like she became a screen projecting the surrounding scenery, and she just vanished until you touched her. Lotus asked as she started to mend the leather on Dana's armor. Karl shook his head. Not yet, but very soon. She's already advanced at least one of her innate skills, so it won't be far. I think she just needs a bit of time to finish adapting, and she will be there. What about the others? Lotus asked. Well, Hawk and Thor are both close, but I'm not certain how easy their potential is going to make the process. Remy still needs some time to grow. Royal rank is likely going to be an evolutionary bottleneck for her, so she might get stuck for a moment. Karl shrugged as he lay the last of his armor flat to assess the damage. It looked even worse now, laid out on the floor, than it had when he was wearing it. Tessa sighed as she looked at the torn chain links and steel plates torn into pieces. You really did a number on this suit, didn't you? How did you manage to get through a battle without any major injuries when your entire armor set is Swiss cheese? She asked as she started to work. I've been thinking about that, and I've realized that it's an issue with my technique. You see, Flaming Body prefers to keep tight to my skin, except where it's extended over my weapon. But that means that it's under my armor and only Refreshing Lightning is over the top. So Thor's barrier takes the first round of damage, the armor takes the second, and the Flaming Body barrier is the third. So I didn't take too many serious wounds, but the armor took a beating. It's just how the spell wants to work, so I didn't think much of it, as I normally use it more for offense than defense. Karl explained. How does your weapon look? Tessa asked. Karl took it out and noticed that the broad blade looked much better polished and with fewer imperfections than he remembered it. The blade's inscription said it was intended to absorb the life force of defeated opponents to grow the power of its wielder, to make them a champion of their people, but it appeared that the blade itself grew with them, so they didn't discard it along the way. Not that it would let Karl easily discard it, with the way that it kept rejecting every other bladed weapon he touched. It looks pristine to me. The weapon is a bit special, so I don't think that I need to worry much about pitting in the edge or cracks. Karl noted. Tessa gave it a cursory look, then nodded and gave it back. Yeah, it looks like it survived the battle much better than your armor did. This will take a bit, and there is a leather backing, so I will have to pass it to Lotus once she's finished. Well, I had Thor drop a load of gear at the base of the trees, so if mine is too messed up, I can try to bond something from the hill giants. The gauntlets have a particularly good strength enchantment, though, if we can fix those. Karl offered. Right, there is loot and spare parts below the tree. Go look for a chest plate that will bond to you, and I should be able to get the rest done in the next hour or two. Nobody else's gear is this mangled, and I barely even took damage, so mine is all still serviceable. I will fix it last, so we have everyone operational at the very least. Tessa replied. Karl climbed down the ladder to check the piles that Thor had placed at the bottom of the trees. They would have someone come clean them up later, but for now there was a lot to pick through. The hill giants also wore better equipment than the frost giants did, as they used earth magic and could easily make their own metal plate armor. Not much of it was actually enchanted, but the pieces that were enchanted tended to be fairly good quality, even if most of them were so large that it was a pain for even Thor to bring them back here. Karl looked through the pile, looking for chest plates. There were only a few to choose from, as the ones worn by the hill giants were too large to be easily brought back. But there was a decent one without any visible damage that Karl matched with its backplate and tried. Unfortunately, it didn't bond with him. So, Karl kept digging through the pile until he found a human-sized one that was made of light blue metal chain with a shining steel or silver chest plate over it. Karl knew this one. It had a single hole over the heart, both front and back. That made it the first one that Ray had ambushed after her skill advanced, the guy who had died while trash-talking. It wasn't undamaged, but it was in better shape than what he had been wearing, and the materials looked both powerful and exotic. There was no actual restriction on having spare armor, as far as Karl knew, so he tried to bond it, and the armor easily slid into place under his shirt and jacket. It was lightweight, comfortable, and once the holes were fixed, it should be good protection that could be somewhat stealthily worn at all times, not like the heavy leather and plate combo he had before. That might also mean that it wasn't actually great armor, but it was bonded now, and he could get Tessa to fix it quickly while the mangled pieces waited. What you up to down there? Bob McKenzie called from somewhere in the distance. Sorting through armor pieces for something that won't make Tessa cry when she sees the condition. Karl called back, then heard the cleric laugh from above him. Bob came over and looked at the loot pile. Mind if I look as well? My gear was pretty beat by the end of the fight, and we loaded a literal ton of stuff into Thor's bags. Have at. I've got a new chest plate to bond it. It's this, and only a little damaged. Karl explained as he took it off to show the warrior. Bob whistled. Now that's pretty. It looks like a commander rank piece, but the clerics will be able to tell you better if it's any good. Throw it up here, and I'll tell you. Tessa called as she extended her hand out the entrance. Karl tossed it up to her and heard the cleric curse. This has to be Ray's work. Or is that your sword that went through and through? It had to suck to be whoever was wearing this last. But it's an easy fix with the proper application of repair magic. It's commander rank, and it's actually very sturdy armor, despite being designed to be worn under cleric robes without adding visible bulk. she announced. So, it was a church-created piece that the traders had taken with them. Karl saw similar blue metal in the pile. Oh, there are the matching pants here as well. Check these out. He equipped them to ensure they would bond with him, then removed them and tossed them up to Tessa. Yeah, this is the matching half of the set. Help Bob find what he wants, and if you see more of those pieces, save them. They're good for the other clerics and mages. Tessa replied happily. The pants weren't damaged at all, so she could fix the chest and put Karl's original set of armor on the back burner, to be done when she had the others combat ready again. She was quite familiar with the pattern of the clergy-produced armor set, though the quality was higher than she was used to having access to. Commander rank armor was normally reserved for high priests, and they had their own armorers at the cathedral, so she hadn't had the opportunity to test her skills on their equipment. She could likely take a set for herself to be less conspicuous than the chain and plate set that she wore now, which layered around her robes, to leave shining golden plates on the outside and dull metal chain under her robes, making her look only partially armored. Bob stopped as he reached the pile and immediately picked up the plate set that Karl had set aside as incompatible with him. It vanished as soon as he picked it up, and a freshly polished steel plate, complete with arm guards, which hadn't been part of the original set, appeared on the warrior. Now pants. I need to find some new pants. One leg is totally mangled on mine, and the repair team won't have that ready for days. They say that we can take a few shifts off if our gear is still too damaged, but I would rather be back in battle. He explained. Here are some undamaged ones, but they're smaller, so they're likely ascended, possibly even awakened. Karl explained. Bob looked the gear over and shrugged. Ascended is good enough until I get my own armor back. Having a spare set will be a huge improvement, even if it's not as good as my primary gear. Tessa stuck her head out to see what they were talking about. No, that's commander rank as well, but made for a younger ascended or awakened giant. Likely some young master of the clan, she announced. Bob put it on, and the armor completed his look, making him look like a proper knight, covered in shiny steel armor. Did you break anything else? Karl asked as they both began to sort through the pile for the cleric pieces that Tessa wanted. It appeared that the scavengers had managed to save most of the trader's armor, minus the set from one that had been yeeted off into the distance somewhere or completely mangled. Bob was not answering, but he was still digging after Karl was sure that they had all the reparable pieces of gear from the traders that they were going to find. He was intent on something, so Karl just waited patiently as he hunted. Then he came up with a helmet that had a beaked front, like the plague doctors wore to keep the smell from reaching them as they worked, but made of polished steel, with 2 black horns on the sides. He equipped it on his head, and Karl couldn't help but laugh. That hat is glorious. Absolutely ridiculous, but glorious. He joked. Knight? I saw it going into the bag and knew that I had to try to get it when none of the teachers were watching. You know that they would all want it for themselves once they saw its glory. Their conversation drew curious looks from above, and Morgana laughed as she saw Bob all dressed for work. What in the world were you thinking? That hat is ridiculous. She laughed. Come down here and help me find a matching shield. I've got a black tabard and cloak to go with the look. Bob demanded. Morgana rolled her eyes and pointed to the far side of the pile. There is a black oak one over there. Try that first. It was round, with a metal central dome and banding. Simple, but effective enough, and hopefully a reasonable size once it was equipped. It had better shrink when equipped because right now, it could double as a dinner table. Bob slid his arm through the straps to slide the pile of armor off the huge wooden platform, while Karl wondered what possessed Thor to bring that back with them. Unless he was using it as a platform to hold more bags of loot. The final look of the replacement armor set was simple, and once Bob equipped his tabard over the top, it was a good blend of steel and black. Other than the helmet, he looked like a proper knight, and the shield was large enough to keep using in his role as a defensive warrior. Karl climbed back up into the fort, followed by Bob, and found Doug already relaxing next to Lotus as he wove spells over Dana's robes. The mage was looking at the armor that had been recovered from the traders with great interest. You know, this looks like it would be easy to move in and wouldn't interfere with my casting. Do you suppose that I could start wearing normal clothes for a change, instead of enchanted mage robes, if I had something like this for defense? She asked. Doug shrugged. I don't see why not. What did you have in mind? I would appreciate it if I could just wear pants and a hoodie like a normal human being. Mage robes feel far too much like a dress, and I'm worried that I'm becoming too used to the skirts. Dana replied, Why is that bad? I kind of like the breeze. Doug asked, I'm not a nature priestess. I am actually fond of wearing pants. Doug shrugged. That's a bit weird, but I can make you a normal outfit to go over your armor if you like. Pants and a hoodie. Lotus bonked him on the head with the side of her fist. I will do it. I have seen your fashion sense, and it's better that I pick out her outfit. We both used the same spell to weave cloth anyhow. They bickered as they finished repairing the armor, and then Dana changed out of her robes to reveal that she had claimed one of the trader's armor sets for herself. Lotus booed her as she removed her spare robes, and Dana poked the cleric in the forehead. I'm changing into my armor, so you can make normal clothes to go over it, not giving everyone a strip show. Lotus shrugged. She was already bored, sitting here repairing armor for over an hour, and she needed entertainment. Dana had changed from the fur boots of the Frost Giant campaign back to the black combat boots that the Academy issued students for missions, so Lotus was about to make a matching black hoodie for the mage, but Ray was faster. Dana was rapidly engulfed in a cocoon of silk as the bloodbath spider wove her magic from the exterior wall of the fort, aiming through the door. What is Ray doing? Lotus whispered to Karl as the mage vanished. Decorating her Dana, I guess. Doug tried and failed to stop his laughter, while Lotus rolled her eyes. Aren't you supposed to be a good father, raising them with values and morals? Ophelia asked. Doug tried and failed to stop his laughter, while Lotus rolled her eyes. Aren't you supposed to be a good father, raising them with values and morals? Ophelia asked. Karl shook his head. I don't think that's how it works. They already have morals and values. I just teach them the human rules. Have you taught them about bodily autonomy and the value of consent? Lotus asked. I mean, they're a bit young for that. Now it was Karl's turn to get thumped on the head. Not like that. You're supposed to teach them to ask before doing things like wrapping people in a ball of web. Ray gave Lotus a look that said she definitely didn't understand. That's not how gifts work. I know that, and you know that, but I don't think Lotus understands that this is a gift yet. Ray says it's a gift. You don't ask before giving gifts, you just give them. Karl explained. A gift? All right, I suppose that makes sense. Lotus relented. She was actually excited to see what the mage was going to come out looking like, given Ray's unique personality. For all that anyone knew, Dana might come out looking like something out of a vampire romance novel. Officially, those were vampire species propaganda, but they still managed to get a rather large following among the dark fantasy readers and goth girls. After most of a minute of manipulating her webs, Ray gave the cocoon a slice with her foreleg, revealing Dana in all her newfound glory. She was wearing cargo pants and a hoodie as promised, both in jet black, but the hoodie was short, showing the chain mail around her midriff, while the pants were loose, with plenty of pockets. Both were made of commander-rank spider silk, woven thick, and in the case of the hoodies, loosely, to give it a soft surface, similar to fleece. Dana turned to inspect herself, and Karl noticed that there was a huge picture of Ray on the back of her hoodie in white thread. I have pockets, Dana noted with pleasure, before stepping to the door to give Ray a hug. Is that not normal? Karl whispered to Doug. Women's clothing never has pockets for some reason. It's one of the reasons that priestesses like wearing their robes so much. There are proper pockets. The high priest whispered back. Dana pulled her mass of curly hair up out of the hoodie and pushed the hood back. Ah, that's better. It's too warm to have the hood up. But this outfit is wonderful. Oh, it even has a front zipper, sort of. It wasn't actually a zipper, but a laced front tie because Ray didn't know how to make a zipper. But it did let her untie the hoodie a little for ventilation when she wasn't in combat. Dana focused, and the outfit vanished, replaced by her school uniform, then returned. That is incredible. It's even bonded, so I can just change clothes. Thank you, Ray. This is a wonderful gift. Dana removed her armor and leaned back against the soft wall of the fort, completely satisfied with her new look. You know, before I came to the academy, this was much more fancy than anything I got to wear. My dad had a hard time holding a job, and Mom was home with the kids, so we never had new anything. And we always ended up with those horrid coveralls that the clergy pass out to impoverished kids. She reminisced. I knew you lived in a small town, but I didn't know it was that bad. Karl noted. Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't, but Dad was always cheap, so he always went to the church for clothing donations. They were used to seeing us at every handout from the times he wasn't working, so nobody asked questions. I never expected to be the one to be compatible with the serum. My older sister was always the one who was good at everything, the gifted child who could do no wrong. At least, she was until she ran off with her boyfriend a little over a year ago. She laughed. Ophelia smiled at some memory and nodded in agreement. I always used to be so certain that I would become a powerful mage. I could see it, my whole future as an idol, singing and showing off my magic. Imagine my shock when I was actually an elite, but I became a berserker. Dana laughed. Honestly, your dream is my nightmare. I hate being in the spotlight or having people staring at me. But the moment that I got to the academy, they decided that I had that girl next door look and a voice that they wanted for the next round of idols. So I got shunted off into the idol training courses despite my protests. Ophelia frowned for a second. We don't have many female bards at the academy. Just Seamus and a bunch of horny bards who want to use their music to pick up girls. The group sat and joked for most of the afternoon as the three clerics finished repairing everyone's armor, including the mangled remains of Karl's original suit. It had better buffs on it than the new gear did, but it didn't have the advantage of comfort or being able to be worn under normal clothing. Eventually, the clerics moved from fixing gear to cooking dinner. This was their horribly overworked day, and Karl hoped that they could at least get a day off afterwards. It was the great downfall of being indispensable. Everyone needed you for something, and on days like today, someone needed you for everything. But on the bright side, nobody came to bother them as they ate and relaxed after dinner until it started to get dark, and Morgana sighed while looking out the door. If you would like to stay the night, we can hang extra hammocks for you. We have plenty, so you can stay here the night. Karl offered. They also had extra blankets from their time on the frost giant front, so they weren't short on sleeping gear. Doug nodded happily, and Bob shrugged. We might as well, since we're already here. I can make a cute fuzzy blanket for our resident princess if she needs. Doug teased. Morgana's hand glowed with black magic, and the nature cleric just laughed harder. All right, we need to hear this story. What is it between you three? Karl insisted. Bob patted Doug on the shoulder and gestured to Morgana. She can tell the story, and we will fill in the gaps. Morgana sighed. I can see that letting them tell it would be a mistake. It was my second mission, after a single-day resource-gathering trip. I got paired with these three idiots and two horny morons from my magic combat class. I grew up in government employee housing in the capital. I had never been in the wilderness before. I just loved plants and potions. But from the first hour, they were making fun of me. Doug cut in as she paused. You should have seen her. She was smaller than Lotus, and she kept getting lost as she went to look at flowers. Morgana glared at him, and Doug made a zipping motion over his lips to let her continue. We were out for 3 days, and all 4 of them teased me relentlessly. I didn't know how cold it was going to get in the forest, so I had packed my lucky blanket from my room, a black fuzzy blanket. That's what Doug was referring to. He called me princess for the entire trip. She paused, likely intending to finish it there, but Doug wasn't done. Tell them about the next time as well. Why do they need to know that? She replied suspiciously. Because if you don't tell them, I'm going to. Morgana sighed. Fine. The second time we went out, we deployed by train, and the train was attacked. It wasn't major, but I lost my pack. In fact, all of the students did. We had put our packs in the baggage car while we went for lunch. Hey, I see that judging look. We didn't know any better, and nobody warned us. Well, the baggage car took a direct hit from a griffin, and all of our gear was lost. So, the only ones who had any gear were Bob and Doug, while the rest of us had nothing. My class basically relies on potions, especially in the early stages. I didn't have a single attack spell that didn't require a reagent of some sort, and now I didn't have a tent or a ride home to the academy. It sucked, and I didn't want to be there. But we had to walk back to the academy, as the tracks were damaged, and we were under 100 kilometers away. But that part was all right. We even managed to find some of the resources we came for on our way back the first day. At dark, Doug made 2 tents with his magic. We drew lots to see who had watch, and I got first shift. At that point, I didn't have any of these tattoos. It was the catalyst that made me decide to do something permanent to improve my abilities as an elite. I was exhausted by the time the shift ended, and we had been instructed to keep the fire low, but burning, so it didn't go out before morning. At the time, I wore thick glasses, and I couldn't see much of anything in the dark, but the ones on watch were all sleeping by the fire, so I woke my replacement for his shift and then went to the girls' tent to sleep. Dana facepalmed, and Ophelia laughed, knowing exactly where this was going. That's right, she got the wrong tent, and because she was exhausted, she just climbed into the bed closest to the door and went to sleep. Doug interjected. Which one of you? Dana asked while Lotus turned away from the conversation. It couldn't hide the shaking shoulders or faint sound of her stifled laughter, though. Me, of course. I always sleep next to the door, in case there is an attack and someone needs healing. But more importantly, did you know that our princess prefers to sleep naked? Doug replied. Morgana did actually attack him this time, a bolt of black magic that Doug caught with a handkerchief that turned to ash instantly. Then she slapped Bob in the face when he tried to wake her up in the morning and buried herself under my hassock for warmth. Doug continued with tears rolling down his face. Morgana gave a defeated sigh. And now everyone knows the shameful reason I can't stand these two lecherous brothers. And the reason she never wanted to leave her balcony room, Karl suspected. The boys in the group would not have quickly forgotten that story, and given their usual assumptions, it was likely to have given her a rather unfortunate reputation among her classmates. That is, unfortunate. Ophelia stammered. And that was before she cursed me with misfortune. Doug agreed. Every day for a month. Until he came to the academy to apologize to her in person, and the teachers made her stop. Bob added. Morgana glared at Karl. You are suspiciously silent. There is nothing I can say at this moment that will not make the situation worse. Oh, if you had to say something, what would it be? She asked, and all the women turned to Karl to see what he could come up with to calm the angry witch doctor. Well, Doug is kind of hairy, so at least you were warm, right? Now, Morgana's ebony skin didn't really allow her to blush, but if Karl had to guess, she would be red from ear to ear if she were as pale as Dana. Doug puffed up his chest. The only one here who can beat me in the chest hair department is Ophelia, and she has to transform to do it. Morgana snapped her attention to him. You're not supposed to be proud of that, you idiot. Tessa quickly changed the topic away from Doug's prodigious cops of chest hair and motioned for Ray to make more hammocks in the empty room. Everyone was gathered in the living room, with everyone but the clerics and Karl sitting in the swinging chairs, so there was no need to move as Ray got to work, making the expanded sleeping arrangements. Karl couldn't help but notice that there were black fuzzy blankets on all three hammocks, but he didn't say anything as they all prepared for bed. The fort had a night light, but it was better not to stay up too much past dark, in case there was an attack first thing in the morning. Tessa gestured to the back, where the shower bag was set up in its own curtained room. Men can shower first. Karl, who is on watch tonight? Karl gestured upwards. Hawk is in a nest in the tree, pondering the mysteries of the universe. He's trying to understand something about the advancement to royal rank, and thought it was better to be outdoors. All right, say goodnight to everyone for me. Thor made a happy noise in his spot, knowing that she was talking about him, and then settled back into his pond to sleep. Karl meditated in his hammock for most of the evening, taking in all the new knowledge about his companions, as well as the newfound understanding that half of the conflict between the Mackenzie brothers and Morgana was actually just embarrassment. It might have been sexual tension, but Karl was fairly certain that should have faded by now. It had been 2 years, after all. First thing the next morning, they were all headed for the mess hall for breakfast, and Karl noticed that Morgana was sneaking looks at Doug, who had the laces at the neck of his robes a bit looser than usual to show off just a bit of chest. If this was flirting, perhaps Karl was doing it all wrong. Or maybe they were somehow worse at it than he was. The students in the mess hall all looked exhausted, though Karl didn't recall most of them having gone to the line yesterday. Long night. He asked a boy at the next table as he sat down. The boy nodded grimly. Yeah, nobody slept well until the walls were all disenchanted and torn down. There was some talk of making our own, but the hill giants have better earth magic than we do, so there was a chance they would turn it against us if we used their specialty as our fortifications. The boy beside him chuckled. I guess your group didn't have that issue. You all looked half dead when you returned past the lines. Did you manage to get all your gear repaired? Karl shook his head. Most of it is fixed, and at least the group of us here managed to find spares among the loot we grabbed from the giants. But our primary gear still needs some work. From the next table over, an equally exhausted-looking young man nodded. We've got about 8 hours worth of work before we will have everyone's armor back to them after the battle yesterday. I'm just hoping that we won't have another attack today because the repair teams can't take that again. There were only 3 dozen of you, and there was so much work, and at a priority rush. Plus what they turned over was mostly commander rank gear, which is so much harder to repair than the awakened stuff that most of the army has. I take it that the repair difficulty is based on how powerful the one doing the repair is? Karl asked. The tech nodded. Yeah, repairing above your rank takes about 3 times as long for every rank. It's still possible, but you need to put a huge amount of work into it for the magical repairs to take, and there is a chance the ability will only be partially successful. If it's really bad, we send it to the forges first and have them do most of the patches before we start with the abilities to blend it and fix the enchantments. That's the downfall to getting good gear in advance. Even if you've got it, you usually need someone to repair it for you, and if you're paying the shops, that gets expensive. At least here on the lines, it's free. Everyone who filed in for breakfast after that looked similarly bedraggled, and it was obvious that his team were the only ones who didn't take the warning about the dangers of the attacking force all that seriously. Now, part of that was Hawk's scouting telling him what was actually there, but Karl could see that in the eyes of the other elites, there was a somewhat concerning level of confidence behind his actions, and Karl was reminded of Tank telling him that his thinking was being influenced. Don't worry about it too much. Look at all the ones who weren't brave enough to go, even when we won so easily. It's not a loss to forget to be stupid and cowardly. Ray reminded him helpfully. She made an excellent point. It was no loss to get rid of aspects of his personality that didn't serve any purpose. Today was supposed to be Karl's team's off day anyhow, as they had the afternoon shift the day before, so they all ate slowly and chatted with the teams who were coming through to eat. There were no signs of the hill giants coming back yet, but that wasn't too surprising given their recent patterns. An hour after breakfast ended, they were still sitting around the camp, using an empty teaching tent as a meeting room. That was when the 10 red-robed spellblades came in, clearly looking for them. Ah, good. We were hoping to see you all before we left. Thank you for the assistance in dealing with the traitor forces. I'm sure you all know already that this issue is confidential and shouldn't make it into your official reports. At the very least, not the nature of the Titan clerics that were defeated. If the public thinks that they were hill giants, that is fine. The leader of the group informed them. Karl nodded. I suspected that might be the case. None of us have started our reports yet, so there won't be any issues when we do turn them in. Don't worry too much about the reports. Keep them simple, and the Defense Department will take care of the rest. The leader of the Spellblades shrugged. That made sense. All these reports were most likely going to vanish anyhow, in case someone let slip a detail that insinuated that someone from the church had changed patrons and gone over to the hill giants to hunt their own people. We might as well write those now. Did you all still need to write? There is paper on the shelf. Morgana offered. The Spellblade shrugged. We might as well. We talked to the others about the situation already, and they've all turned in their reports on the mission. They used clerics of the Titan gods as the code for the special team we encountered. That should be clear enough for everyone to understand. Simple, safe, and efficient. There were plenty of Titan god clerics among the giants. Oddly, they didn't seem to specialize in healing, but in physical power enhancement and regeneration, as Karl understood it. But the giants regenerated more like beasts than humans, so enhancing their natural abilities might be more effective. There was far too much that he didn't actually understand about the giants, even if he was getting pretty good at killing them. Once the reports were finished, the Spellblade clan gathered them and put them into a folder to turn over to the regional command group. All right, that is done. What time do you have to be on the line? The head of the Spellblades asked. We're on our day off today. We just decided to come relax around the others, so we didn't have as far to go if there was an alarm. Our sleeping spot is outside the main camp by a few dozen meters. Karl explained. The Spellblade nodded, and Karl heard his armor shift under his robes. Did you have any connection to the Divine Beast Nation? I wouldn't be shocked if they had taken some interest in an elite with your particular skills. He asked. Karl shook his head. I've never been out that way. 2 of my beasts came from down south in the wilds, though. Now that is interesting. What made you choose to go south for beasts, instead of trying to appeal to the Divine Beast Nation for fast power? They might have been able to get you a cub of a powerful divine beast. Karl shook his head. Bonding a beast above my rank won't work well. If I had gone there at the start, and gotten a beast like Remy, who was born ascended when I was common grade, it might have killed us both. 1 rank ahead of my own growth should be fine at this point, but 2 or 3 ranks would be suicide. If I went there now, and they were to present a beast that is born royal or monarch rank, I might be alright for a bit, but I don't know if I could adapt fast enough for their growth rate. But more importantly, I would owe the divine beasts a favor. The Bureau of Elite Development took me south, and I believe that we've mostly squared up on debts these days. The Spellblade almost choked when Karl finished speaking. A beast born at the royal rank? If that's your goal, you must be expecting your class to carry you to the peak of Overlord along with them. But even most of the great dragons aren't born above commander rank. They grow into their power over an extended time. The mage laughed. Karl shrugged. A man can dream. But if you don't mind, I have a question for you as well. When did you get here? I don't recall there being any Spellblades in the academy camp during the days before the battle. The red-robed leader chuckled. And officially, we weren't here at all. We arrived during the fight, after military intelligence gave us the location of our targets. We didn't know that they had been forcibly advanced, though. That was an unpleasant surprise. But all is well that ends well. They were eliminated, and by tomorrow we will be off on another mission. So, military intelligence knew that they were here? Morgana asked quietly. For nearly 2 hours. They were sighted by a spy drone at high altitude. If they had been a bit more discreet, we would have only suspected, but they didn't even bother to take off the church's defensive warded tabards, so the drone spotted them right away. Bunch of idiots. Karl looked down at the stack of papers. Wait, shouldn't we edit those? Because if that was 10 royal rank hill giant clerics, they would probably still be beating our faces for sport. 10 forcibly advanced humans doesn't really measure up to the same number of well-trained hill giants. The Spellblade shook his head. No, it's important that the number be correct because they are looking for it for verification of mission completion. That's how they will know that we actually eliminated them all. And I do hope that was all of them, because if they had time to stabilize and learn some of the special combat techniques of the Titan gods, they would have been much more difficult to fight. The Spellblades headed out to do whatever they needed for the afternoon, perhaps to be relocated to another hot spot, and Karl's team retreated to the tent, still up 3 more members, as Morgana and the Mackenzie brothers followed them. What is the plan for the afternoon? Meditation and spell study? Morgana asked, as it was a day off from training. Karl nodded. That's the plan for me. I think that with a bit more work, I can let Ray advance to royal rank. Once she makes it, it will only be a matter of time until the rest of us do. Ray was certain that she was already very close to breaking through, and she just needed a bit more time. The extra energy from the fight was enough for her to complete her change. It was just a matter of time now. Is there something that you're still working on before you advance? Karl asked, wondering if there was something that he could do to help. Nope. I've got the skills, I know what to do. Now I'm just waiting for my body to adapt. What I really need is a better catchphrase. Why do you need a catchphrase at all? You can't just kill people without a catchphrase. Otherwise, how would anyone know how great you are? The stab holes from your legs are already pretty distinctive. Even Tessa knew right away that it was you the moment that she saw one of your wounds on an armor plate. If you want to leave a calling card, I would say that you already do, and anyone who knows you would know that those were your kills. But even if they don't know that it is you, they would recognize your kills if they saw them again. Ray considered that fact. Her legs weren't really shaped like any sword she had ever seen. So the puncture wounds were pretty distinctive, even if the tearing wounds were just gruesome and indistinguishable. That was the secret, Ray decided. She was having too much fun tearing them apart, and she wasn't leaving a distinctive stab mark, so people knew it was her kill. But if she went back after the battle and stabbed them all, it would feel like cheating. That was it. She could just step on the bodies as she passed by, and give them one distinct puncture wounds so that someone could keep count of the kills for her when they cleaned the battlefield later. That was brilliant, and she wondered why she didn't think of it earlier. It didn't need to be a damaging wound, just something visible so that it would be recognized after the battle. That final mental distraction seemed to be the last thing holding her back, and Karl felt Ray's power beginning to progress once her mind was at ease. Perhaps a sense of self, knowing who you were and what your place in the world was, might be essential to the breaking of the royal rank bottleneck. That would explain why it was easier for beasts. They knew their place in the world. They didn't have self-doubt about their own reality, their abilities, or their future. They simply were, and that was enough for them. Hawk laughed at Karl's moment of introspection. You're overthinking it. Ray just wants people to know that she's the greatest without actually having to interact with strangers in the daylight. Even Ray couldn't argue with that logic, but Karl suspected that they could both be right. After all, Ray didn't doubt her place in the world, only if anyone had noticed how glorious it was, which led to thoughts on ways to ensure they appreciated her glorious carnage. Ray's real concern was not how to make sure that everyone knew which kills were hers. That was already fairly obvious to everyone. What was really weighing on her mind was the fact that she was about to become royal rank, and she didn't feel impressive enough. She was a goddess of the night, a divine blessing come to reap the tasty and unwary. But soon she would be a legitimate princess, and her only real skills were stabbing and making things that stabbed for her. How could a princess of the bloodbath spider species only be good for assassination? Wasn't that just too sad? If she couldn't even do something cool, wouldn't she be no better than a giant? She had stabbed thousands of giants to death, but Ray suspected that the humans didn't fully appreciate how much of a difference existed between an elegant being such as her and some stupid giant. She was so lost in despair that her abilities weren't visually impressive that she almost missed the fact that she already had the answer. She had been watching the humans all her life, and there was no way that she couldn't learn the basics of their skills. No human could be as smart as her. Not even her Karl was immune to her trickery. What she needed to do was focus on the learning skill and a person with a cool ability. There were countless cool abilities and really flashy ones. Remy had gotten an overdose of luck on that front, and all her abilities were flashy. But none of them were really appealing to Ray. She wanted something that people would associate with her. Then she recalled a skill she kept seeing the commander rank rogues using. They just vanished into a shadow and appeared somewhere else to attack. It didn't seem to go far, but she could totally learn that. Shadows were her element. So, Ray sneaked out to observe the rogues practicing, reveling in the fact that half the camp didn't even see her passing by them. Of course, a huge spider sitting at the edge of the training area in the middle of the afternoon wasn't exactly stealthy, even if she blended with her surroundings exceptionally well. So, the most powerful rogues knew that she was watching them and wondered what she was doing. Then, when the sun shifted and moved her into the shadows, the bloodbath spider vanished, only to appear behind one of the professors and rub a mandible against the back of his neck before making a quarter turn and vanishing again. Did we just accidentally teach a bloodbath spider to shadow step? One of the students asked as the teacher stood frozen in horror. We totally did. Holy SHD, that is terrifying. I'm glad we're not Professor Fingers right now. Another rogue agreed. She was terrifying enough before. Did you know that she can see in absolute darkness, track you by noise, and she has built-in thermal imaging? It's basically impossible to hide from her. Now, she can shadow step, so she can just appear anywhere and attack. That's just disgustingly unfair. One of the boys that Ray had embarrassed in class ranted. Ray, who was hiding in a tree nearby, waiting to see how long it took someone to find her, preened at the praise for her skills. That was what she wanted to hear. Her new skill was called disgustingly unfair. That was perfect. With that settled, she returned to her space for the evening and worked on adapting her shell so she could be a proper royal rank bloodbath spider. She had been neglecting her skincare routine, but tonight, she had brought out all the good stuff. She had a scrubber made from moss in Thor's space, and a bath full of royal rank blood, both human and giant. She had ground up a number of stones that seemed like they were beneficial to her to mix into her scrubber, and she was ready for a long night in for self-care. Thor approved to this method of advancement. His pool was comfortable and soaked him with holy energy constantly. He would make it to royal rank eventually, he was certain. For now, he was more focused on his endurance. The more recent fights had been exhausting, trying to shield a whole bunch of people at one time, while fighting and working on his own defense, with Circle of Protection active. Normally, a Lightning Sero pack would all have their own barriers, so he wouldn't need to extend them over everyone. But Karl was the only one who could do it, and he couldn't extend it the way that Thor could. So, he had to work on his stamina if he was going to keep up his position in this growing pack. From what Thor instinctively knew, the stronger a leader, the larger the pack. So, when Ray reached royal rank, and the rest of them began to advance, the humans would bring more people for their pack. When the herd was small and without a powerful leader, they needed as many bodies as they could get. Then as they grew up, They would start a small pack that they could protect. But as they started to get more powerful, they would attract more young members who needed safety to form a powerful herd. That's the point in the cycle of pack growth that they were at now. Once they reached royal rank, everyone would know that Karl's pack could protect them, so they would flock to him. It was inevitable in Thor's mind, and he just needed to make sure that he could protect them all, since he was the pack's defender. That made Thor wonder if he was second in command. In a Sero pack, the Guardian was the strongest warrior other than the pack leader, and he defended the weak while the leader and the rest of the strong fighters chased off the threats. Some herd animals would just run and save as many as they could, while the predators picked off the weak and the young. But the Lightning Sero didn't operate like that. For one, they could heal broken bones in a day or two. They weren't a crippling injury like they were to many animals. Secondly, they had powerful horns and tails. If they defended in a group, they could save more of their own than if they ran. If there was a Lightning Sero who got too old and too injured to heal, and they were dragging the pack down, they would lead the charge during the next attack. That way, they could help the pack one last time, and the predator would get what it came for and leave the others. Only an insane predator continued the fight once it had its food. He didn't think that humans operated like that. He had already met a number of useless human pack members and troublemakers that should have been left for a predator by their packs. Hawk considered putting in an opinion on the topic, but it was better to just watch Ray and take notes in case she came up with something that would help him. It wouldn't be long before he was going to be advancing as well, so he needed to prepare in advance. All evening, Ray soaked in her bath, periodically scrubbing herself against the walls of the tub that she had lined with ground gems and moss. She was polishing off the outer layer of her chitin and sharpening her legs. That was general maintenance for a bloodbath spider, and she had been neglecting it for some time, but now that she was about to advance, she had to look her very best. She couldn't have flaws and imperfections marring her beauty when she made her first appearance as a royal rank beast. She was pulling in the blood from the pool and holding it in her mouth to let the nutrients soak through the membranes of her cheeks, pulling the energy and essence from it, then spitting the drained blood to the side of her pool so she didn't have to swallow it and feel all bloated from overeating. The absorbed blood infusion was slowly transforming the energy in her body, following the instincts of a bloodbath spider. And while Karl was sleeping, she was making great progress. Her size wasn't changing. She was already full-grown, but the density of her chitin had skyrocketed, and the energy of her body was taking on aspects of the primarily hill giant blood she had used. There wasn't much of a choice for royal rank. She only had blood from one frost giant and a bunch of humans other than what she had gotten from the hill giants. The humans didn't hold much, and the frost giant blood was cold and blue. That did not sound like a pleasant bath at all, so she had skipped it. However, a bloodbath spider held significantly less blood than a hill giant did, so she had plenty left over even after her bath was done, and she had polished herself clean again, ready to present her advancement to the others. Karl's mental spaces were shifting their power as he slept, spreading the focused energy from all the spaces into rays on their own to adapt to the standard that her body now demanded. Nobody minded. Karl could fix it in the morning, and it was giving them all ideas on how their own advancement was supposed to go. Hawk was pretty certain that Ray had the right idea. Even if you feel the pull to advance, as he was beginning to, you needed to find a cool new skill to learn. Advancement made it much easier to learn a new ability, and he didn't want to leave it to chance. He wanted the demoted commander's flame golem things, but as birds. That shouldn't be hard. He already knew how to make fireballs of many kinds, and Ray could make golems, which he had been watching constantly. If he combined them, he should be able to have firebirds. But actually making golems out of the flames was proving elusive. He should understand it. He had seen it so many times. But no matter what he was trying, they just weren't sticking around as birds. He could make very effective self-targeting bombs, but not proper golems. So Hawk changed his tactic. If his fiery creations didn't want to stick around, he just needed to make them more effective while they were present. Instead of flying around the elites looking for ideas, he headed to the artillery lines, looking for clues on how more effective explosions should work. That was all the artillery did. It flew over and blew up. That was what he wanted out of his dive bombers, so Hawk spent most of the night watching them work. It proved mostly useless, as the artillery projectiles weren't as impressive as his fire, but he did get some insights into the ways that the dive bombers should explode for maximum effect. The sense that something was wrong within his mind as Ray's space tried to pull more than the other spaces had to spare woke Karl up before dawn. With few other options, he began to meditate, focusing on the flame in the void of his mind to pull as much energy into his body as he could, feeding it all to Ray. While he drew energy from outside, the vampiric blade was donating some of its stored energy, though most of it had already been used to bolster the spaces during the past few days. The changing beast's space was happily drawing everything that Karl could give it, and Ray's sleeping form was beginning to shimmer with black energy as her progression finished, and she fully integrated the power she had absorbed. Normally, she would have been in the equivalent of a food coma for a few days after her advancement, but with Karl's help, she was beginning to stir before the sun was fully over the horizon. "How is your day going, Ray?" Karl asked as the spider began to move about, shaking her web to ensure everything was where she left it. "Did you realize that hill giants can make their own portable shadows?" She replied. Karl thought about that for a moment, but had no idea what she was talking about. "I will show everyone when they're awake. We've got a shift on the line this morning, right?" Ray asked. "Yeah, right after breakfast. I'm sure they'll all be super excited to see your new abilities. Congratulations on the advancement. You found out this fast?" Ray pouted. "It woke me up so that I could add energy, instead letting you sleep for days to finish the process," Karl explained. Ray nodded her head. "It would never do to sleep for days. What if something happened? I could miss a chance to show off. But that hill giant blood was a great bath. We should find a monarch rank hill giant, so I can have one even better. I learned all sorts of things from advancing that way." Karl wondered how much you could learn by bathing in blood, but given her name, there might actually be some connection between that and her ability to gain new skills. Karl was the first one up, so he changed into his commander rank suit with the new set of armor underneath, then headed to make the first pot of morning coffee and wait in the living room for the others. The first ones up were Doug and Morgana, who both stopped to stare at Karl as they entered the room. "There's still most of a fresh pot on the counter." He greeted the early risers. "There's something off about you this morning," Doug noted. Morgana inspected Karl and gave Doug a suspicious look when she couldn't detect what it was that he was noticing. Doug poured 2 coffees and passed one to Morgana before lighting a smoke. "Have you figured out what it is yet? Is it bothering you that you don't know?" he asked. "I swear you just like my annoyed expression. I will figure it out soon. There is something, but I just can't tell what has changed about his presence. He's still a commander, so it's not an advancement," Morgana replied as she sipped her coffee. One by one, the others filed in, and Doug shushed them when they wanted to ask what was going on, but he directed them all to the fresh pot of coffee brewing in the kitchen to replace the nearly empty one. Finally, Lotus couldn't take it anymore. "Are we just going to wait for it, or can I just tell them now?" she pleaded. "All right, you can tell them. We've had our fun." Lotus smirked at the group, sure that she was one of the few who could actually tell what had happened. "He's got royal rank, offensive adaptation active on him. Ray advanced, right? That means Ray advanced, it has to. Can we see her now? Did she get big? Is she shiny?" The little cleric rambled. Karl held up his hand for a high five. "Right on the first try? But she is still the same size, and I'm not sure why you would think she became shiny. But she did do a fine job grooming her carapace, so her fur is in pristine condition, and her legs are an extra bloody red. I want to do my grand reveal on the line," Ray informed him. "Ray says she wants to show everyone at once, so she's not coming out until our shift starts. That way, everyone can see how glorious a full-grown bloodbath spider can be." Doug laughed. "Well, at least she didn't lose her sense of drama when she advanced. It would have been a shame if Ray became all boring and serious just because she was the only royal rank around at the moment." Bob snorted in amusement. "I'm just glad to hear that she's the same size. I've gotten used to that level of giant spider. I'm not sure my heart could take an even larger version." That morning, they decided to eat in the fort and let the clerics cook for them so that they could surprise the others when they got to the line and brought Ray out. Everyone knew that Lotus was not built for keeping secrets, and if she had to sit all the way through breakfast, she would totally blurt it out. So, they left just in time to head to the line for their shifts, while doing their best to avoid attracting attention from those with sharper senses until they arrived. Offensive adaptation was a passive skill that Ray shared with Karl, and he couldn't really turn it off. But that meant that it was pretty obvious that he had a royal rank skill to anyone who was around him and paying attention. Heads turned as they approached the line, But Karl didn't say anything as he walked to his spot and relieved the team on duty, who didn't actually leave. They just stepped back a bit so he could take his spot. Only once they were in position and the whole section of the line was watching did Karl call Rei out for everyone to admire her beauty and glory. As soon as she appeared, the whole line went silent before the command channel of the radio began to blow up with panicked comments. Who has eyes on the royal rank threat? No threat detected. Nothing on the scope. FCK? It has to be close. I can feel it. Right flank, do you see it? Right flank reports no incoming threats. There is a royal rank beast here. We can all sense it. Copy that. Royal rank beast located. Currently, playing kickball with the clerics. Gods damn it. Karl. The absurdity of the radio confusion broke the tension, and everyone on the right flank turned to watch Rei playing with Lotus and Doug. Karl could see the teachers storming their way, intent on chewing him out for not informing them that he had advanced. But the joke was on them. He hadn't advanced yet. Only Rei had. Do you enjoy causing chaos on the lines? One of the warrior class teachers was shouting as he approached the spot where Rei was playing with the nature clerics. The bloodbath spider nodded emphatically, and the students burst into laughter. He hadn't been speaking to her, but Rei was so clearly proud of her prank that nobody had the heart to tell her they should have at least warned the people in charge. The teachers had gathered around, trying to decide what the actual situation was, and if Karl could be considered to be royal rank, which would require a notification to the government, as he would need to be reassigned to lead a more powerful team or join another team of royal rank and higher combatants. Most of the strike team who had faced the last assault had come running, in case there really was a royal rank threat here, and Karl could see that most of them were amused to see that it was actually just Rei. They had all suspected that she was halfway into the royal rank during the last battle, with some of her skills already advanced, but now they had clear evidence that there was a royal rank monster on Karl's team. But that was the problem. The elites were measured by their own power. Rei was royal rank, but that didn't mean that Karl automatically was as well, unless he could exert that level of power without relying on her. When were you planning to announce this advancement of the academy? One of the professors demanded before Karl could reply to the first one. Karl shrugged. I thought we just did announce it to the whole academy at once. I mean, everyone knows, so mission accomplished, right? Doug and Lotus nodded in agreement, while Dana looked over at Morgana. Remind me again, what was it that made you want to be a student advisor? The witch doctor sighed. I don't recall students in my year being this problematic. They were kind of douchebags and liked to form cliques, but I definitely don't recall us giving teachers this many headaches. Tank looked back and forth between Rei and Karl. It looks like you've got at least one of her skills. Did you gain access to any more of them as she advanced? That was an excellent question. Status, name Rei. Species, bloodbath spider. Rank royal. Shared skills, offensive adaptation, lacerate, earth shield. Rei, when did you learn earth shield? Karl asked out loud, startled. Watch this. Rei encased herself in a dome of stone, then suddenly appeared right behind Tank, with her mandibles resting on top of his head. Damn it, I knew the students weren't just messing with me. She learned how to shadow step, and she learned to make her own shadows to step into. A rogue class professor cussed. The other rogue in the area laughed. Oh, that is priceless. I didn't know that she learned to make her own shadows. I was teaching the class yesterday when she vanished for the first time. She went from the edge of the training grounds up into the trees. He saw me? Oh, he's good. I totally thought he didn't notice. Rei informed Karl, then vanished again to reappear, standing on top of her stone dome. Tank tapped his fingers on his chin. Can someone explain in a way that a berserker can understand why Rei is using earth magic? The vanishing act makes sense, but not that. Karl smiled at the huge man. Her advancement process includes cycling a lot of higher rank blood through her body, a literal bloodbath. She used hill giant blood, and they can all use earth magic. So, she gained an ability from them during her advancement. If she had used something else, it would have been a different ability. So, she learned to make stone shields? That's impressive as a defensive ability, but she's an assassin-type attacker. One of the warriors asked, confused. Rei threw a stone baseball at him. Karl laughed. I gained access to the earth shield, but she can use that and boulder toss. How does that mesh with her other abilities? Tank asked, not quite following how the ability was relevant to her. Rei summoned a large stone in the air, then hurled it into the distance. When it was 100 meters away, she appeared underneath it. Portable shade for her movement abilities. Plus, she had a spear ability before that she used at short range to apply, lacerate. Now she can throw big things at people. It might not be sharp, but I bet it will make them bleed. Karl guessed. And now I can use crushing blows. That's all the bonuses for me, Ray added as she came back to her dome. Smashing posts. Thor muttered reverently, staring out of his space at the dome. I will make some for you after our shift. Karl agreed. How much do you think that her damage has increased? Tank asked curiously. He had seen her up close in combat, and had a good idea what she could do 2 days ago, so he would be one of the best to judge how much her improvement was from the advancement. Do we have high commander rank barrier mage nearby? Karl asked. One of the teachers stepped forward and created a solid wall of magic in front of the students. Ray, if you would kindly stab that one time, Karl requested. Ray moved so fast that half the students couldn't even follow her camouflaged form, and the barrier shattered as her stone-covered leg shot forward. There wasn't even any resistance. The barrier just shattered at the first hit. The teacher just stared at the spot where his barrier used to be. It hadn't even held long enough to slow down Ray's advance. That was the barrier they relied upon to defend against the attacks of the hill giants. And while it was supported by others, it hadn't fallen off during the time they had been here. The teacher shook his head, clearing his thoughts. That's not low royal rank damage. I am guessing that Karl has a number of passive buffs active on his beasts, but I would say it is a little over twice the minimum standard for royal rank. He explained. Karl nodded. Yeah, there are a number of abilities that are always active on them, but I can still increase their speed and damage a bit more. Tank blinked slowly as he did the mental math. Does all of that apply to the golems as well? Yes, but they were already advanced, so they might not have gotten as big of a jump as Ray did. Now that she's caught up to the rank of her golems, we will need to wait for the skill to advance them to the monarch rank before they are that far ahead of her again. Karl explained. A few of the students shuddered at the thought. Royal rank was a dream for most of them. Monarch rank golems were the sort of thing that they made horror movies about. Well, they actually didn't usually make horror movies about things that scary. Most movies used threats that were more relatable, but the idea was the same. All of the others were resting in their spaces as Karl worked to rebuild the energy focus that Ray's advancement had depleted. It was taking longer than expected, as the energy kept leaking out as the spaces tried to balance with Ray's which wouldn't reduce. It was already at a much higher energy level than theirs, so the energy just kept pouring from the transfer to the space itself, the same as had happened at the start before Karl had created the energy focus points in the first place. Well, if there is an attack, I dare say that this flank is now ready to repulse it. But I think we're all eagerly awaiting the results of Commander Karl's imminent advancement. His whole team is showing signs of advancing already, way ahead of schedule. Tell me, is there some secret to it? A hidden skill, a gift that you were given? The barrier mage professor asked. Karl shrugged, while Tessa waved her hand dismissively. Nothing tangible. The oracles said that we had the world dragon's luck when we stuck together, so we signed a contract to spend a year working as a team. Ever since then, things have been both progressing well and becoming increasingly dangerous for us. The teacher nodded in understanding. The oracles have a way of messing with us all. But if they said that it would help you, then it must have. But I could swear that you've got an untested high priestess in the group. That last comment was directed straight at Tessa, who smiled but didn't confirm or deny anything. The students were a bit more eager to see what would happen next. The hill giants did have more royal rank giants to send at them, but most of the time, they avoided the most dangerous spots along the line and attacked the weak spots in the human defense. Now that there was a royal rank defender here, would they actually get even more days off between attacks? That felt like too much to ask for, but there were no signs of an attack today, so perhaps they were going to get a reprieve long enough for them all to recover from the lack of sleep they suffered while the walls were being torn down. The mage class teacher turned to Karl. Can you show me the earth barrier that you said you gained from Ray? I would like to see how strong it is. Karl brought up a wall of stone, placing it in front of the line so that the mages could attack it at will. It wasn't quite as strong as he could make it, closer to 80% power, which wouldn't strain his capabilities, but when the mages began to cast, their spells were only creating chips in the stone, hacking away at it dozens of times before the barrier actually broke. That is truly impressive. How much energy were you adding to that to keep it active? The teacher asked. None. I just created it and left it there. I can put energy in it if you'd like, but I thought that we shouldn't burn too much in case all this showing off attracts trouble. Karl explained. Well, if you can create barriers like that without actively feeding them, I don't think your group has much to fear at this point. Can you create them as an armor layer around someone? Karl cast the spell on Tank, who flexed and struggled for a moment, before raging and blowing the stone apart. I will take that as a yes, but also no. It's certainly not an earth armor spell, it's just a static barrier. The mage laughed. Karl had an idea, though. He created a shield out of the stone and handed it to Tessa, then adjusted the back slots to fit her arm over her armor. If I'm right, a magical stone barrier doesn't have to weigh anything. Karl explained. Tessa nodded. I can feel it on my arm, but it can't weigh more than a quarter kilo. If I was using this as a shield in combat, it would really reduce arm fatigue, and it's renewable, so I wouldn't have to extend a barrier over it to protect my gear. Or Karl could cast it over her shield when he had a moment, so she would have a shield in her hand no matter what. Bob was thinking the same, as he was a defensive warrior, and having a layer that durable over his shield would save him a ton of mana on guard, which was not nearly as mana efficient as higher rank skills like that. From what everyone could tell, the Earth Shield was a Tier 2 ability, with the added benefit of being an innately royal rank skill, with the mana efficiency and durability to match. It was far superior to a common Tier 1 ability used at royal rank, as most elites would do unless they happened to learn an upgraded version. We will have to add it to the tactics for the team. Perhaps you could even make a new helmet for Thor, so he wouldn't have to risk his lightning to headbutt people. Bob suggested. That sounded great to Thor. Everyone loved a good hat. Bob had a very good hat. It even had nice long horns on it. He had to be an expert, in Thor's mind. The shift was a quiet one, with no attackers in sight. But the moment that Karl and his team left the line, things began to get chaotic. Every teacher wanted to know if there were more spell books that Karl could write for them to copy, or if he could teach the skills that Ray had learned directly to other students, the way that the teachers at the academy did for the basics. Karl checked the skill book description for Earth Shield and frowned. Book of Earth Shield, usable by monster, giant, earth element, recipients. Requires 1 earth element gem at commander rank or higher, ground to dust, mixed with powdered gold and commander rank or higher hill giant blood. That was far more detail than he had ever gotten from the ability before, but the book looked like it was far more restrictive as well. Or perhaps it wasn't, as he didn't know the restrictions on the book of Refreshing Lightning. But needing all 3 of those keywords essentially narrowed it down to Ray, who was a giant monster, and had gained the earth element when she advanced to royal rank using hill giant blood. I can make it. If we have a powdered commander rank earth element gem, and powdered gold to mix with commander rank hill giant blood, which I have in reserve. But it can exclusively be used by those who are giant monsters with the earth element. Karl explained. Someone behind Tank began to curse, and Karl distinctly heard the words, "I'm not going through that again," before the man stomped away. Well, that gives us the answer we need. You can wait on the book until you really don't have anything better to do. But if there are other members of your group who can use it, we can get you the supplies. The big berserker suggested. The closest would be Ophelia, but I don't know if she would count as a giant, or if she has any earth element skills, much less an earth element aspect. Karl sighed. Ophelia shook her head. I'm average-sized for a werebear, and that's a nature element transformation, not earth element. The number of people who can use that book will be really limited. I would guess that not even Thor could use it, and he's considered a giant monster by reptile standards. He's more lightning and holy element than earth. It was a shame that they wouldn't be able to share more skills right now, but in the future, Karl would certainly have to donate a copy to the inscriptionists. If someone else got his class, it would be wonderful for them to start with something, even a few skills that were tailored to beasts, so they could get started on the right track. The students from the line sat down to dinner, and the teachers began to filter over to talk to Karl. The same thought was on everyone's mind. How long would it be before the academy had a royal rank student? The government had only ordered the students and faculty from ascended and commander ranks to come here to the hill giant border. So there was a chance that someone might try to steal him away the moment that word spread, but there was also the factor of actually getting to have a royal rank defender on their lines for some time. It would give everyone so much more peace of mind that they might actually start sleeping properly between shifts. Far too many of the students were overtired and strung out from lack of sleep, but too nervous to allow themselves to fall into a deep slumber when there could be an attack at any minute. Even if they were off duty, the royal rank aura seemed to make many of the ascended rank students nervous, so Karl didn't hang around the dining hall for long. Instead, he led the teachers to one of the classroom tents, where they could ask questions to their heart's content. Let's start with the important topics. How is Rey's role in combat going to change with her new abilities? One of the professors, whose voice Karl recognized as the zone commander on the radio, asked. It won't change much. We will have some extra defensive power, and Rey will have more ranged attacks, but her primary duty is usually the defense of the casters, while her golems go forward to fight. Now, if she's not pressed to defend, she will be able to offer more fire support to the team, but her essential role hasn't changed. Karl explained. Will your team need to change tactics to properly work with the new Earth shields? Most of the time, no. We can have Rey create barriers with gaps for them to attack out of, while still being shielded from hostiles. Or, she can grant it to an actual shield, if we're going to do a shield wall formation for them in a larger battle. The zone commander made a quick note and nodded. So, you're thinking of having her create either portable shields or a simple structure with a roof to block attacks from above. That should work, and it would keep the mages safe enough while they fought. Lotus giggled. It would also cut down on sunburn. Bob nodded. She's got a point. They could fight in the shade. Maybe we could get Rey to make them some benches as well, so they could sit and relax as they fired off their spells. A few of the mages laughed, while others just rolled their eyes. Is that how you think of the casters in the back, just lounging around in the shade, firing off spells in support? Morgana asked. Of course not. Right now, you have neither chairs nor shade. But if you did, no, that wouldn't work, would it? You need to make gestures and movements while you cast. It wouldn't be as effective from one of those comfy swinging chairs. Bob realized. Doug shrugged. The swinging chairs would be great for other activities, though. I will have to get Rey to let me have one of them before we change stations. So, we can expect similar tactics from your group, but with some additional defensive capability and more attack power? That is wonderful. Is there any hint as to when the others might advance? The zone commander asked, bringing them back on topic. It should be soon, likely within a month. It might even be within the next few days, but I don't have the experience to say for certain. Karl shrugged. That should be good enough for the evening. We will be in contact tomorrow before your shift, in case we need to balance the forces along the line. The zone commander informed them, then got up and left the room. Forget about that. What's more important is that you can make royal rank defenses for the front line. How many shields do you think that you can do at once? Is there a time limit on the spell? One of the warriors asked. I honestly don't know yet. I haven't had an opportunity to do any experimentation at all, since we got all distracted and just watched Rey show off for our entire shift. It doesn't look like it expires, as Rey's Dome of Stone is still standing out there in front of the line. But it might be gone by morning, and I don't know how many separate spells I can keep active. Karl explained. Well, we will have to test that tomorrow. The sooner, the better, preferably before the hill giants show up again. Someone's red flag comment the night before had definitely been at fault for this morning, Karl decided. He hadn't even gotten to have a morning coffee, much less breakfast, when the alarm sounded with the additional urgent tone that said hill giants were attacking and closing quickly. Everyone was headed out at the same moment, running across the camp or riding on the beasts to save time. A lot of time in the case of Lotus and Rey, who had just realized that she could continually shadow step with an attached cleric, as long as Lotus didn't fall off. The basic requirement for shadow step was that at least half of your body had to be in the shadows. Most rogues accomplished that with a swirl of their cloak. Rey accomplished it either with earth magic or with Lotus cloak billowing across her back. It worked out splendidly for them, and they were in place within seconds, shocking the elites who were already in place. Only, it wasn't the same group they were used to. Their shift was mostly there, but both of the other shifts had been cut by over half and replaced with regular infantry, guided by white robes from the church. Lotus realized immediately why that would be. They had Rey here now, and Karl was getting very close to advancing. So, they didn't need as many strong elites on the right flank anymore. They did get Bob and Doug as permanent additions, as far as Lotus could tell, as they were still headed in her direction, and Morgana was coming as well. But there were far more white robes in the pike line than she remembered. Lotus waved happily at the nervous soldiers, who calmed a bit upon seeing the strange duo behind their ranks. Everyone had heard the rumors, and if they had a royal rank beast with them, then they should be fine, no matter what was coming. Karl arrived 30 seconds later, to a smug smile from Ray and Lotus, and a warm welcome from the other elites, who were eager to see the new and improved Ray in action. Karl jogged in front of the line and turned back to address the new arrivals. I see plenty of fresh faces in the line today, so this should be easy. I need everyone to raise their shields. Karl called out. Those who could hear him responded immediately, and Karl split. Earth shield, over 50 tall metal kite shields, giving them all a layer of royal rank earth magic. Then he repeated the task as he jogged down the line to the end of their sector, where another team's defensive magic took over. Perfect. That should take the first few hits for you. Just trust in your shields and keep your pikes up to halt the charge. He shouted. Sir, yes, sir. The soldiers responded in unison. Tessa and the others on Thor arrived soon after. The war cleric assessed the enhanced shields with a trained eye and then cast her combat buffs, bringing the telltale golden glow to the pikes and the armor of the soldiers and elites on the front line. It was only a small change from the usual routine, adding Karl enhancing the shields, easily completed before the hill giants were in range. Hawk could see them, though. They were charging forward, and there was a large group of commanders coming toward the right flank, the same sort of tactic that Karl and his team used to take down royal rank giants in the past. If they were as good at assassination techniques as the humans were, Karl would be concerned, but an extra 20 commanders wasn't a huge deal. They were more than a little short on teachers as well, Karl noticed. The three with his team were the only ones assigned to this whole section, when normally there would be at least 6 or 7. Then one last team came jogging their way, gunblue armor highlighting the white of their church robes. Like Bob, they were all heavily armored warriors, and like Bob, they all had magnificently ridiculous helmets on. Princess Ray, commanders, we have been sent here by the clergy to ensure your safety. Special Forces Team 808 reporting. The man in the lead position announced. There were 3 men and 2 women in the team, all nearly identically dressed. Or perhaps one was an exceptionally slender male. It was hard to tell with the robes and the practical armor. But one was clearly female, as her chest plate's curve made it very evident that she required additional clearance. What is your specialty? We will get you placed. Karl replied while Ray strutted about in joy. They had addressed her first. Not only that, but they had called her princess. These were obviously the elite of the elite, with their impeccable judgment and refined tastes. We are all magical knights. Commander rank mages trained in heavy combat. The team leader informed them. Dana gave them a curious look, and the woman on the right flank lifted her visor to give her a wink. Why would you train mages in heavy combat? Dana asked curiously. We've got the best barriers, we've got offensive magic, but what is the weakness of the average mage? They're squishy and don't do well in close combat. Our training negates that disadvantage. Would you like to learn it? I read in your file that you have a nullification barrier, and an advanced barrier skill is one of the application requirements to be considered for a placement. The Special Forces woman replied, Hey, no stealing my Dana mage. But I do agree, it could be useful to her to learn your techniques. Karl replied, half-jokingly, Then watch and learn. The first thing will be learning the sword, which takes time, but we have a cheat for that if you're serious about learning. You can decide after the battle whether you want to try. The woman replied, ignoring Karl to talk to Dana. The sound of hill giant war horns sounded in the distance, and Karl saw a group of 30 commanders break off, moving further from the flank and separating themselves from the main charge. That looks like they're challenging you. 100%. Bob noted. Yeah, I suppose that we should go give them what for. Ray, why don't you show off your stone throwing here while the golems come with us? Small stones at high speed should either break or stop the incoming boulders. Karl suggested. Anti-aircraft spider. Ray replied confused. Anti-aircraft spider. Then you can stab whatever makes it to the lines. Karl confirmed. Karl led the group out from the flank, accompanied by the Special Forces team, to add some numbers to their 8-person squad. With the golems, it was 15, which was a nice round number. Half of what the enemy had sent, and enough that they could hold a defensive formation. The Special Forces team moved to the front, and Karl watched as they extended their blades into long-bladed spears with a spell. That was a handy ability, and it gave them the additional reach that they needed to fight a target as large as the hill giants. Karl brought up his full suite of buffs, causing Thor and the golems to surge in size, while increasing in speed. On my mark, Karl called as he prepared Earth Shield on the last few shields, as well as Thor's head, and added 5 layers of flaming body to his maul. Using his enhanced strength, he lunged forward over the heads of the magical knights and shattered the club of his targeted hill giant. The maul was still moving forward, and Karl reactivated the spell stack as he slammed the oversized hammer down on the giant's shoulder. The hill giant crumpled to his knees, and the spider golems leapt into action, starting toward the back flanks of the attackers. Before Karl had even landed, the knights were in combat. They had used a movement skill much like the spell blades did to compensate for their lack of supernatural strength, and their blades were a blur as the spears tore into the giants. Thor charged beside Karl as he rode the wounded giant to the ground before using Rend to slice its neck open with a wave of his hand. Then it was on to the next one as the warriors pushed forward and Dana's spells whistled overhead. The knights were using mage spells, Karl could see, but they were using them at point-blank range as a counterpoint to their weapon attacks. It was an incredibly aggressive fighting style for a defensive warrior, but their enhanced speed was making it work. Morgana's corruption spell was rotting away the attackers and slowing their movements, while a sudden blizzard turned everything more than 20 meters away to a wall of white. That might be a lot for humans, but for the hill giants, who were all over 5 meters tall, it made actually fighting more than a little problematic. They could only see what was happening to the fighters closest to them, and those further away were blurry, making it hard to pick out the targets. Karl caught on quickly and equipped his furry white cloak, causing the outline of his form to appear blurry in the snow as he continued his assault. The Special Forces team were already in white, but the change made Bob stand out even more in his silver and black attire. Fireballs shot up from totems placed on the ground to the side of the group, where the giants would have to expose their flanks or backs to get rid of them, and Remy slithered out to wait between Lotus and Dana while she fired her chain lightning and alternated locations for her totems. Surge attack, the Knights' leader announced as they moved in unison to retreat within the team's formation. Karl wasn't sure what that meant, but he brought up a lattice of Earth Shield as a dome over the elites anyhow. A barrage of boulders slammed into the stone, which shimmered with magic as the knights added their shields to the mix, and then the stone crumbled, allowing the boulders to bounce off the magical shields. Karl didn't wait for the barrage to finish. He switched to his blade and moved back into the fray, slicing into the giants as the golems kept up their attack speed. They were so nimble that the hill giants hadn't managed to actually kill them or even seriously injure them yet, despite trying to surround them. The increase in combat power shouldn't have been all that large, Karl thought, but Ray had gained a level, and that increased the bonus from the buffs she got from Karl. Those buffs passed along to the golems, and it was definitely noticeable. They also seemed to be a bit smarter than they were before, and their techniques were evolving. They were not just attacking, but they were also darting between legs, climbing up armor to jump between targets, and generally acting more like spiders. They were not just a menace, but a nuisance, frustrating the hill giants with their erratic movements and their tactics that seemed to have no rhyme or reason. A spider's primary goal was not to deal maximum damage at all times, as the golems had been doing before. A spider's primary goal was to not get squished while they were hunting. A spider's primary goal was not to deal maximum damage at all times, as the golems had been doing before. A spider's primary goal was to not get squished while they were hunting. Don't put your webs where they will get directly rained on, and don't get squished on your way to the food. That was the spider way. So, they crawled from target to another, stabbing, biting, and occasionally even killing. Karl thought that the total damage they were doing wasn't any lower, but the chaos that they caused among the hill giants was much higher now. He couldn't even blame them. A giant spider with razor blades for legs running under your groin or crawling up your back had to be nerve-wracking. Isn't he afraid of anything? Karl heard one of the knights asking as they rejoined the battle. Certainly not the hill giants, that is for certain. Dana laughed. The knights laughed as they surged forward around Karl to engage the hill giants. Most of the giants were already wounded and bleeding profusely from the lacerate, enhanced wounds inflicted by the spider golems. Fighting against the unconventional tactics of the elites was forcing the hill giants to get creative with their magic. Just like Karl had done on the pike-lined shields, they were reinforcing their armor with barriers that forced everyone to aim for the joints, which couldn't be armored over with an inflexible layer of stone. It was slowing the casualties, but the hill giants were slowing with pain and blood loss that was faster than they could heal. Karl switched back to his maul. If they were going to put up barriers to frustrate the arrows, he would just have to use his handy-dandy barrier removal tool. A giant went flying off into the blizzard as Karl's hit struck the center of a giant's chest, shattering the commander rank barrier and the armor plating behind it with a stacked chain lightning attack that spread through the remnants of the force. The blizzard tore at every barrier and bit of exposed flesh, slowing the giants even as the lightning burned through their nerves. The hill giants were losing the battle, and they hadn't even realized yet that they were being corralled. The spider golems had moved to the back while the knights went left, and Ophelia joined Bob on the right. None of them could see far enough to realize that they no longer had any way out, and their instructions to each other were directly contradictory, as every giant was facing a different direction. Dana and Morgana cut down the two in front of Karl, and when he advanced, he found himself in the middle of the giant's circle, with every back to him. A maul strike to the back of a skull set him up to leap across to another unprotected head, then a third swing down onto a shoulder, causing a third giant's axe to fall to the ground and leaving it defenseless. "Remy, you can end the snowstorm. They're all dead," Karl announced once nothing was moving, and he could see all of his team's melee fighters. The blizzard faded, and they were treated to the spectacle of Ray in full anti-projectile mode, shooting down every boulder within 100 meters of her position. Not even the anti-aircraft guns were that effective, and her small stones were hitting the larger stones hard enough to drop them to the ground short of the pike line, while the ascended rank boulders shattered outright. She was standing on top of a plinth of stone, clear for everyone to see, and taunting the hill giants, whose ranged offensive had been completely nullified on this flank. "Has she always been that dramatic?" one of the knights asked. Lotus giggled, and Doug rolled his eyes. "You haven't seen anything yet. Just wait until she really gets rolling. Right now is like the preview to Ray being dramatic." Tessa nodded. "You weren't here for the day that she strung up and crucified a royal rank hill giant to taunt the rest of the army into attacking, were you? That was dramatic. Or the day that she sent the spider golems through the ascended rank giants, maiming hundreds of them in 15 minutes without killing anyone." The male knight nodded. "Got it. Ray likes to make a statement. Are any of the others quite so fond of attention?" Karl looked back at where Thor was getting his head ridge scratched by Tessa and Doug. "Yes and no. Thor loves attention. All the attention, all the time. But not in a dramatic way. He's just a people person." Lotus nodded in agreement. "A lightning Sero is a pack animal, and he doesn't like being separated from his makeshift pack. Thor is definitely the cuddliest personality in the group." Karl turned the group toward the rest of the hill giants, which were forming up for a charge on the humans now that Ray had blocked their boulder barrage. They weren't going to sit and wait for the humans to compile a full attack force like the last time they were here. So, they charged, but so did Karl, which forced the end of the line to turn and face him instead of the pike line. He could feel the power building in the air as he attacked, but Karl dismissed it as something that the hill giants were working on. If he could kill enough of them, the group spell would collapse, and that would be the end of it. With haste activated, Karl left the rest of the group behind, except for the spider golems, which accompanied him into the hill giant lines. The trio hacked limbs off the ascended giants and left them wounded as they headed for the commanders. It was the same tactic that the spider golems had used, but plus Karl, and the hill giants still had no good answer for it. They threw up spikes of stone, but they moved too slowly, and Karl either stepped around them or cut them down as he passed by. They threw stones, but ascended rank attacks only bounced off his barriers if they even hit their target. The rest of the group was shouting something, but Karl couldn't make it out over the sound of combat. They were close, and his peripheral vision said they were holding their own with nobody injured. He would just slow down a bit and let them regroup. Then Ray was beside Karl, adding a fourth member to their team, and making him jog to keep up with the tide of casualties caused by the trio of spiders. "You couldn't hold back anymore, could you?" Karl laughed. They stopped throwing rocks. In the distance, The hill giants broke and ran as another group charged forward of the line. It looked like Karl's aggressive tactics were rubbing off on some of the other commanders, and the hill giants were not happy about it. But even though the hill giants were retreating, the sense of growing power around Karl wasn't subsiding. "Karl, stay exactly where you are and don't move," one of the magic knights warned. Karl stopped, wondering if he had triggered some sort of magical trap, maybe a landmine. But when he did, he saw what the others had been trying to warn him about while he was fighting. There was a swirling in the air, a distortion caused by some sort of magic, and it wasn't anything that he recognized. The effect was beginning to condense, making it impossible to see out of the distortion, but from Hawk's information, he knew that there was a small group of commander-rank giants rushing their way. Even if he was trapped in this spot for a second, the golems could handle that in under a minute. Then, reality seemed to twist, and Karl felt like he was falling, being thrown through a void that none of his enhanced senses could penetrate, a space where even time didn't seem to exist. Then it all stopped, and he found himself looking at his own image standing in front of him, perfectly lifelike, but frozen in time. "Welcome to the first advancement trial. Please select your desired reward," appeared in the air over the mannequin of himself. It was creepy. The image even had the small tear in his white cloak and the fresh blood that he had gotten during the fight. 6 boxes appeared on the ground around his image. 3 of them silver with diamonds, 2 larger golden boxes studded with rubies, and 1 tiny closed chest made of rich purple crystal. That one was wrapped in black chains that gave off a soft shadow, as if actively restraining the contents of the chest. Karl circled the ring of chests to see his options. The 3 silver chests all contained simply bound skill books sitting face down on stacks of coins. The golden chests both had multiple ornate skill books with their spines up, so Karl could read them. Divine Nullification Barrier, Titanic Wrath, Tectonic Shift, Rebirth. Each of the spell books was an upgraded version of a spell that either one of his beasts or someone in the group specialized in. Under the books were bundles wrapped in cloth, and hints of golden coins and gems. There had to be a catch. Nobody would choose a lower reward without an excellent reason, so why give the choice? Karl got the sense that he was being watched as he stepped up to the last box. It was pretty, but tiny. What could it contain that needed to be chained up like that? He definitely shouldn't want that reward. He didn't even know what was in the box. But if he didn't know what was in the box, it could be anything, right? The announcement overhead said that this was called the first advancement trial. So, the rewards should be related to improving the power of the system and advancing his skills, which made it seem a bit odd that the rewards didn't seem to be for him. They were mostly for his group members. Perhaps he was choosing for everyone on the team? Trials and dungeons were supposed to be grand group adventures, where everyone got rewards, but they were done as a team. Karl had never heard of them listing rewards in advance, but most of the real information was classified, and what was spread was rumors and bard stories. If he was choosing for the whole group, then none of the chests was perfect as an option. 5 of them didn't contain enough for everyone to get an equal share, while the last one had unknown contents. Is there some sort of guide? Can I learn if I'm picking for everyone or just for myself? Karl asked, speaking aloud in the strange staging area, but nothing answered. Well, there wasn't anything else to go on in here, so Karl closed his eyes and focused on the mental flame in the void, as Brother Chun had taught him to meditate and clear his mind. Once he was certain he was thinking clearly, Karl opened his eyes again and examined the boxes once more before rubbing his dragon scale pendant for luck and touching the purple crystal chest. Choose Tier 3 difficulty for epic rank reward. Y/N. The words in the air helped set Karl's mind at ease. Perhaps the rewards weren't a direct choice, but a representation of what you might get upon completion. That meant that there were 3 difficulty levels to the test, and this should be the highest. Yes. Beginning Stage 1, Epic Rank Individual Trial. The scene changed again, and Karl was standing on what looked like the battlefield that he had just left. Only both armies were gone, and it was just him plus his beasts. Thor stomped around the battlefield, happy to be returned to Karl's side after an extended stay in the void, while Ray quickly summoned her golems and prepared for a fight. Randomly showing up in new places had to mean a fight. It wasn't like she needed to be rescued, so it must be a reward for being the killiest. I don't think that is a word, Karl informed her. It should be. Trial starts in 5 seconds. In the distance, The battlefield began to change, and a horde of violet-skinned demons formed, with one massive four-armed leader standing among them. I wonder if they taste good. Hawk wondered. The small ones are kind of skinny. I might be able to eat them in one piece. Remy agreed. They were only 1.5 meters tall, half her length, so in theory it might be possible. But even then, that would be a huge object for a snake her size to try to get in their mouth. The demons were already in motion, and they were insanely fast, nearly twice as fast as the haste-enhanced spider golems. Karl quietly cursed and wondered why he had picked the epic difficulty. That trial announcement wasn't kidding. If he defeated this group, it was going to be epic, and it was only stage 1. Karl was about to issue orders when suddenly the largest demon appeared in front of him, all 4 arms swinging blades at him. He brought up Earth Shield as a wall of stone and jumped backwards as the blades cut deep into the obstacle. A kick from the demon shattered the damaged barrier, and it came after him again. Ray, send the golems to assist me while the rest of you take care of the little things. Karl instructed. Remy climbed up on Thor's back to take Tessa's usual spot and began to hurl chain lightning into the crowd. The small demons scorched black with the damage, and when Hawk sent his fireballs after the lightning, multiple demons died, stumbling and falling face down as their momentum carried them forward. We've got this, Thor declared, confident that they could keep the large numbers away from the leader. Yeah, boss. We will fry the purple food, while you argue with the guy who thinks he can be as stabby as Ray. Remy agreed. Karl spun his blade, parrying a round of attacks as the spider golems attacked. One landed a solid hit on a shoulder, but the other took a blade across a leg for minor damage. Then, pain seared through Karl's arm, and Hawk screeched in annoyance. The damage spreads. If it hits one of us, it hits everyone. The bird complained. That was the most brutally overpowered skill that Karl had ever heard of. Area attacks were bad enough, but they usually spread their damage across a large area, doing a little to many targets. This skill appeared to deal full damage from a sword strike to everything nearby. The big demon smiled as it realized that Karl understood the effect of its skill, then launched a flurry of attacks at him, just aiming to do a little damage with every blade, not to land a single hit kill. It didn't have to. If it wounded him a little bit every time, it would wear the whole team down. The demon was double-jointed, and it could attack behind its back nearly as well as towards its front, leaving it with a minimal blind spot and no real defenseless side for the golems to take advantage of. But refreshing lightning helped Karl's team heal, and the damage was already fading. 4 more strikes made their way past Karl's defense in the next 2 seconds, and he realized that refreshing lightning wouldn't be enough for long. Skill points 11. That was enough to get something, Karl hoped. There were attack skills, but that wouldn't help much in the race to defeat this insane demon, and they might be too expensive. Defensive skills. 10 points. Barrier. Erects a barrier over the caster or targeted beast. 10 points. Bestial regeneration. Increases the target's healing rate to the level of a Tier 1 regenerating beast. 10 points. Refresh. Constantly restores stamina. That was better than nothing. 10 points spent. Bestial regeneration acquired. Karl quickly cast the spell on every member of his team as he retreated, and the spider golems did their best not to take additional damage. Tier 3 defensive skill available. Trollish regeneration, 20 points. Tier 3 skills activate on Beastmaster and all active beasts. If only he had the points available for that right now. Karl missed another parry, and a blade cut through both barriers to sink into his side, but the wound closed within seconds, and the pain vanished. That was much better, but Tessa was going to murder him when she saw his armor after this fight. The spider golems attacked low, aiming for the leg joints, and the demonic boss stumbled. That was Karl's opportunity. He let his blade vanish into his mind, and leapt forward to pin the demon's upper arms under his own as he wrapped his legs around its chest. The creature's face showed pure shock, and then something that was almost rage, but with a heavy dose of admiration as spider golems hammered deep holes into his back. It spat up purple blood, then tossed Karl across the battlefield with its lower arms before dropping its blades and turning on the golems. It was faster with its claws than it had been with the blades, and even if the scratches mostly weren't getting through the earth shield on the golem's limbs, it was still doing fairly steady amounts of damage. But it was also bleeding heavily from its back, and lacerate was preventing it from healing normally. Karl used every bit of his enhanced strength as he launched himself back into battle with his maul in his hands. It might be impossible to land a proper hit with the oversized weapon, but he didn't need to. Any contact would activate the layered skills, so he just needed the demon to catch the head of the weapon. Karl made his first swing, which the demon easily dodged. Then he kicked the haft of the maul, changing its direction and sending it toward the target. The demon laughed as it caught the slow-moving weapon with a black barrier over its hand. The barrier shattered as flames spread out from the maul, burning the arm to a charred husk, burned nearly down to the bone. It howled in rage as it retreated, arm hanging limp, but slowly regenerating. The demon was slowing down, but Karl didn't trust that. It had intelligence in its eyes. It could be placing a trap, looking for a sudden reversal. The golems circled behind it again, forcing the target to watch 3 directions at once. Then they all attacked in unison. This time, it took 3 of its blades out so it didn't have to block Karl's weapon with its hands. But Karl stopped the strike short and hit it in the face with a cast, chain lightning, instead. The change startled the monster so much that it turned its head away, causing its block to miss a round of attacks from the golems. That distraction cost it another arm, plus a deep slice across its throat. It was now pouring blood from both new wounds, and the demon stumbled a little as it turned to fend off the golems. That put its back to Karl, who pounded the maul into its spine, leaving a deeply burnt crater in its back and causing the demon to collapse into a pile of motionless limbs. As Ray had trained them, the golems relieved the demon of its head, which immediately vanished as the scenario ended, leaving Karl standing in an empty field again. First advancement trial, Stage 1 complete. Stage 2 begins in 10 seconds. Seriously? Karl muttered as he saw the notification. But the notification seemed to be serious, as the world around them was changing, morphing into a large cavern, similar to the one where the dark elven city had been located, except that it was filled with glowing green pools of what Karl could only assume was toxic goo. This place does not look fun. Not even being green makes it look better, Thor noted. At first, there didn't seem to be any opponents here at all. They were just standing in a toxic field. Then the monsters began to appear, walking up out of the glowing pools, a shambling wave of toxic sludge-covered zombies. Hawk immediately began pelting them with fireballs, while Remy brought up a blizzard, hoping to freeze them so they would stop advancing. For a moment, it seemed like it was going to work, and the zombies ground to a halt before a new boss appeared in the center of the largest puddle and began to cast spells, causing the downed zombies to regenerate while summoning more of them. The boss didn't look all that impressive, just a sludge-covered zombie woman in a black dress, but the shining black eyes weren't vacant, and everyone in the group could feel the power of its magic. Those pools will be an issue. Ray, can you send the golems to deal with the boss? Either kill it or lure it out into the open where we can fight it properly. Karl instructed. Ice didn't seem to kill the zombies. They just froze for a bit and then started moving again. Setting them on fire was much more effective, whether it was fire or lightning that burned them. Once their head was destroyed, they would die, Karl noticed, right before Ray came up with a zombie hunting strategy. Firing small stones, half the size of their heads, caused the skulls to burst like melons and killed the zombies reliably in a single shot. They were weak, but it was beginning to look like they were endless, and they just kept coming out of the pools as the old bodies vanished. The golems reached the boss, lunging forward with their forelimbs, but the creature simply dove into a pool and appeared from another. For a split second, the golems were confused. Then they began to chase the boss around, hunting it relentlessly as it continued to run away. For a while the game of whack-a-zombie seemed pointless. Then one of the golem's limbs managed to catch on the zombie queen's dress and throw her away from the pools. The panic was immediate, as the zombie forces turned to rush at the golems, and the zombie queen tried to make it to another pool. Ray, shadow stepped closer and surrounded the boss with a circular wall of stone, then repeatedly smashed the contents with a boulder from the top. Well, that's a bit messy, Remy noted when she realized that the spider was essentially mashing the zombie queen. Hawk, go light the remains on fire, just to be sure, Karl added. The tube was engulfed in an inferno as Hawk burned the remains, and the zombies lost their guiding force, returning to a shambling horde that was more interested in the living things at Karl's end of the instance than defending anything. First advancement trial, stage 2 complete. Karl sighed in relief as he realized that this instance had actually favored his team. If he was a warrior who had to chase the boss through the toxic sludge, or a mage who had to dodge the zombies, it would have been a nightmare. But being able to control the zombies while the golems hunted the boss made it a relatively painless experience. For some time, the instance didn't change, and Karl just waited. A bit of time to recover between fights seemed like the reasonable thing for a trial to provide, but it was unlikely to give him long. 5 minutes was what it granted this time, and then Karl found himself standing in a sand floor coliseum. This time he was not alone. The rest of his team was standing with him, including the 5 Special Forces Knights. Only, they were all transparent, as if they were the mannequins that he had seen at the start of the trial. 2 minutes later, Tessa's placeholder turned solid, then became rather battered and covered in green blood before there was a flash of golden light, and it began to move. Dragons, what the hell are we going to have to do now? She muttered. I'm not certain, but it's good to see that you made it. Karl replied. Oh, is that really you? Why are you here first? Karl shrugged. I guess I finished the first 2 trials fastest. What did you get? A massive black skeletal knight and a horde of orcs. I picked one of the silver chests. What did you pick? Let me guess, you kept closing the gold chests until you got a set of skills you liked. She replied. Closing them to get a new set of rewards was an option? I picked the purple one. Tessa rolled her eyes. Do you not remember the last trials we were in? Picking the easiest option is the safest way forward. But how did it never occur to you that you could close the chests? The first one I touched was the purple one, and it asked me if I wanted to start an epic trial. Tessa nodded. That must have been a tier 3 trial, with a random set of rewards. Of course, you couldn't resist the urge to touch the box that was clearly and obviously not meant to be safe to handle. One after another, the others arrived, none of them looking too badly injured, and in Dana's case, she even had refreshing lightning still active. The only one missing was Lotus, and Karl began to wonder if something had happened to the little nature priestess. For half an hour, they waited, with no sign of her hologram changing. Then, it suddenly shifted, and a startled Lotus was in front of them, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Oh, hey guys, what's going on? She asked. We've been waiting on you to finish your trials. Karl reminded her. Trials? Oh, they're starting already? I was playing with the box. Did you know that the contents change if you close the lid? Tessa stared at her for a few seconds before anyone spoke. Are you saying that you've been playing with the box for the last hour, and you never did the first trials? The war cleric asked her lifelong friend. Lotus just shrugged. Well, that's one way to do it. I guess there is a time limit. But the rest of us are on trial number 3. Tessa explained. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize it was a group thingy. All right, what are we doing? Is it a gladiator tournament? Karl shrugged. It looks like it, but I don't know yet. Nothing was happening while we waited for everyone to arrive. There were just those transparent mannequins holding our places until we all finished our trials. Team Trial 3 begins in 10 seconds. Modified difficulty increased for incomplete trials. Epic difficulty chosen. Who picked epic? The leader of the knights asked. Dana gestured toward Karl. Isn't it obvious? Karl did the epic version of the first 2 trials. Now we all get to do the epic version of the team trial. In my defense, I didn't know that there was going to be a team event at the end. Karl responded. It was too late to change anything about it now, even though they were going to have to face extra enemies at epic difficulty, because he had let the intrusive thoughts win and Lotus spend an hour just playing with the boxes. Across the arena from them, a 4-armed giant with shining golden armor over black robes appeared. The monstrous creature stood nearly 10 meters tall, and Karl wondered how exactly they were expected to deal real damage to that. Its lower legs were heavily armored, and that was all that they could conveniently reach, while the rest of it was not showing any bare skin at all. Even its face was covered by a golden helmet. It looks like a mage special to me, Tessa noted. There were soft joints, where the armor appeared to be leather, but none of those were in easy reach of the team, except for the mages, who had better ranged combat abilities. So this is what a modified difficulty epic boss looks like, Lotus announced, enthralled with the appearance of a creature that she had never seen before. Now, we just need to find a way to defeat it because the fight is starting. Karl reminded her as the timer ran out. When the timer ended, the giant began to move, and the group scattered. Bob and Ophelia were headed forward, looking for an opening they could reach, while the Magic Knights were stepping through the sky to hurl blade attacks at the massive target. Ray created a web to pull herself up into the bleachers, away from the main fight, and then hurled a boulder the size of a medicine ball at the four-armed giant. The impact left a deep dent in the golden armor, and Karl smiled as he realized that while it was a deadly opponent, it was still commander rank. It also wasn't double-jointed, and when the spider golems got on its back, it had to sweep up with a club to knock them free, which wasn't nearly as deadly for them as the fast purple demon had been. Ray, make a web net all around the arena for the knights and golems to fight from. Karl instructed as he realized what the most effective tactic was likely to be. If they couldn't reach from the ground, they wouldn't fight from the ground. Ray worked fast and made a loose net all around the arena out of super stretchy royal rank silk rope. The fighters could land on that, grab it with a free hand, and then use it as a springboard to jump at the giant when they saw an opening. Bob had superhuman strength, the same as Karl, and the knights could walk on air, so it was an easy way for them to rest between attacks, and blows from the Titans' clubs wouldn't easily ruin it. Karl tested the theory by taking a run toward the wall and jumping up on a completed section, then leaping off as he rebounded. It launched him toward the giant's lower right arm, which was hastily withdrawn to let Karl's blade crash into an enormous club. The chain lightning still spread through the creature's body as Karl fell to the ground, thrown well clear of the stomping feet by the impact. Not exactly optimal for Karl, who had plenty of his own ranged attacks, but good enough that everyone else saw what he was going for without having to announce it out loud. Once they all knew, Karl switched back to his bow and began aiming for the vulnerable joints. That was surprisingly easy on a target this large, especially when it was being swarmed by fighters who wanted to attack from close range and tortured by spells from their mages. One massive target against a team of 13 wasn't much of a fair fight, but the first time that one of the giant's clubs made contact, Karl realized it might not be as lopsided as he had thought. A flick of the wrist caught one of the knights across the chest, caving in his armor and sending him rocketing across the arena. If it was not for the stretchy net that Ray had created, his journey would have ended with a splat against the stone seating. But instead he bounced off and fell to the ground, coughing blood before falling unconscious. Doug was at his side within seconds, engulfing him in a wave of green healing magic and peeling his armor open, so the chest cavity could be healed. With the dented plate in place, the repairs couldn't be made, and the knight wasn't conscious to remove it himself. Doug gave a thumbs up to the group as he finished the emergency work and dragged the knight into an alcove along the arena's wall, where he was unlikely to be hit by any more attacks. Bob was their next casualty, when a club shattered his arm and destroyed his shield, sending him into the net right above his brother, who caught him on the way down and placed him gently on the ground. The target was bleeding profusely from what looked like 100 different wounds, but they were still closing, despite the effects of lacerate, and the battle was grinding on, with the human team slowly losing energy. Thor wasn't certain what to do. He couldn't charge, the giant was too big. He just had to stand there with Tessa on his back and keep the buffs up on everyone. Being the support was important, proud work, but he did like it so much better when he could smash things. Karl aimed high, trying to distract the giant with chain lightning to the face, but with pure dumb luck, the first arrow flew straight through the gap in the visor, impaling one of the giant's eyes and sending electricity crackling across the helmet. It flailed wildly, now blind on one side, and the knights moved to take advantage. A flurry of spells hit the giant's blind side, crippling 2 of its limbs and tearing great chunks from its armor. From there, the end was clear, or so they thought. The giant surged with power, and a wave of force erupted from its body, throwing everyone away and shattering most of their barriers. The shockwave raced toward Karl, who was between the giant and Doug, who was still working on Bob's arm. Karl brought up Earth Shield as a wall, hoping to deflect the worst of the damage and keep the healer safe, but it didn't last long, shattered to rubble by the force of the blast. Everyone was at ground level now, and the giant looked like it would collapse at any second, but the power was surging again. Golems, remove the head. It's trying to self-destruct, Karl instructed. Ray summoned a new pair and began building little stone domes over the groups of elites on the ground, as Karl retreated to Doug's side to do the same for the wounded. The air trembled with power as the next eruption peaked, and then it was gone, as were all the stone barriers and other spell effects, leaving the group standing in an empty coliseum. First advancement trial complete. Calculating rewards. Many of the group members had assumed that they would get the reward they had chosen at the start, the one in the chest, so they wondered what there was to calculate, unless it was an additional reward for the team effort. But that thought was secondary to most of them, as their armor was heavily damaged, and every bone in their body was either broken or aching after that area attack. It was a good thing that the battles were over because they were going to need more than a few minutes to recover, even with the 2 healing specialty clerics on hand to assist Thor's refreshing lightning. Reward calculated. Enhanced epic rank team, trial successful. 10% bonus added to all rewards. Everyone stared at the reward announcement, visible in the air above the arena's sand. A 10% bonus for a third trial? Somehow, I feel a bit cheated. Bob sighed as he gingerly flexed the fingers on his freshly repaired arm. Then, the awards appeared. In front of each of the members, except Lotus, sat 2 silver chests, 1 small purple box, and a leather bag. Lotus only had the purple box and a smaller bag. Oh, it's 10% on top of the epic reward for the third trial. I take back any and all criticisms I might have been thinking. Bob amended. Lotus giggled. I don't think it counts if you only take it back after you got the reward. The silver chests were quickly opened, and Lotus sighed as she realized that her fun playing with the boxes meant that she didn't actually get them in the end. But she did get a pretty purple one, and that was the one that she hadn't dared to mess with in the waiting room. Now, there was no chain around it, but she waited with Karl while the others opened their chests and removed a pair of skill books, plus a load of coins and gems. There were no magical rings or other items in there, only precious metals and gems, but the skill books were the real treasures. There was one in each silver chest, and both were different skills. Only, there didn't seem to be any organization as to who got what skill, as Karl could see that Dana had a blade skill and a combat form, while Ophelia had a druid-type dire bear transformation spell and a toxic claw skill. On second thought, a berserk terror, enhanced dire bear was a terrifying thought. They made warbears look like they were half-grown to start with, and with the additional size from the skill, she would be nearly as large as Thor's regular size. 2 of the knights looked at the books in their stack and then reached out to trade them, but the moment that someone else's hand touched them, they reappeared in their original chest. That is unusual. Does that mean we're intended to learn what we were given? Morgana asked as she looked at the toxic swamp and painful gaze spells that she had been given. None of the skills were extremely rare or powerful, as expected from the silver chest, which had displayed only books with simple covers. However, none of them were skills that the user already had. Dana activated her 2 books, and they vanished as she grinned like a madwoman. Now, I just need to learn some movement skills, and I will be able to fight like the knights. Learning combat forms from a book is so much better than doing it the conventional way, she declared. When he looked at it that way, Karl realized that it was not giving them skills that should help with their current talents, but ones that would help shape them in the future. It seemed that Dana would become more of a battle mage, while Ophelia was treading the path of the druid, with a transformation that was becoming even more bestial. Open your first 2 boxes, and let's see what the epic trials granted you as a bonus. Tessa demanded. That made sense, as everyone would be able to open their last box at the same time, so Lotus wouldn't be left out at the end. Karl carefully flipped open the lid on the first small box as Doug made a drum roll on the metal plates of Bob's armor. Karl opened the first chest, and the amethyst box vanished in a burst of golden holy light, leaving behind an ornate skill book. Book of Evolution. Permanently causes any bonded pet to evolve into a Form 1 rank higher than when the skill is used. Usable once per beast, some materials may be required. That was a skill that was in Karl's skill tree, for a whopping 50 points, 5 times what it had cost him to get bestial regeneration. He had been intending to work toward it for some time, as it would be the most important possible skill to allow his beasts to break their limits and reach levels above royal, but the price was ridiculous. That skill? Holy crap, Bob muttered. Knight? If it wasn't once per beast, it would be world-breaking. but even this will be huge. This is a skill that I saw as available to my class in another trial, but I hadn't managed to obtain it. Karl explained, not wanting to get sidetracked with an in-depth discussion of how the system appeared to him. Karl opened the book, and it vanished, leaving him with a new skill and real options to keep his beasts advancing, even if their power stalled. Alright, so the silver chest is one skill and some loot. The epic chest is an overpowered skill. It looks like we're all in luck today, Tessa noted as Karl prepared to open the next chest. The same golden light flashed from the chest when Karl opened the second epic rank reward, and again, there was a skill book. The book vanished in Karl's hands the moment he thought of opening it, and a second skill appeared in his mind. Bestial Raiment grants the user armor suitable to their current environment. The armor will be of epic quality and of their current rank. I wonder what sort of standard epic quality is. He asked. What do you mean? Doug asked. The skill is Bestial Raiment, or beast armor for us less fancy folk. It creates armor at my rank of epic quality. Karl explained, then switched armor from his battered main gear to the suit provided by the spell. What he got was a mostly black scale bodysuit, with hard chitin plates over all the vital areas, and a black and white tabard hanging over the top, the colors split vertically. As he recalled, Prince Corbin had said in the dungeon that those tabards were the mark of the Darklight host, the ancient cult or religious organization, depending on who you asked, that followed the world dragon. Karl shifted and found that the scales moved like the softest of silk, flowing with his body, while the plates were as secure as if they were attached to him, not shifting or bouncing at all as he moved. It's comfortable, I will give it that much. He explained as he examined the armor itself to see the bonuses that it would grant him. There were unfamiliar stats among them, number bonuses to strength, constitution, and agility instead of percentages. Then percentage-based bonuses to various types of elemental and magic damage, lifesteal on hit, and a durability percentage for the armor that was currently at 100%. I wish you could cast that on everyone. It would save me so much work. Tessa sighed as she took in the state of everyone's armor after the last fight. Well, at least it's one less suit to do. Because mine is trashed again. The repair teams in the camp are not going to be happy with us when we get back. Karl laughed. So, do we just open the last one all at once and see who gets the best loot from the final boss? They should all be from the same fight, except maybe Karl's, since we don't know what order they were in. Lotus asked eagerly. That sounds like a plan. Everyone, prepare to open the boxes on the count of 3. All 13 of the elite reward boxes were opened at once, and the golden light rose to a level that blinded everyone's senses. Even Karl's thermal vision couldn't see anything. Then, they were in a new setting, all of them together, sitting on the ground in front of a massive golden chest. Well, that is new. Perhaps it's a group prize for the group fight. Karl suggested. That's not the most insane thought that I had when I saw it. Lotus agreed. The beasts had been forcibly relocated back into their spaces and were currently trapped, as Remy found out when she tried to leave to go explore the huge metal box. Lotus was practically vibrating with excitement, far beyond even the curiosity of Remy, so Tessa pushed her forward, letting the nature priestess be the one to open the giant box. Of course, she had to climb it first, as she couldn't reach the lid, but anyone else in the group would have had to do the same. Once she got near the top, she found a good foothold on a larger decoration and wedged the bottom of her staff into the joint to pry the lid up. However, it was not a multi-ton solid gold box, but a magic reward chest, and it opened with the slightest of effort, sending Lotus tumbling down into Tessa's waiting arms. I knew you were going to fall off the box. The war cleric laughed. They backed away, and the box unfolded into a large golden platform with a spinning prize wheel in the center. All of the sectors had question marks on them, making the knights and most of Karl's team glare at the random reward mechanism in annoyance. Couldn't it just tell them what they were getting? Or was there some sort of luck involved? Luck was a very real factor, and they all carried holy stones and charms to increase their own, but it really came down to who had the most favor of the world dragon. Is one of you particularly favored among the gods? I would guess one of the high clerics. The female knight asked. Actually, the one with the world dragon's luck is Karl. The rest of us were drawn into his nonsense. Tessa explained. The knight nodded her head. I can see how that would happen. He's certainly not the average elite, so there was bound to be something else favoring him. It also means I get to take the blame when they don't approve of the outcomes, so I guess I will be the one spinning the wheel. Karl agreed. The others laughed and motioned him forward, even Lotus, who Karl knew secretly really wanted to spin the wheel. He didn't torture the little cleric any longer, heading straight for the wheel, which felt warm in his hand when he grabbed one of the pegs to give it a spin. There was an arrow-shaped ticker at the bottom, marking the location of the winning prize, while the wheel itself extended far above Karl's head. All right, here we go. Karl gave the wheel a spin, and the ticker began rapidly clicking away as the pegs flew by. The bearings must have been well greased, Karl thought, as the wheel just kept spinning for most of a minute before slowing to a stop. The clicking got slower and slower, headed for one of many anonymous spots on the wheel. Then Lotus darted forward and grabbed the wheel in an attempt to drag it to a stop. But that wasn't happening, and the wheel simply carried her up into the air before coming to rest on a prize with one final click. Lotus looked down, confused. That wasn't how wheels worked. If you made them heavy on one side, the heavy side ended up on the bottom. She was 100% certain of that. Prize confirmed appeared in the air between Karl and the rest of the group as he gently removed the cleric from the wheel and returned to the others. Shared prize awarded, 3 months peak rate growth. There was a pause as everyone tried to understand what they were being given. What sort of reward was that? How did one even measure what 3 months' worth of growth would be? And how would it even be awarded? New knowledge of how to use his skills entered Karl's mind as golden light began to glow from the box. It engulfed the group for a few seconds, and then faded again, but left everyone feeling energized and enlightened. As the reward bonus settled in, a surprising realization came to Karl's mind. He had what he needed to advance. He had a royal rank skill of his own, a royal rank pet, and more than enough stored energy to make the conversion. He even knew how to break the bottleneck smoothly. How much of the 3 months that would have taken him on his own was a mystery. But one thing that he knew for certain was that Hawk was not happy. He wasn't far from advancing, and Karl had stolen his spot in line because the rewards only went to him and not to all of them. They would get their share after Karl advanced, both in excess energy and in the improved spaces that would come as a result of his advancement. But those were minor details in the mind of Hawk. Karl wasn't the only one that was enjoying an advancement, though. Dana and Ophelia were both surging with power, and Lotus was glowing with a happy green light that had to mean she had made it to commander rank. The clergy were going to freak out when they met High Priestess Lotus, and it was going to be spectacular. The effects slowly faded, and the group began to pay attention to more than what was going on with themselves. Damn it, I'm so close I can taste it, Bob muttered as the last of the glowing light faded to nothingness. I take it you got caught at the bottleneck? Karl asked. Bob nodded and sighed. I am missing something, and I can feel the lingering buildup of energy, but I don't have something that I need to break the bottleneck and move on to royal rank. I think it might just be practical experience with my new skills that will let me move on. Or perhaps I just don't have a skill that's quite good enough yet, and I need to master one of my stronger ones. But either way, I think it's just a matter of practice now. The 5 knights all nodded in agreement. We're not quite that far yet, but I'm certainly close to the bottleneck, and about to start looking for a way to break it. With this sort of bump, we might not need to use the resource stack to break through. Karl was familiar with that. It was a combination that burned out the elite's potential to get them past the bottleneck. Either they would be royal rank forever, or they might even shoot into the monarch or overlord ranks and then stay there. It would be a shame for elites as talented as these ones to take that way out. They didn't seem like the sorts that had built their foundation on resource abuse, so they should have the potential to get through the bottleneck on their own. The familiar text of the announcements appeared below the prize notification. Speak the word depart to leave the first advancement trial. Before we leave, we should prepare to be attacked. There was still a battle going on when we entered, so there are likely hill giants nearby, and we don't know which side will be holding the area around the exit. Karl reminded them as everyone prepared to get moving. Once they were in formation, Karl tapped Lotus on the shoulder, and she spoke the magic words. We would like to depart, please. So polite. The notice appeared in the air below the other notices, and then they were standing on the battlefield, next to the portal, and in the middle of a fight between the teachers who were guarding the entrance and the hill giants who were determined to break through. Time to work, everyone. Show them what you've got, Karl instructed. There was a large group of ascended rank hill giants to Karl's left, until he hit them with a royal rank shred, layered with lacerate. Those that it didn't kill outright were severely maimed and bleeding heavily, even missing limbs from the brutal arc of energy. The hill giants scattered as they realized that there was a royal rank elite on this portion of the line, doing their best to get out of his line of sight while they fought their way to the trial entrance. "What's the situation?" Karl asked as he moved next to one of the mage class teachers who had come to reinforce the portal area. The hill giants knew that the portal would open. "We don't know how they knew, but it sounds like that was the reason they were attacking. One group of hill giants made it into the trial, but they haven't come out yet, and we've got the rest of them pushed back now." The teacher explained. "How did we find out that they knew?" Karl asked. That seemed like important intelligence that should have been shared in advance if they had it. The giants celebrated that they were the first ones to open a trial. "A number of us among the academy speak hill giant," he explained. "Crap. If that is why they're attacking the border, to create a conflict that will open a trial, this war just got a lot more chaotic. The rewards in there were powerful. Very powerful. If the hill giants get control of a few of those trials, their combat power is going to skyrocket. I recommend that we send a team of students so we can build up our total number of commanders, and once we can, send another team of commanders in, ones as close to the bottleneck as possible. If my team had been closer to the bottleneck, we might have had more royal rank fighters coming out just now, instead of a team of strong commanders." Karl explained. "We sent a team of ascended rank students with a pair of commander rank leaders from the defensive lines near the anomaly in as soon as your team came out. It wouldn't let anyone else in until then. Either the limit is 2 teams, or 1 team from each species." The mage explained. From overhead, Karl heard Hawk mentally laughing as he formed flaming bird-shaped fireballs and hurled them into the hill giant ranks. They exploded in grand style, sending out a spherical-shaped, rend attack instead of shrapnel, and they were tearing holes in the offensive line. "That's quite the combination." Karl commended him. "They make beautiful explosions after I added rend to them. Just fire was all right, but it was a bit lacking. Now they're perfect." It was a bit like a shotgun, as the rend effect wasn't quite solid, and seemed to flay everything it hit with hundreds of light wounds. There was no deep penetration, just the shredded surface and the burns from the actual fireball explosion. Karl heard swearing behind him, and saw that there was a whole team of commander rank hill giants pushing out from the trial, while another team ran in between them, headed inside. It had happened too suddenly to stop them, and the newly advanced team was retreating to consolidate their gains. As soon as they were in, the entrance seemed to change, turning from a solid distortion to something much more transparent, the way it had looked before Karl and his team had entered. The teachers pushed forward to check, sending a team to walk through it, and out the other side. As soon as the hill giants saw that, they retreated a little, no longer trying to claim the portal, but staying close enough to allow their participants to rejoin their teams safely. "Professor, we should form lines on our side of the portal for now and hold. I think it will reduce casualties," Karl offered. The professor shot Karl a dirty look, but Karl just shrugged and continued to pick vulnerable targets for his arrows. He was only aiming for giants attacking elites who were in trouble, doing his best to minimize losses and strain on the clerics. But keeping this offensive up when they couldn't even send another team into the portal was a waste. If they went to their own side, the giants most likely would not follow until their team was coming out. The teachers conferred on battle strategy for a half a minute, then began sounding the retreat to bring the lines back to their side of the portal. Immediately, a tense ceasefire began, with both sides easily in attacking range for their ranged abilities, but nobody doing anything as they waited for their teams to come back out of the trial. Karl had to admit, if the hill giants knew that they could trigger this first advancement trial by fighting with the humans along the border, it was a brilliant strategy to try to push a few more of their numbers over the breakpoint and into royal rank. It was a shame that the human side wouldn't manage to get many more royal rank fighters, but none of them had expected the trial to close so quickly. From what the teachers were saying, most instances were either first come, first served, or they were open for exact days. Whether that was 1 day, 7 days, or 28 days was a mystery the first time, but it was almost always precise. So, this 4-team limit didn't make sense to anyone on either side, and now they were left wondering what to do about it. The next team out was the human team, who raced back to the lines, quietly celebrating their success while the academy forces retreated. If the Hill Giants got a royal rank advancement out of the trial, they didn't want to be too close to the action. Worse, they might have prepared a whole team right at the advancement point. And although they had only sent a 5-person team instead of the 10 that the humans did, it would still be a massacre if all 5 of them came out at royal rank. The tension continued to rise until the Hill Giant team exited the trial and made their way back to their own lines. They were up by 1 royal rank Hill Giant, an even gain compared to the humans, and apparently not as good as they were hoping for, as the force immediately began to retreat. Once the chaos of the battle had subsided, Karl realized that a significant amount of time had passed while they were inside the trials, and the night shift was about to start their rotation on the line. It was strange to think that so much time had elapsed since the start of the trial, when the second group had only taken a few hours at the most, but the sun's position didn't lie. Karl was waiting and watching to ensure that the Hill Giants didn't try to push their luck and return when a friendly hand patted him on the shoulder. "You can return to camp for dinner. The next shift is here. I think that the administration staff are going to want to talk to you as well after that incident with the trial. It appears that your team got some pretty serious rewards, and they are all excited," the soldier informed him. Karl chuckled at the man's gift for understatement and nodded his head. "I will return to the line once I have upgraded shields for the pike line. As soon as they switch, I will give them a layer of earth shield, then call it a night," Karl explained. The soldiers lined up and raised the large rectangular shields of the shield wall, which remained on the line until they were damaged. "Earth shield incoming," Karl shouted as he cast the spell, then moved down the line again, as he had earlier in the day. That should keep them through the night, or at least through the first few hits of an engagement if there was something happening during the night shift. The Hill Giants didn't normally attack at night, but they had been particularly upset today with the abbreviated trial, where both sides had only gotten 2 teams through. The Giants were going to want to punish the humans for taking 2 of the available 4 slots, and not even using half of them to try for a royal rank fighter, but instead stacking their number of commanders instead. But what the Academy knew was that the faster you progressed while you were young, the further an elite could go before they hit the limits of their potential. It seemed to decline with time, and re-administering the serum didn't help refresh it. So, pushing students to commanders still made it more likely that they would get to royal rank, and it was a better deal for the Academy if those opportunities were given to students than to teachers, whose peak growth years had already passed. But they had another issue today, and that was that one of the students really did make it to royal rank. Namely, Karl. They should have known better than to think that the news of Ray advancing wouldn't bring an immediate response from the higher powers. The Academy, the Bureau of Elite Development, the Church, and the Army all had ranking members stationed here, but that wasn't enough for this unprecedented situation. Rumors were already flying that his assigned group had produced 2 other unregistered commanders plus 2 high priestesses, but the power that Morgana and Bob were showing when they returned to the lines after the trial had everyone wondering how long it would be before they also made royal rank. So, more influential members had been sent from every possible facet of Golden Dragon Nation society, including reporters and a government press officer. They had all arrived in the last hour, while the second team was in the trials, with the hope that they would have an entire team of commanders added to the Academy's population, in addition to the confused reports of Karl and Ray's advancement. Karl followed the camp workers' directions to a secondary dining hall, where he found his expanded group, along with the other 10 elites who had been sent as the second group. I would like to say that nobody expects the Holy Inquisition, but this time their presence was entirely predictable. Karl greeted the group at the table beside his as he took a seat. "Brother Karl, it's good to see you advanced again," a royal rank inquisitor replied with a smile. Karl nodded politely, then looked around the room to see if there were any familiar faces among the guests. There was a high priestess of the nature god who he remembered from when they signed the contract to work as a team. She giggled at him and waved as he looked her way, which made Karl laugh along with her. The nature clerics had to think that it was hilarious that Lotus was now a high priestess, even if the thought of her in charge of anything horrified the rest of the clergy. Other than that, some of the politicians looked vaguely familiar. They might have been part of the groups trying to recruit him at commander rank a few months back. It made sense that some of them would be the same, as they were originally sent to try to talk to Prince Corbin when he had reached the Academy. One of the politicians in an expensive-looking suit stood to address the room. Now that we're all here, I would like to congratulate you all on your advancements. Today we recognize 14 new commanders, 4 of which are from the church's ranks, and 12 of which are still students. He began. Karl looked over at the other group and realized that there was a white-robed priest and an annoyed-looking blue dragon cleric with them. Why they had a cleric from the god of knowledge seemed fairly obvious to Karl, as everyone wanted to know what the anomaly was, but they normally didn't specialize in healing or group buffs, so they were rarely sent to combat. They could do it, but their skills might be rusty, as they spent all their time in the library and inscription rooms. At least she should have had refreshing lightning for her solo trials. We also recognize a new prince of the nation, and as is tradition, we would like for the prince to choose one cause to assist with his influence. The politician continued. Karl could see that most of the other factions' representatives were rolling their eyes, but Karl smiled politely back at him and rose to his feet. I have been thinking about that issue since I advanced to commander rank, and I believe that I have an answer already. I would like to devote my time to increasing the individual combat power of the elites. I believe everyone here has the clearance to know that I have already donated a number of skill books to the inscriptionists, and I have assisted a number of our barbarians in gaining a powerful new rage-type skill. That is what I plan to continue. I will spend my leisure time looking for signs of relics or other methods that can be spread among the elites to give us an advantage over those who would seek to harm us. Karl announced. That would almost certainly have a dozen groups pushing for some of his time, but it didn't devote all of his efforts to one faction. But as he had advanced and had been force-fed information from the final trial reward, many things had become clear to Karl. One of them was that he simply lacked the skills to share all of his skills. What if he could teach someone else to have a beast space? Wouldn't that make for even more overpowered elites? If it didn't work on other elites, maybe it would work on some of the soldiers. Or if he could teach more people the higher-ranked skills that he was sure to learn in the future. Even just finding time to make books for the new skills he could use would be huge for the clergy library. Not even Lacerate had a proper skill book for it yet, and Ray had learned that from an elite. Did you have more that you could teach the elites? One of the inquisitors asked. I believe that with a bit of time I can create a book of Lacerate. That should be useful to dozens of warriors and rogues. After that, I will have to see if there are any other abilities that can be easily shared. Karl explained. That was enough to get most of the people in the room excited. Everyone loved a chance to make the elites more powerful, and that one skill book would be enough to ensure that Karl was not a name that was easily forgotten among his peers. The politician continued once Karl returned to his seat. There will be formal testing at a later date, should there be any doubts about your advancements. But as of today, all of the advancements have been certified through informal testing by the clergy and government authorities. New uniforms will be available to all of our new commanders, and if Prince Karl will rise, the Inquisition has won the lottery to present your royal cape. Karl stood, and the royal rank member of the Inquisition rose with him, holding a box he had taken out from under the table. It was a simple black robe with gold trim that went well with the commander rank black suit, and it attached across his chest with a heavy golden chain, bearing the twin dragon symbol of the Golden Dragon Nation on every link. The cape bonded to Karl the moment that the clasp was fastened, and the badge on his uniform changed slightly to include a crown at the top, marking him as royal rank, should anyone doubt his word. Thank you, Inquisitor. Karl responded once the man stepped back. It is an honor, Prince Karl. Just try not to taunt the others too much with your rank, no matter how tempting it is. Behave, Your Highness. Dana whispered in his ear using a tone that had his little Karl at full attention. Karl gave her a wink and made plans for her upcoming birthday. He was going to have to give her a special present this year. I am certain that I can mostly resist the temptation. Besides, after spending months fighting along the frost giant border, the novelty of wearing a cape has already worn off. They're just too practical for cold weather. Karl joked. The staff brought out a meal for everyone, the fancy sort that they usually reserved for visiting guests on the line, and Karl smiled at their efforts to make rice and beans fancy by putting long slices of pickled vegetables on top, then surrounding it with sliced meat. The meal made it easy to see who was used to being out of the city and who was used to all of the fine dining establishments of either the capital or one of the other large cities. The Inquisition members were pleasantly surprised to find that they had spiced the meat, while most of the politicians just looked like they were doing their best to ignore what they were eating. The new commanders from the other group were being swarmed by dignitaries, wishing them well and not so subtly pushing for them to commit to some project or another, the same as they had done to Karl when he advanced. Only, these ones were all in their final year at the academy, and they knew all about the tricks to expect when they eventually advanced. A few had approached Ophelia, but she seemed to know the ultimate trick to scare them away. She was normally a quiet sort, and rather gentle in her human form, but when they approached her to try to get her to join their projects, she was obnoxious, crude, and affected a heavy accent that had them all politely excusing themselves within seconds. They would eventually learn that they had been tricked and come back trying to get her to join their causes, but that tactic should work well enough for today, and then Ophelia would have some time to make a decision on her own. Oddly, as Karl sat with his hand on Dana's thigh, nobody tried to come over and pitch her for their cause. It seemed that his claim was enough to keep them away, with the assumption that her time was already spoken for by the new prince. Once they had eaten, the teachers came in with new badges for everyone who had advanced to commander rank, as well as their new suits, while the nature priestess came over to give new robes to the 4 clerics who had advanced. The blue dragon clerics were quite fancy and trimmed with gold embroidery, similar to the ones worn by the cleric in white except for the base color. Lotus got simple green robes, but with beads and leather laces all along the edges and more natural ornaments instead of embroidery. They were fancier than the ones the older high priestess was wearing, and Karl realized that unlike the other factions, the nature clerics rarely wore their formal robes. Tessa's were red with black trim, and Karl noticed that the robes actually contained a mesh of metallic thread through them, as part of their enchanted defenses. They looked simple, but they were actually a rather powerful magical armor piece. I believe that we've crushed the previous record for the maximum number of commanders enrolled in the academy at one time. Karl laughed as the last of the new advancements put on their new outfits. A number of the politicians laughed, and the lead inquisitor shook his head. Before this mission, it wouldn't have just been a daily record, but a record number of commanders as students. As it is, the academy has doubled the number in a single day. That advancement trial was a huge benefit to the academy, and now that they've got a royal rank student on the lines, the academy has little to fear from the hill giants. The politicians looked nervous as he finished that sentence. They had been fully intending to pull Karl from the area to have him do something else that served their department's imperatives, but arguing with the Inquisition was a losing cause. The best that they could hope for was to try to get his whole team moved to the mountain giant front, which was closer to the capital and easier to get to when they wanted them to do something. The spokesman for the politicians stood to address the group. Now that we've all eaten, why don't we get the interviews underway? We can do them outdoors, where the battlefield will make a proper backdrop for the footage of the new commanders. It's a big day for the Golden Dragon Nation, after all. That was the part that nobody, except the news people, were looking forward to. They would have to do multiple interviews, so that all of the dignitaries could be seen with more than one of the new commanders, and to fill time for the TV stations. Worse for Karl, he couldn't even bring out Thor as a distraction this time, as it was likely to be more of an informal style, and he would be expected to interact with the officials who had come to congratulate them. The spokesman for the politicians gestured at one of the classroom tents. "Prince Karl, if you would come this way, please. We would like to do a group interview with you while the commanders are with the reporters. It won't take long, and it won't air with the other news, so we will be setting up a fake stage for your footage." I suppose that it makes sense that they don't want anyone to know where exactly I am, now that I have advanced. Karl noted. "Exactly. Your footage will be held until there is a need for it. The next time that the news cycle needs a positive story, it will be released so that the people have something to cheer about, and they don't have to focus on whatever had happened in the previous days." The politician agreed. The tent had been set up like the inside of a luxury hotel room, right down to a television screen playing a fake city street view behind closed curtains. It would only be in the edge of the view, but it gave a directionality to the lighting in the room, which Karl assumed would make it feel more natural for the viewers at home. To him, it was just too obviously unnatural. For one, his vision was as sharp as hawks. Secondly, he had gotten so used to the echolocation and thermal imaging being overlaid on everything he looked at, that it was very obvious there was a television behind the curtains. But then they turned on all the professional lighting, and it didn't matter anymore. The lighting would be perfect in the video, not natural, so the screen was only there to make it look like a real window. If you can take a seat there, that would be just right. And can you get your hawk to stand on the end table? Or is the bond not like that? The producer asked. I can have Hawk stand on the end table. That shouldn't be a problem. But his talons will almost certainly damage it unless you've got a stand that he can perch on. Hawks aren't meant to stand on flat surfaces. He's not a duck. One of the workers ran out, and then came back in with an extra microphone stand. What about this? Will this work well enough as a perch? He asked. He set it up next to the chair and adjusted the height, so Hawk would be just below Karl's shoulder level. Hawk left his space and landed on the perch, grabbing it gently, so he didn't damage the paint. Fortunately, it was a bit rough on the surface, so his feet didn't slip around and force him to use his claws. That is perfect. I don't know if you've heard, but some bard made up a song about you too while you were in the Frost Giant Nation, and it's climbing the charts. That's why we wanted Hawk with you today, so that even though people might not recognize you, they will associate you and your reputation with the song as soon as the interview starts. The producer explained. Hawk the Giant Slayer. Karl laughed. How close is that to the truth? We're not going to have a bunch of other elites coming out to refute your actions, are we? One of the politicians asked. Honestly, the song doesn't do our experience along the Frost Giant border justice. We went on a rampage even before the fight with the royal rank leader. I can only say that it's a shame that we weren't at our current strength for that one. We lost a team member during that fight, but now it would be a relatively even match. One-on-one, Ray could take that Frost Giant in a matter of minutes. Karl explained. Are there any questions that we should avoid? Things that might not be suitable for television? The producer asked. Karl didn't see any issues at first, but then one came to him. You should likely not ask about my own musical taste. I grew up in the mines, so all my favorite songs are miners' working tunes. That doesn't sound so bad. The producer replied. Karl whistled the first few bars of Give the Working Man a Chance, and the producer paled as he recognized the tune. I take that back. The average citizen might not appreciate a miner's dark sense of humor. Or worse, they probably would. He replied, retracting his statement so he didn't have to edit out footage of the new prince subtly advocating for the death of incompetent leaders. But while the producer and the politician were both incredibly nervous about what Karl would say next, the Inquisitor thought it was hilarious. Brother Karl is definitely best suited to be one of us. With that kind of thinking, he might be the next Commander Hirsch. The Inquisitor laughed. Who is that? I didn't watch the news much growing up, and they don't play it here. Karl asked. Oh, it might not have even made news where you were. Hirsch was one of the first batch of elite test subjects, years before the program went full scale. He was Minister of Justice for a while, until a corrupt politician tried to lie his way out of trouble, and the commander killed him on the parliament floor. The Inquisitor explained. I would have paid money to see that. The Inquisitor dabbed laughing tears from the corners of his eyes as he smiled at Karl. And that's why it wasn't on the news. But did it work? That seems like the sort of thing that was meant to make a statement about ending corruption. Did it work? Karl asked. The Inquisitor whistled innocently while everyone else in the room looked away. They were definitely not asking Karl about politics in his interviews. As the cameras were adjusted for the size of the Inquisitor, who would be the first host, a note was handed to Karl to remind him of all the things that were classified. You know, I'm beginning to understand why press releases don't ever actually say anything. So much of what we've done and are doing is classified that I couldn't even tell most of the good stories. Karl sighed. Good stories, like what? The politician asked. The Inquisitor nodded, meaning everyone here had clearance to hear what he might say, so Karl thought of a few things. Well, like that time that we picked a fight with 200 frost giants and shattered a frost stone that blew up like a nuke. Or that time that we hung out in an old dwarven city for 2 weeks before we realized that the magma dragon had chased away all the giants, and we weren't even in front of the line anymore. We were somewhere off to the side, and the shift had put us out of radio range, so we hadn't heard anything. Karl heard giggling from the door, and Lotus poked her head in. Tell them about the time that Thor yeeted a Titan cleric so far that we didn't even find the body. The Inquisitor frowned at her. Definitely do not tell anyone the details of that incident, High Priestess. Was there something that we could do for you? They said that I had 2 hours before my interview, and I wanted to ride Ray. In her space, Ray laughed. Going for a run in the woods sounded like fun. She appeared outside the door, and the little cleric nimbly hopped on top. Then they both simply vanished as Ray's shadow stepped. Well, that was bloody terrifying. I think I peed a little. The camera operator muttered. You get used to her. Even Bob McKenzie, who was seriously arachnophobic when we met, has gotten mostly used to Ray now. He just prefers to deploy himself to the other side of the group, so they're not side by side. Karl laughed. Do you have fun stories about those two? The producer asked hopefully. Like how they like to go for runs in the woods together? Or how High Priestess Lotus will ride her into combat so that they can stop to look for magical resources or shiny stones. Oh, we could send someone to take footage. I bet Ray wouldn't mind. She loves when people appreciate her greatness. The cameraman raised his hand. Maybe no fun giant murder spider stories. I don't care how you phrase it. I'm still going to have nightmares. Karl chuckled. Did you know that it takes her under 3 seconds to tear apart an ascended rank armored car to get to a treat left inside? At that point, the crew all realized that Karl was just cherry-picking stories to mess with them, but none of them doubted that Ray could mutilate an armored vehicle. Which one of your pets is the friendliest? The producer asked hopefully. Thor, followed by Remy. Hawk isn't really a people person. He just likes to watch them doing dumb stuff from above. Hawk nodded in agreement. People were always doing dumb things. That was why you had to watch your fireballs all the way down, because they might run right into them. The producer nodded, then gestured for the Inquisitor to start the interview. Good evening, parishioners. I am High Priest Israel, here with a special bit of good news for you all. It is my pleasure to let you all know that we have independently verified that this young man sitting next to me has reached a major milestone. This is Prince Karl, born and raised in the lithium mines, and now the newest member of the royal rank elites. Beside him is his dragon Hawk, who answers to the name Hawk. They are the subject of the recent hit song, Hawk the Giant Slayer. Why don't we start there? The hawk is a majestic example of the species, and more powerful than I think any of yous would have expected. Is he like a parrot? Can he speak and understand human language? The Inquisitor asked. Hawk shook his head, and Karl answered for him. He can understand us just fine, but he can't speak. However, our bond allows us to communicate, so I can relay answers for him. That sounds like an incredibly useful ability. Is that why you rely upon him to do most of the scouting for your group? Karl nodded. Indeed. Being able to look down on a situation from above gives us a much better idea of what is going on and reveals many hidden traps and potential ambushes that would have been hidden when scouted from ground level. Combined with the extremely well-refined eyesight and enhanced range of colors that he can see, and it is an incredibly potent combination. We are told that there is a song about you too. Have you had a chance to hear it? Israel asked. We did actually. The bards in camp were playing it, and we got a good chuckle out of their rendition of our activities. They are truly a gifted class of elites. Karl agreed. Inquisitor Israel gave a professional smile to the camera, paused for a few seconds, giving them time to insert footage of the music, then continued. How does it feel to be the youngest royal rank elite in the decade that the program has been running? It has to be exciting for you. Karl nodded. It's a crazy feeling, and I can't really wrap my head around it. Royal rank is just so far beyond anything that I thought I could achieve that it is taking a while to truly sink in. The interview went on for another half an hour and switched interviewers twice. They were both from the team of reporters and only asked simple questions while avoiding anything that might need to be heavily edited or completely scrapped. When they were finally finished, the final reporter got out of his seat, and he was replaced by a young woman in a wizard-themed idol dress that wasn't hiding much of anything from Karl's point of view. It was knee-length and ruffled, but there was a slit up the thigh clear to the hip and deep cleavage, despite the somewhat modest-looking wide sleeves and high collar. Karl was briefly mesmerized by her personality, but then he realized that this woman was also royal rank. Prince Karl, meet the Archmage. Israel introduced them. A pleasure, she responded, sounding like it was nothing of the sort. If we're dressing up for this, should I put on my fancy armor? Karl asked. The Inquisitor looked confused for a second until Karl changed into beast armor, with the white fur cloak from the frost giants and no helmet. This time, the chiton appeared as white with gold trim over the black scales, and Karl swept out the cloak, letting it pull behind him as he perched forward on the chair. An assistant rushed forward, rearranging his cloak and his position, then gave him a thumbs up. The Archmage looked startled at his armor, and leaned forward to inspect it, giving Karl a view down her ample cleavage. "Is that an epic grade quest reward?" she asked. "An epic grade skill is a trial reward, actually. The armor isn't physical armor, but created by a skill book. It still has the same sort of powerful enchantments, though. The bonuses on it are far beyond anything I've seen before." Karl agreed. "What luck that must have been. Is it a new skill, or is that how you have had such success here on the front lines?" she asked curiously, with a flirty smile that Karl recognized as being for the cameras Karl had forgotten were rolling. "It came to me during my royal rank advancement. I haven't even had a chance to properly test it yet." The Archmage giggled in an endearing tone that didn't show in her eyes to Karl's sharp vision. She was good at this, playing it up for the cameras and doing interviews that she despised, but still making sure that her idol image didn't slip. "There has been a lot of speculation among the other ranking elites on what your next beast will be. Have you made a choice, or received any sort of sign as to what it will be?" she asked. "Not yet. I have a very well-rounded team, and they have done an excellent job so far. So, I've been holding off on making a decision until I have a better grasp on what we might be missing." That sounds like quite the luxury. On behalf of mages everywhere, I must say that I wish it could be so easy to learn new abilities. Karl smiled and tried to remember what she specialized in. "Well, I've got a few new skill books to gift to the Blue Dragon clerics. Perhaps we can talk after and see if one of them might suit you." Karl replied with what he hoped looked like a shy smile and not a murderous snarl. He had been reminded in the past that he was somewhat scary even when he didn't mean to be, which could be a mistake during an interview. "Is that your intention as a prince? To collect and distribute skills?" she asked, startled. Karl had assumed that they had warned her in advance, as it hadn't come up in his past interview, but he just nodded. "Yes, it is a particular advantage that I have. It is my hope that with the contributions, it will make the early stages a bit easier for those who start with compatible classes. The elites benefit from every new skill that we can gather, and I have a particular talent for finding new skills to share." "That would be wonderful. But first, I have been asked to perform a short segment for the audience." "Don't go too far." "Cut," the producer called. "We will film the actual bit to use an upcoming single when this is about to air. Thank you both for your assistance. You are finished with the interview process." Karl sighed and let Hawk return to his space, while the Archmage got up out of her chair and grabbed him by the edges of his cloak. "You had better not have been F-king with me about the new skill. Do you really have a skill book?" she demanded. "Relax. I have a talent to make skill books out of the skills that I know." "What is your specialty as a mage?" he replied. "Lightning with a secondary in ice magic." Karl checked what he needed to make the chain lightning book and found that he had the herb that he needed, but if he had a lightning element stone, it was hidden in Ray's hole of shiny stones. "Do you have chain lightning?" he asked. "Do you think it's so easy to get advanced skills like that?" "I've got shock, stun, lightning bolt, and lightning mine, plus ice blast and icicle for combat skills. Then a few just for show." "Do you have a lightning element stone, commander rank, or higher?" "I need to grind it for the ink for the book, and I will make you chain lightning. Or I can make you blizzard with what I have on hand." "Blizzard, not blizzard," Remy and Hawk responded at the same time. "You assistant man, get my bag. I have the stone we need in there," she demanded of one of the staffers who had come in with her. "You can likely change back now that the interviews are done," Karl reminded her. The Archmage sighed. "Do you think this frilly whore costume is bonded? It takes 2 hours to get into this and do all my makeup, then half as long to get it back off again." Perhaps she had a lot in common with Dana. Not her temper or language, but she certainly didn't seem to be enjoying the idle life, though the rumor was that she had chosen it for herself after she advanced to commander. Instead, she donned a light silk dressing gown over her outfit and sat back down on the chair from the interview while they waited. "Can you make me both of those skills, or is there a limit?" she asked. "There is a limit, but 2 books in a day is possible. The lacerate books for the clerics can wait, and I will make you both today. Do you know where they're sending you next?" Karl replied. "Right here. I have shows all down the hill giant border this week, military inspiration shows, as they call them. If there are attacks while I'm here, I help out. If there aren't, I just go around doing idle shows," the Archmage explained. The assistant returned with a high cleric from the Blue Dragon and 3 inscriptionists, letting Karl know that his comments would not be allowed to slide. They expected books, and they wanted them now. Did you bring the materials? Karl asked. The cleric nodded and put a pile of paper and a handful of lightning element stones at commander rank in front of him. All right, let's get started. It didn't take long to make either book, as he could use both skills and didn't have to refer to Remy. He just needed some of the grass from her space to mix with the base ink for the blizzard spell. Everyone sat silently as he made 2 copies of the chain lightning spell and then 2 more of blizzard. All right, now, hopefully, this will work. It says that mages with expert or higher affinity in the element should be able to use it, as well as shamans and suitable element beasts. Karl explained. Mages and shamans can both use the spells. Now we're talking. The Blue Dragon High Priest sighed. He had been fully prepared to be ridiculed for the obnoxiously restrictive books that Karl produced. They weren't broken or flawed. They just had such stringent requirements that they might as well be quest rewards of their own. Karl felt Hawk's suspicion. You're teaching more mages to use evil magic. No, to use blizzard, they already need a strong ability with ice magic. It's still evil magic. The Archmage reverently picked up the chain lightning book and flipped the cover open. It seemed to hesitate for a split second, then the book vanished, and she jumped on Karl's lap, wrapping him in a hug. Thank you so much. That is a fantastic spell. How did you obtain it? It comes from Remy, my spirit snake. Both of these are skills that she was born knowing, and since she's a shaman, they were more transferable than the other skills. And you didn't teach your group? The High Priest asked. None of them are ice or lightning element mages or shamans. They couldn't use them without high enough proficiency in the element. But now your team can make copies of the books for every mage and shaman that is of those elements, and the Archmage can do her next photo shoot with 2 new spells. In fact, if you tone down Blizzard, it might be cool as a stage effect. She looked confused, so Karl pointed at the cameraman and surrounded him with a very reduced blizzard, but with high winds and thick snow, which sparkled in the light as it swirled around him. Just be careful of the distance. The wind can cause wardrobe malfunctions. Karl added. The Archmage shifted on Karl's lap to pick up the blizzard book, which vanished without as much hesitation, suggesting that her affinity with ice was actually higher than lightning. She sighed in satisfaction and got back to her feet. They're going to want me to do more appearances before the late-night show. Good luck, Prince Karl. You will need it once those bloodhounds from the special interests get to you. She was turning to leave when Israel laughed. I don't think he needs to worry about it. He terrified half of them and chased the other half away with a veiled threat to join the Inquisition. I don't know who taught him to play the game, but his angry hillbilly face doesn't match his craftiness. Hey, I will have you know that I was considered a handsome young man. The idol laughed and shook her head. You still are, but that aura you give off will scare the tar out of the non-elites. Then she was gone from the tent, and Karl just shrugged at Israel. He didn't recall threatening to join the Inquisition at all, but that might be how the politicians would have taken him, addressing the royal rank inquisitor more familiarly than anyone else. Was there more that you wanted to share with the church today, or do you need to hold off on the other skills that you might be able to copy? Inquisitor Israel asked. He hadn't missed how Karl had said that 2 books in a day should be possible, but he had actually made 4 of them. I'm mentally beat on that front. I was already pushing my luck with the 4th, but I should be able to make another tomorrow after a good night's rest. The problem is that most of the skills just aren't well suited to humans. If I could make a book for Remy's poison flame totems, that would be great, but even if I could learn the skill, it's a spirit snake exclusive skill. The Inquisitor frowned. There are so many restrictions on your skill. Karl shrugged. If I was making them for other beast masters, it would be fine. All they would need was a pet compatible with mine, and they would be able to use all of these picky books. I'm hoping that one day I will find a way to transfer my core skills to others. Right now, it's not an option for the skill books, but I think that one day I might be able to create a book that will contract a beast. Then we can try making budget version beast masters out of people who don't have system access. If they could get even one space and grow with a beast, they could be maybe not on par with all elites, but still stronger than the average soldier now. The Inquisitor smiled. Now that is a goal that I can get behind. I can see it now, a whole line of soldiers with their bonded beasts. They wouldn't even need to be combat beasts, just something with a good skill to share, and our army would be on par with any of the other magical or monster nations. Karl sighed. I'm not even sure that it will ever be possible. I've never heard of a way to transfer class skills to someone without the blessing, but I've got a feeling that it should actually be possible if we can find a way to form the contract. As Karl finished his explanation, a whole new group of reporters came in with some of the other newly advanced commanders from the academy, and Karl was chased out along with Inquisitor Israel. As you might have noticed, the prince title can get you many things, but getting in the way of people with things to do usually doesn't work, unless they're also elites under your leadership and have to listen to you. The Inquisitor laughed. Karl chuckled. Why don't we go get some coffee and relax? We have time to kill until they're done with all the other interviews, and I don't think that they will appreciate it if we completely vanish. Can I meet your other team members? Have they all advanced to royal rank with you? Israel asked. Karl shook his head. No. Ray advanced already, and Hawk is very close, but Remy and Thor are still solidly commanders for at least a few more days. I can't say for certain when they will advance, but they're being pulled upward now that I have. Then let's go to the edge of the camp, but not too far, and you can show me the others. I briefly saw Ray before she ran away with High Priestess Lotus, and Hawk is a fine specimen of the dragonhawk species, but I am curious about the others. Israel suggested. Oh, there's no need to leave. Thor is gentle, and everyone loves him, while Remy is small enough to not cause a traffic jam. Remy came out and draped herself over Karl's shoulder, then stuck her upper body forward to get a better look at the Inquisitor. He reached out and stroked the top of her head, making the spirit snake sway happily. She is venomous, isn't she? He asked. Yeah. When she flares her hood, it is quite obvious that she's a Naga spirit snake, but when she's relaxed, she looks much less threatening. Just a big boop noodle. Tell me you don't let her boop people. Remy laughed, and the Inquisitor gave her a suspicious look. She tried it, didn't she? Are they all right? Karl nodded. They might have embarrassed themselves a little, but Remy only booped them on the nose with hers. There was no physical damage. Karl called Thor out, and the lightning Sero immediately attracted attention from students who were living in the area near them on the right flank. They all came over to pat his head or rub his scales, ignoring the fact that there might be a reason his was out in the middle of camp. It looks like the lightning Sero isn't far from royal rank either, but he's a bit odd, isn't he? I sense a lot of holy magic from him. Israel asked. He's been training his holy magic in hopes of becoming a better support asset for the team. He has already learned Circle of Protection, and that's quite the feat for a lightning Sero. If he keeps it up, I think that he might actually manage to evolve on his own into some sort of holy Sero. Karl agreed. I heard that Hawk evolved, but that was due to resource consumption. Is it possible that your class could cause such a mutation on its own? Remy laughed, a sporadic hissing noise that sounded more like a hiccup, but left her mouth open. Did I say something funny? Inquisitor Israel asked. Thor actually does have a resource, and a rather potent one. There is a pool of blessed water, imbued with the essence of holy stones in his resting space, and he regularly soaks there during his downtime. Karl explained. Remy nodded in agreement, while the Inquisitor stared at Thor. You have done very well for your beasts. The rare resources that I have learned that you found for them, and have apparently planted in their spaces, piqued my curiosity. That's why I volunteered to come out, when it could have been any of the royal rank high priests. He informed Karl with a sly wink. You would be startled how much they have advanced since we met. Even Ray, who still looks very much like a bloodbath spider, has skills that I've never heard of a wild beast having. She learned the golems by watching mages use them, and now they're her most powerful attack ability, nearly tripling her combat power, or doubling it while she gains the ability to attack with earth magic from a distance and protect our casters. Karl agreed. So, would you say that Ray is nearly on par with a golem mage at the royal rank? Israel asked. I would say that it's not even close if she's within range to summon her golems. Her other skills lean more toward assassination, so it's hard to compare them, but her golems might be comparable to a whole mage on their own. The fact that they are imbued with her offensive adaptation and can use lacerate might actually make them significantly more dangerous than the average golem mage. That is a good point. Most golems are good for absorbing damage and crowd control, but it takes a secondary skill to make them truly dangerous. Something like durable constructs, as your teammate Dana has, or a shared attack skill. I suppose the most important thing that you can be doing tonight is actually focusing on trying to get the other beasts on your team to advance. 2 royal rank threats is good, but 5 of them together is enough that there wouldn't be many who would dare threaten you along this border. Karl noticed that he amended it with along this border, as the mountain giants were even stronger and willing to take on even the overlords that the humans had sent to stop their advance. It was probably better not to mention that the golems Ray summoned also benefited from durable constructs. It hadn't taken her long to learn that skill. Ray was much better than the average beast or elite, but if he went further out, to the lands west of the mountain giants or into the divine beast nation to their north and northwest, he would find an incredibly diverse range of threats that made magical skills a basic survival necessity. In a way, being surrounded by enemies actually protected the Golden Dragon Nation, as it created a buffer between them and the other threats that populated this continent. But that was very little consolation to the humans of the one surviving largely non-magical society. Their neighbors weren't friendly, but at least they were mostly predictable. The mixed threats of the other nations were worse from a security standpoint. As they talked, a reporter came up with a clipboard and an impatient look. "If your highnesses could spare us a few moments, the officials from the government would like to do a group photo shoot with all of the students who have advanced recently, as well as the other dignitaries present," she announced. That meant that they both definitely needed to be there, as 2 of the highest-ranking elites on the border couldn't simply be absent from the photo shoots that were meant to show unity and strength, as well as interdepartmental cooperation. "Lead the way. We're ready for the rest of the interviews." Inquisitor Israel agreed. "Oh, it's not interviews now, just a series of photo shoots. You know, posing, smile for the camera, and all that," she explained. The Inquisitor sighed and gave Karl a frown that made his face look much older than the mid-20s that he likely was. "Let's get this over with, then. Fortunately for me, nobody expects the Inquisition to smile pretty for the camera. We've got a reputation to uphold and all. I suppose that I should call Lotus and Ray back if there is a big group meeting," Karl realized as they started to walk back toward the center of camp. Inquisitor Israel laughed. "I think everyone in the media and government would be happier if they forgot that High Priestess Lotus was a thing. But yes, call them back. I am looking forward to the uncomfortable looks they give her when they have to address her as High Priestess for formal introductions. I don't even think they had her do a short, cameo-length interview. She said they asked her to wait 2 hours, and it hasn't been that long yet, but they're wrapping up the press duties. They almost definitely lied to her about how long everything would take and then sent her away so that she didn't notice she was being excluded until everything was done." Karl laughed as he realized that the Inquisitor was right, so he called Ray and Lotus back to do the final meet and greet. Ray appeared in front of them, and Israel instinctively drew his sword before he saw the laughing High Priestess on her back. "Hey guys, are we ahead of schedule?" Lotus asked. "They tried to trick you because the world wasn't ready for High Priestess Lotus. But we're about to do the group photo shoot, so I called you back. I wouldn't want you to miss out on all the fun just because they weren't going to do a full interview," Karl explained. Lotus frowned. "I have half a mind to show up on Ray's back just to punish them for not interviewing me. I'm a High Priestess. I should get some respect." It was fun playing in the woods, though. Ray returned to her space as Lotus hopped down to accompany Karl and the others to the meeting. The frustration and annoyance on the face of the reporter who had come to fetch them was obvious, but that was only making it more fun to escort Ray back with them. "Wait for it," Israel whispered as they reached the edge of the lights around the photo op mingle. They had set it up to appear to be some sort of military base, with ballistic walls that were made of composite armor and then decorated on the inside to look like a garden pavilion. The cameras wouldn't be looking up. They just wanted to make certain that the location wouldn't be obvious to anyone who wasn't here when they saw the footage. Announcing Prince Karl, Lord Inquisitor Israel, and High Priestess Lotus, the staffer declared as they entered so that the ones keeping track of the photos would know who had arrived. They hadn't seen most of these elites before, as they were almost all students, but everyone needed some shots of them meeting with the visiting dignitaries and politicians. Mostly so that the visitors weren't accused of playing favorites with the elites, but it was also a valuable way to network and make new connections that would help you later in life. Karl knew the theory, but he had never actually tried to make those sorts of connections. He should likely start now. He realized as he saw how easily some of the students got along with the wealthy businessmen and policymakers. The problem was that they were all so smarmy and obviously lying through their teeth that he couldn't blend as smoothly as he would like. He could see the change in their skin temperature when they flushed as they were embarrassed or nervous. He could track every little fidget and tell when they lied. His enhanced senses were making it nearly impossible for Karl to deal with people who weren't completely honest. So he naturally gravitated to the ones who were the most honest with themselves, and that was the few elites among the businessmen and the clergy. Prince Karl, I am awakened warrior Nathan Roth, head of the Roth Savings and Loan Corporation. We finance homes and businesses all over the nation. One of the men introduced himself when he noticed that Karl didn't have that signature disapproving look for him. You look like you don't care for these functions, he added. Karl laughed quietly. I have thermal vision and hawk eyes. I can literally see them lying, and it's disturbing. The banker looked confused, so Karl continued. See the way he clenches his thumb and forefinger? His skin temperature increases at the same time. He's nervous, but only at those certain moments. Karl explained. Crap, you really can see them lying. How long did it take you to learn that skill? Karl smiled. I have been around people who don't see any good reason to lie, or they make it very obvious that they're not going to tell you the truth. So, when I see people trying to fake it, their actions just look unnatural, and it's creeping me out. That skill would make me a fortune at the poker table. But what about that man in the gold tie? Does he have a tell? Nathan asked. A business competitor? Let's see. He's confident. I don't actually see any strange reactions from him. Either he's not lying or he's very good at it. Karl replied. That's what I was worried about. He's pitching a new commercial development to anyone who will listen, and he's self-financed it. If he was running a scam, it should have been obvious to you, as it's his own money backing it. Did you have any plans for a namesake development? Royal rank elites tend to make obscene amounts of money after a while. So if you want to build a community or a high-rise somewhere, it won't be long before it's in your budget. And we can help you with not only the financing, but the permits and legal blockades that often delay development. He suggested. I will have to think about it. I haven't actually spent much time in the cities to know what sort of development would be best suited both to the area and to myself. I am a beast master, after all, so something more attuned to nature might be best. But if you happen to see more news about me later, my plans for my work might make the choice more obvious. I just don't know where that's going to lead me next. The banker nodded and adjusted his expensive suit coat. You want to do something that is associated with your work, or the people you were working with, then. That makes sense. Not everyone wants a landmark building in the capital in their name. I am told that you met Prince Corbin already, and he made that sect compound for the Spellblades. They used to be in an ancient monastery near the border, but it was becoming too dangerous for new students. So he relocated all his people. That's actually a great idea. Perhaps if there are more beast masters in the future, I can set them up with a place that raises tamed beasts, so they don't have to head out into the wilderness looking for rare monsters, or make a random guess as to what their first beast skills will be. Karl suggested. Do you really think that there will be more like your mark in the future? Someone asked from behind Karl. I do. Now that there is one, there are likely to be others. But there are also similar classes, like the Rangers, that bond a living partner. Most of them end up bonding with a common animal. But what if they could bond with a relatively docile monster instead? They would get the benefits of something like a war bear instead of a hunting dog. It might make a noticeable difference to their progression if they were able to find monsters that weren't wild and territorial when they first entered the academy. He explained, You are quite dedicated to assisting the growth of the elites. Are you planning to apply to the Bureau of Elite Development? The man asked. Colonel Valerie is a good friend of mine, and Commander Morgana, who might be Princess Morgana soon if I'm judging her power correctly, is an agent and a member of my team. But as for officially joining the Bureau, that isn't in my immediate plans. The visitors didn't seem to know what to do with Karl's independent stance, and the man just nodded vaguely as he failed to determine Karl's current alliances. I'm afraid I missed your name, Karl added when the man didn't say anything else. Oh, my apologies. I am Director Jones of the Military Finance Committee. We're part of the Department of Defense and in charge of ensuring that money is being properly allocated for the needs of those defending the nation. He explained, It's a valuable job, Director. From what I can tell, your committee has been doing an outstanding job. Nobody expects money to be endless, but none of the locations I have been stationed at were desperately short of supplies. Once the Director of Military Finance broke the ice and showed them the way to interact with a ranking elite who wasn't picking factions, More of the politicians began to come over with similar ideas. They didn't try to sell him on joining them or push their particular niche. Instead, they just discussed current events, which Karl was missing out on at the front lines. Or they praised the work that others were doing if it related to the topic at hand, and made sure that Karl would at least recognize their faces if he saw them again. You know, I've had a question for a while now. Why did they call these ranks Prince, King, and Overlord? Isn't that a bit too presumptuous? It's not like I'm going to become king of the Golden Dragon Nation the next time I advance. Karl commented. One of the reporters spit out his drink as he began to laugh, while the government ministers managed a bit more decorum. It's actually borrowed from older times and not created for the elites. You see, in the magical kingdoms, as well as most of the beast nations, a king-rank beast or mage can hold a territory. Normally, that's only a few square kilometers, but it is their undisputed territory. A prince is not quite there, but they lord it over the other beasts in their territory if it doesn't have a stronger leader. But the overlords are the ones with the power to force kings to work together. It's been translated through a few languages, so it might not be perfect, but it works well enough for the time being. There is a whole progression for the divine beasts, but we don't have most of them on this continent. There isn't enough food here to support them. They need the continents with more magic, so we rarely see anything above Overlord. But if you are more widely traveled, you will find territories controlled by or even populated by stronger beasts. You won't see many humans there. We're just not a powerful enough species to survive that. But Overlord is only halfway through the rankings in this world. Director Jones explained. I recall that the Archbishop was above the Overlords at the totem rank. Karl replied. An aging mage at the Ascended rank, who Karl recognized as one of the producers for the news station, nodded politely as he approached. Yes, he's a totem rank cleric, a rank above the Overlords. The mountain giants also have totem rank leaders, while the divine beast nation goes one rank further and has a mythical rank black dragon leading them. That's why they rarely attack us. It might be a servant of the god of death, but the black dragons understand that you need to keep a healthy population if you want the deaths to continue at a steady rate into the future. That was both depressing and remarkably pragmatic. Karl hadn't realized that the black dragons were into things like sustainable populations. Of course, they were also known to decimate entire regions, indiscriminately killing 1 in 10 and then moving on. So, perhaps he had just misunderstood their nature. It didn't take the others long to get back to their favorite topic of the day, though. So, is there any sign of when the rest of your beasts will advance? One of the businessmen asked. I would say that a second one should be at royal rank within the week, but the other two aren't giving any clear signs. Karl explained, for about the 10th time that night. The man smiled. This class of yours is like dropping a nuke in combat. You're one elite, but when you show up, it will be 5 royal rank threats at once. The giants can prepare for a single strong elite, the same way that we prepare for a royal rank giant. But when the beasts come out, it's just an overwhelming change in the state of the battle. Karl nodded. There are advantages to sending a particularly strong royal rank leader with a team of commanders to deal with a threat. We're not exactly overloaded with strong elites, so it's better not to take risks when we don't have to. Director Jones looked excited, as this was getting back to his area of expertise, though he was only actually in charge of supplies, not troop deployments. You have ideas on how best to send out the teams? He asked. It's just a thought that I had about the ability to deal with threats. You see, if you send a leader at the high end of a rank along with a team 1 rank below them, you have the best chance of dealing with a surprise threat above the estimated level. So, if you send a strong Ascended leader with an awakened team, they're safer overall without changing the composition. Then, when they reach Ascended, send them with a strong commander until they're further up the rank and take over a team of a rank below them, or they have formed a solid team of their own. Teams that know each other are still the best, but for random groups, leaders at the top, and not the bottom, of their rank makes the most sense. If we keep doing it that way, they will all have experience fighting at their own rank with a stronger leader, so when they take up a team leadership position, they will already be trained for the threats that they are there to protect the team against. Karl detailed his thought, while the few elites and mages among them looked impressed. The producer tapped his chin as he thought. You know, that's how most stable groups are already. Either the leader is at the peak of their rank, or they've got skills that make them surprisingly effective in combat, like the Spellblades, Magical Knights, or elites with rare classes like your Beastmaster? Karl nodded. His team was mostly made of people who would be well suited to leadership positions, but they were better together. They had been working together for quite a while now. Or like Morgana, they just fit so naturally into their role that there was no friction or overlap in what their skills should be doing. With her new skills, Karl couldn't think of an ascended team that wouldn't happily steal his Dana away to lead them. Once she had mastered a movement skill like the other knights were using, she would be incredibly deadly in combat, supporting her golems. There was a chance that she already knew one. The skills she had gotten were Disruption Blade and Windwalker combat style, which was a bit ambiguous. It might include movement skills as well as combat skills, given the name. They hadn't needed to actually test the new skills yet, and even with the book, it might take a few days to get used to thinking differently, so you could fight in close combat as a mage. The others had all gotten skills that were more similar to their existing abilities. Except maybe Ophelia. Her new transformation was a dire bear, which was basically an overgrown warbear. Karl was looking forward to seeing how that thing looked in combat while enraged. In his mind, it would be like the cartoon superhero Smash, a nerdy gamer kid who got huge and blue when he was angry. Only she would be massive and furry when she raged. The gathering broke up after another hour of camera people running around to take shots of everyone mingling. Karl's reluctance to mingle actually made their life easy, as he was with a group in the background of many shots, and he just had to move between them for individual photos. They didn't need a photo with everyone, just enough that they could film multiple articles with whatever fit. In contrast, the hyperactive ones like Lotus were harder to properly photograph because they kept disappearing or appearing with the same people over and over, so you could never get a shot with the people you wanted. They talked to 100 people in the evening, but every time the camera caught them, they were with the same ones. That would just cause scandals if they posted too many. The bored population wouldn't see a hyper-nature priestess talking to all the fun people. They would see a married politician with a much younger woman in multiple photos, as if they were a couple. Lotus wasn't helping that situation, as she had no qualms about hanging off people, and there were multiple pictures with her in either Bob or Tank's arms, gaining elevation so she could see what was going on. Karl almost felt sorry for the reporters who had to do damage control so they didn't cause rumors that would get them yelled at by ranking elites or their bosses. Prince Karl, could we get one last photo? One of the reporters asked as Karl left with his group. Of course. They all turned as a group, and Karl put an arm over Dana's shoulder as she leaned against him. Doug had done the same with Morgana, who was currently tipsy enough that she wasn't yelling at him, while the others arrayed themselves around the couples. Thank you all. Have a splendid evening. Will you be at the general mess hall in the morning? The reporter asked. Perhaps. We may be busy again tomorrow with the aftermath of today's advancements. Karl explained. The reporters left them, and Karl's expanded group, including the Mackenzie brothers and Morgana, returned to the fort for the evening. Now that they had hammocks there, the trio hadn't returned to the teachers' dorms for an evening since, and Karl didn't blame them. They were in the same dorm tent as Tank, and Karl could hear him snoring from the mess hall if the big berserker had a morning off. Anyone with enhanced hearing had to be suffering or using earplugs to sleep in camp. They had the next day off, and Karl was looking forward to sleeping in, but first thing in the morning, the sound of loud celebrations woke him up from a deep sleep. What is going on out there? He muttered to himself as he equipped his suit and rolled out of his hammock. Oddly, there was nobody in the fort. They were all outside, gathered in a circle on the ground while Hawk and Doug stared each other down. There were vines in between them, being blocked by a wall of fire, and both of them were surging with power as they competed. Why they felt the need for a power game before 6 in the morning was a mystery, but they were dedicated to it, and Hawk was so focused on his work that Karl wasn't even picking up any stray thoughts from him. Karl sat down in the entryway and watched the challenge while the other beasts slept. Both Hawk and Doug were right at the boundary to the royal rank advancement, and their contest seemed to be to keep up with each other. The vines enlarged and contracted, while the flames shifted in color, adapting to each other and maintaining the stalemate. Flames would burst from a new location, headed for Doug, only to be intercepted by a new vine, or a new vine would be intercepted by a ball of fire, increasing the density of the conflict every time one of them had a slight advancement. It looked like any progress that they were making were balancing each other out, at least for the first few minutes. Then Hawk's body began to enlarge, and his feathers started to turn transparent with flames. The wall of fire was pushing back the thorn vines now, and Doug's forehead was rolling with sweat as he worked to increase his peak power output. Then Hawk's flame body went from a red-orange to a deep vermilion, and his power surged as his body expanded from condor size to nearly 5 meters in wingspan as his wings spread in a majestic sweep of fire. Doug's power was growing as well, and a soft green light surrounded his vines, which had been burning away. Now, they were slowly repairing themselves, but not fast enough, and in only a few seconds, Hawk had overcome him, and the flames hit the barrier Dana had placed over the cleric. The two of them grinned at each other, pleased with their success, and Karl wondered if Doug had managed to make it too. Royal rank. Hawk clearly had made the advancement, as his feathers had changed. It was a particular characteristic of most monstrous hawk species, in that they were visually identifiable not by size, but by coloration. It had been true of him as a windspeed hawk, and now as a dragon hawk. But the new feathers were fantastic. They were literally made of solid fire, as far as Karl could tell. They still looked like feathers, but the opaque portion was paper-thin, and the rest of the feather was rich vermilion red flames. Lotus climbed on Doug, sitting on his crossed legs with her nose centimeters from his chin, as if a shorter distance between them would help her understand better. Did you learn a new skill? I got a new skill when I made High Priestess. Do we get another at Royal? She demanded. Doug poked her and Lotus glowed with green light before looking confused. What did it do? It's a regeneration spell. It applies to me and my living targets. That naturally includes my summon vines, and that's what you saw. But more importantly, you didn't mention that you got a spell at Commander rank. What did you get? Lotus ignored his question and went over to carefully attempt to pet Hawk. She didn't know if he was actually on fire or just looked like he was, and there was one easy way to find out. Not going to answer? Doug asked. Later. There is a royal rank feathered friend here, and I have to know. She replied. She stretched out her hand, and Doug laughed. The flames dimmed under her hand as Hawk adjusted them to not scorch the priestess, and Lotus beamed in pride, then smacked out the smoldering sections of her sleeve before repairing them. So, they can burn, but they can also not burn. That is fascinating. You are a beautiful hawk. She cooed while the bird straightened in pride and spread his wings to show off his enlarged size and majesty. The Lotus appreciates me. Oh, you think because I'm not interrupting them that I'm not proud of you? I will preen your feathers all you want later. Let them have their fun. Karl replied with a soft laugh. Their little experiment this morning had not gone unnoticed, and Karl saw that there were dozens of teachers hanging out in the background, along with a few news cameras and Director Jones of the Military Finance Committee. It was still nearly dark out. The sun wasn't even over the horizon yet, so most of the camp was still asleep, but the energy had caught the attention of someone in charge, and they had sent over cameras. Hawk, make a loop over the camp. The cameras are running, and this is your chance to really show off your majestic feathers for the world, Karl suggested. Hawk gave Lotus a friendly headbutt, and then took to the sky. The glowing flames of his feathers lit up the sky as Hawk used flaming body to enhance his appearance and make himself easier to see. With a 5-meter wingspan, Karl estimated that Hawk had to weigh over 15 kilograms now, truly prodigious for an evolved wind-speed hawk, and the trail of fire that he left behind him as he swooped through the morning twilight made beautiful patterns for the cameras to follow. Doug smiled at Lotus. I see now. You didn't want to step on Hawk's moment. We can discuss your new spell later. Don't think I will forget. You never forget about things, even when you should forget about the little things. Lotus pouted. Doug and Tessa both laughed, knowing she was referring to something from her training years. Hawk is glorious, though. Not even the rocks will dare to challenge us from the sky now. Doug agreed. Karl focused on his mental spaces, which seemed to have settled a little now that Hawk had advanced. They were all at the same royal rank standard, and he could feel the possibility of adding another. But as he focused on all of the things that made up his mindscape, he found something new. There was a simple white cloth bag there. Karl stared at it for a moment, wondering where it had come from. He didn't recall getting a bound storage bag. Hey, does anyone else have a bag in their bound items? Like a piece of gear, but just a white cloth bag? Karl asked. There was a moment of silence as everyone checked, and then Dana's surprised gasp. Where did that come from? That's why I asked you. I don't remember getting a bound bag. Was it from the trial? Morgana sighed, and shook her head. Was nobody else paying attention? There were 3 chests and a bag for everyone. We opened the chests, then got distracted by the big shiny box, and the bags vanished into our bonded items. I've already moved my backpack and spare essentials into it. The bag holds much more than it looks like it should. Karl went back to his hammock and grabbed his backpack, then focused on tossing it into the bag he was bonded to. The whole pack vanished, despite being 3 times the size of the white bag when it was outside his mind, and Karl could see from the top that he still had nearly half the space left. That bag is brilliant. He called to the crowd on the ground as he realized that no longer would they have to lug around backpacks when on patrol, or risk the packs getting damaged during a fight, or trampled as they were forced to move after taking them off for a battle. Plus, Karl could now store his own personal items, and not just things that were useful to one of the beasts. He would be able to actually carry useful everyday items without worrying about the weight or pack space. Well, with half his bag already taken by the essentials in the backpack, he would still have to worry about space, but not to the same extent. The outsiders were still distracted by Hawk as Karl slid down the ladder to rejoin the others in congratulating Doug on his advancement. Hawk came back as the sun climbed higher in the sky, and Karl realized that they had caused too much of a spectacle to have a quiet breakfast alone in the fort. They were going to have to join the guests for breakfast, but they could play the guessing game and see how long it took for someone to realize that Doug's aura had changed, and he was now a royal rank priest of the Green Dragon, the nature god. The camp was busy by the time that they came back, as everyone had realized that Hawk had advanced, and it was the talk of the academy that morning. He was their eyes in the sky, and everyone knew that Karl was relaying scouting information from him to the rest of the students. So, the fact that he was now royal rank, and most likely even more capable than he had been at detecting enemy movements in advance, was bound to get the students excited. The soldiers were just happy to have anything royal rank along the line. They didn't care if it was an elite, a foreign mage, or a friendly monster. It just had to be on their team. Most of the visitors were already packed up, with their bags sitting beside them, and the cargo crews were loading the equipment into buses for the ride back to the closest safe helipad. Even with the extra confidence in the safety of the area, they still weren't going to risk public figures flying this close to the border conflicts when they could safely send them by bus for the last hour of their journey. The dining hall was packed with elites about to go on shift, and everyone was too engrossed in stories of yesterday to be paying any attention to other groups outside their table, so Karl was reasonably certain he would have to wait for someone to notice. And wait, they did. By the time that the meal was over, nobody had noticed, and then the group was off to one of the training tents with Morgana while Bob went off to teach a class and Doug went to help with the healing corps. There were always ongoing injuries, so all of the clerics who had downtime went to help out, and Doug had just gotten a new regeneration ability that seemed like it would be quite powerful. Lotus followed behind him, ready to take notes, while Karl prepared to take his geography lessons, and Dana was dragged away by the magical knights to practice their new skills. You don't need to practice your new skills, do you? Morgana asked as she brought out the textbooks. I'm good enough with the armor already, and the other skill is once per beast. I'm not going to use it on them until they hit an absolute dead end. If they get to a bottleneck, and they simply can't get past it, even after the others have, then I will use the skill to let them evolve and advance, to hopefully move them far enough forward that they can rejoin the main group. Karl explained. Morgana nodded. Good, then you can continue lessons on schedule. Now, we just need to actually get through a lesson once the rest of the students arrive with questions for you. It's not easy being famous. Just wait. You're about to find out. I can feel that you're at the bottleneck already, so you're almost certainly going to make royal rank now that you have new skills. Morgana looked curious. What do skills have to do with it? It's a theory that the beasts and I devised. One of the things that all royal rank creatures have in common is that they have a skill that is not common to their race. The same seems true of the elites I have met at royal rank or higher. They all have a skill that is not part of their basic kit. So, now that you've gained some new skills from the trial, it should be much easier for you to make the transition through the bottleneck. The students came in as they were talking and remained silent, so they didn't interrupt this vitally important discussion. Everyone wanted to know what it took to make the royal rank, and Karl had just dropped the equivalent of a nuclear bomb on their understanding of rank advancement. Most of the mages in the class had assumed that it was just a matter of potential, that most of the elites got stuck at commander rank because that was as good as they were. But what if it was a matter of lacking a skill that was compatible with their new rank? If what they needed to advance was a skill that could move to the royal rank, then the whole strategy behind their training would have to change. Or perhaps not for all of them. One of them was a lightning element mage, and he now had chain lightning, thanks to Karl donating it to the inscriptionists. While Karl was in history class, Dana was working hard to master the new skills that she had learned. Disruption Blade was a simple one, as it operated the same way that she had seen Karl extend his barriers over his sword, except that it didn't need a blade to begin with. All she had to do was focus on the shape of the weapon that she wanted, and the spell would create one out of shimmering purple and silver energy. It was as beautiful as it was deadly, and it seemed to just cause anything that it hit to fall into separate pieces with no real resistance. Only when it hit a magical barrier did it provide resistance, acting as a solid blade in her hand. But the movements of the Windwalker combat style were a much different story. She knew exactly how they were supposed to be performed, but her body had never moved that way before. She hadn't taken martial arts, done any sort of strength training, or even self-defense courses. The closest she had come to being in a fist fight was playing with the neighborhood kids when she was little. She had done dance classes, far too many of them, since she had entered the academy, but at the moment she was wishing that they had included gymnastics in those courses. The combat style wasn't just a sword fighting style. There were movement skills and even kicks involved, and after half an hour, her whole body ached in muscles she didn't know that she had. Perhaps I can get Thor to cast refreshing lightning on me? She suggested as she slumped down to take a breather with the magical knights. Save that for when you are in combat. You need to train all your muscles to fight the way you want without external assistance, so that if your group changes, or you have to fight separately, you are not reliant upon a skill that isn't available. The lone female among the knights, whose name she had come to know was Ruth, informed her. How long did you train to learn to fight like that? Dana asked, hoping that the answer wouldn't be too long. Ruth smiled, and Dana heard the other knights laugh under their helmets. The magical knights are chosen from among the students who are picked for advanced training from early childhood in the orphanages. The ones who like to train, to fight, or who show a natural aptitude for magic without the divine injection awakening them. We all came from the Red Dragon orphanages, and we've all been training to be soldiers since before we started school. It was only a twist of fate that we all ended up as mages, and then proved ourselves worthy to join the magical knights. She explained. Did you all grow up together then? Dana asked. Ruth shook her head. No, we all came from different locations. Those two are war orphans from the south, near the coast. That one lost his parents in a workplace accident, while this idiot and I were both turned in by our parents when they decided they couldn't afford us. Dana nodded. She had often seen it as a possibility that her own family would abandon her if they one day decided that it wouldn't hurt their public image too badly. It was hard enough for her father to hold down a job as it was. He didn't need a worse reputation that might put his access to charity in danger. Why don't you use your names? She asked hesitantly. It's a tradition of the magical knights. We are supposed to be anonymous, as we often enforce penalties and hunt criminals. Giving out our names or routinely showing our faces defeats the purpose. But you're working with us for a while, and it would just be too awkward not to have one person among us that you could properly talk to. So I chose to give up that anonymity. Dana nodded. That won't come back to harm you, will it? The knights laughed. Only if you end up on the wanted criminals list. You already know who I am, so I won't be among the ones to hunt you. The church would never allow the possibility that I might go easy on you or let you escape justice. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I thought that you were more elite soldier sorts. I didn't realize that you did law enforcement as well. It's not really something that gets described in detail for most of us. We hear the horror stories of someone committing a crime so bad that the Inquisition has to come and take them away, but I had only seen the Inquisitors a few times in my life, and the clerics at our local church didn't really go into details. Dana explained. That's understandable. Nobody wants to think too hard about how the Inquisition or church law enforcement works. I would guess that a lot of the lay priests who do the day-to-day work of the church don't even know the details. It's not part of the curriculum, as it doesn't really matter what division of inquisitors comes for the criminals or what their specialty is. Most of the time, when we show up, we just flash our identification and no more questions are asked. It's only the elites who need to know our skills when they're going to be fighting alongside us as allies. Ruth explained. The other knights got to their feet, and Ruth helped Dana up before giving her a warning. Stretch after you rest. Your muscles aren't used to proper training yet, and if you let them stiffen and cramp, you're likely to injure yourself and undo weeks or months of muscle memory training. Dana didn't have weeks or months worth of training to undo, but she got the point. If you injured yourself during training or tried to learn new skills while you had cramps, you would be learning it wrong, and your muscles would remember how to do it as if you always had a cramp or an injury. The next exercise is one that I think you will like. As a practice of our movement skills, we will be playing tag. Only, if you touch the ground, you're out. I will go first. You all have a 3-second head start. Ruth announced. Dana activated the wind walk, core skill of her new combat style, to move up and away from the magical knight. Out of mercy, Ruth didn't come after her first, and Dana managed to get a bit of distance beyond the 3 seconds. But she quickly realized that the delay was a trap. She didn't have all the practice that they did in maintaining the skill, and after 15 seconds, she began to stumble and nearly fell out of the sky as Ruth drove one of her companions to the ground, eliminating him by ground contact as he tried to dodge. Then one of the others moved so she was between him and Ruth, and Dana focused on her movement to get out of the way again as the knight charged in her direction. She made it 3 steps, just enough to get out of the way, but then lost her focus and went tumbling to the ground. Her shield flared as she hit the grass and the wind was knocked from her lungs. Dana knew she wouldn't have any injuries, as the barrier would protect her, but being winded by the rapid stop was never fun. It was also far from the first or last time that day when she would experience it. In a nest atop the tallest tree in his space, Hawk was working frantically to improve his skills. He was almost stronger than Ray. He could feel it. He just needed to push himself a bit harder to get his body to accept more mana, and he would be there. Ray watched with smug amusement as the Dragonhawk pushed himself to the limits, trying to overcome the racial disparity between the two of them. At royal rank, her combat power had skyrocketed, while his primary ability, Flaming Body, had already been at royal rank, and it was just his body that underwent a minor transformation toward becoming a vermilion bird. He was almost there, or perhaps he was a very juvenile vermilion bird, but Ray's racial memory said that they should be 5 times the size of his current 5-meter wingspan. Until he started packing on the kilograms, there was no way that his body was going to support a power level higher than what she could show. Even her stones were on par with his flames. Thor thought it was all quite amusing as he floated in his pond, napping the afternoon away as he soaked up holy power, but Remy was doing her best to try to catch up to her senior siblings. They had the head start, and she was just a small snake. Well, not so small anymore at commander rank, but not nearly as big as Thor or Sister Ray. Remy sung happily to herself as she worked. She had been generously donated a whole new book of spells from the library last night, and she was eager to learn what all these new magics were. Of course, the library didn't know yet that they had loaned any books to Remy, but she was confident that they would understand, since she didn't have hands to hold a pen and sign them out. Introduction to Shamanistic Magic sat open in front of her. Turn to the first page. Natural phenomenon are the domain of the shaman, from blinding rain and crashing lightning to the howling winds of a snowstorm. From the fiery lava of a volcanic eruption to the crushing waves of the ocean depths, all are within the domain of a shaman. That sounded pretty awesome. She only had basic water control, which couldn't really do much. But being able to control huge waves sounded fun. Big Brother Hawk would freak out, and it would be hilarious. But it was the next paragraph that really caught her attention. Shamans are far more than a force of destruction. While the might of a lightning bolt can burn an enemy to cinders, a smaller jolt can restart a stopped heart. Under massive pressure, the normally gentle water can cut through solid steel, but water can also be a revitalizing force, refreshing the body and carrying healing magic through the veins. The druids and nature clerics might be the masters of the living beings, but the shaman is the master of the living world, and their healing skills should never be underestimated. Brother Thor wanted to be a healer. Healing was a noble profession. But Remy thought that he was more suited to protecting and regenerating. That was the way of the Sero. You could hurt them, but the wounds just closed. But she might be able to do more than just her simple healing splash. With her nose, Remy flipped the pages, looking for the healing spells. There was a whole chapter in this book dedicated to shaman healing, and she wanted to see what it said. However, she only made it halfway through, past the ice and lightning and fire attacks, when she found something even cooler than a healing spell. Chapter 7. Totems. Defensive totem. Mana totem. Healing totem. There was a healing totem. Why did nobody ever tell her that was a thing? But what was a mana totem? You used mana to make totems, but what did it do? Remy flipped the page with her snout and stared at the diagram in front of her. Healing totem provides a constant stream of healing to all targets in range. That sounded a lot like what Sister Lotus could do, and that spell was one of her favorites, so it had to be good. Remy looked at what the totem needed and began to build one out of the bits and pieces that were in her space. When she sent out totems, she didn't send the real ones, just a projection of the ones that she had made in here. So, they were never really smashed, and they could just be summoned over and over. The book talked about making them and transferring them to your mental space, but that was for common humans. She was a spirit snake, and she had a space of her very own to work in. This sure was easier when she had a textbook. The last book had been all ancient mumbo-jumbo, but this one was just gibberish letters for her to ignore, and then very detailed diagrams with step-by-step instructions. Remy couldn't read the common language very well. She was much better with the ancient runic language that was used for spells, so she had no idea that the complex words were actually more instructions. Step by step, she made her new totem while Ray watched Hawk struggle to catch up to her. The bloodbath spider wasn't actually slacking. She was working on improving her silk as she sat in her web. It was better already now that she was at royal rank, but the new advancement had opened up new possibilities, like fire-retardant silk. So, none of them noticed that Remy was actually the one making real progress that day, or that she nearly had a healing totem functional by the time that Karl returned to the fort that night. By the next morning, she was reasonably certain that she had a working prototype. Her happy singing woke Thor, who actually lifted his head out of his pond so that he could see into her space more easily. "What are you making, little snake?" he asked curiously. "I made a healing totem from the information in this book. It's pretty cool, or it will be if it works like I think it will. According to the book, it's supposed to send out pulses of healing energy every second. So, your magic protects them and makes them regenerate, and then the waves of healing will patch up the parts that are left over." Remy declared proudly. "Oh, you thought it all out. So, you will do the extra healing while I do the extra protecting?" Thor asked, intrigued by her logic. "Well, you are much bigger. I'm just a small snake," Remy replied confidently. "But when you reach royal rank, you evolve, right?" Thor asked. "Yeah, but I don't know what it will be yet. Probably a shaman, maybe? Do snake shamans look different? Or will I be an actual Naga shaman next? I don't feel like I'm growing arms, but perhaps." Thor shrugged, splashing water about. "I don't know how snakes work. I'm not even certain I know how birds work anymore. I thought that they stayed the same color, but Hawk doesn't. But I think that if you want to be a Naga and have arms to hold your own totems, you could be one. Or you could stay a small and cute snake and just put the totems on the ground. They work well on the ground, and silly monsters like to chase them." The beast had a lot to think about now that two of them were at the royal rank. Remy and Thor still had to advance, but their major concern was that there would be another space opening soon. A new space meant a new brother or sister, and none of them knew what sort of sibling they would like to have. "We should get another one for the front with Thor. Thor and Ophelia aren't enough to block the whole front," Remy suggested. Ray thought about that. If there was another, she could send her golems off on adventures more often. Yes, another one at the front would be good. Then we would have a person on each side of Thor. She agreed. "I think we need another scout so I don't have to do it every time. I could be an extra mage and throw fireballs at things all day." Hawk thought. "But Ophelia can be a bear now. Does that mean she gets her own spot?" Thor asked. None of them knew the answer to that. "I think Ophelia is like Dana. You can't pull her into the space because she's already an elite," Karl suggested. "Oh, that makes sense. A human who wasn't an elite would be useless, though. So, what we need is a front fighter to accompany Thor and Ophelia, who can also fly and scout when they need to," Ray announced. Karl laughed. "Well, I will keep that in mind, but usually flying things don't want to fight up close. That's why they fly. Why are they making it hard for us?" Remy complained. "If we could find a way for Ray to grow wings," Thor began. "Ray is pretty big to be learning to fly. But Remy is still waiting to evolve, right?" Maybe she can learn to fly. Hawk offered. Remy thought about that. Maybe she could develop wings. Were there winged snakes? She hadn't seen them in her borrowed books, but there might be. Or perhaps she could work on a wind magic spell that would let her fly like Dana Mage and the knights did. That still seemed like a lot of work when she could just catch a ride on someone to get where she wanted to be. Plus, if she wasn't touching the ground, how was she supposed to know where things were? Remy has a point. She relies too much on her tongue and ground vibrations. She would be a lousy flying scout. We will have to find Karl a better new member. While the beasts argued about who their new sibling should be, Karl relaxed along the line for his shift. He had decided that not calling them all out was the best course of action so that he didn't scare the hill giants away or make them think that there was an increased military force here. They already knew about him, but it was better not to let them believe there were more royal rank combatants here. Karl listened to them argue about the next team member all shift, but as they were returning to camp for dinner, Karl's group was intercepted by a military messenger with documents for them. Prince Karl, your extended group is needed for an emergency. Please bring them all to the bus, and we will go straight to the landing pad. The messenger informed them. All of us, including the knights. Karl asked. Yes, sir. All of you, including the High Priest, Agent Morgana, Commander Mackenzie, and the knights. They all headed for the line, but the messenger stopped them. You should get your packs and other personal belongings. This could take more than a day. I am not privy to the details, but you should bring your belongings. Karl smiled. We all received a reward that allows us to store our belongings. We should be ready to go, unless someone left something behind. Everyone shook their heads, and they continued to the bus parking area. The driver started moving as soon as they were loaded, racing down the battered dirt road as fast as he safely could in the large vehicle. If they had a smaller vehicle that could carry a dozen passengers, it would have been better, but the smaller off-road vehicles were only suited to a maximum of 5 or 6 elites. The driver didn't say anything, and Karl didn't expect him to know anything, except that it was urgent that this group was brought back to the helicopters. What was normally an hour-long drive took them under 30 minutes at his breakneck pace, with the passengers bouncing around in their seats, but their ride was waiting for them, and there were other elite teams already in the helicopter that Karl was being waved into. Good. They didn't have to search too long for you. Sorry about the short notice and what will be a long night. There is a monster outbreak that we need an additional prince to deal with. The crewman welcomed them as he shut the door behind Karl's team. What happened? Give me the abridged version if necessary. He insisted. We noticed an anomaly within the southeastern region, near the magma dragon's territory, 1 hour and 40 minutes ago. It was then determined that the threat level of the monsters leaving the anomaly included high commander rank monsters of the ogre varieties. The usual response teams for the southeastern region are currently deployed to the mountain giant border, which put you at the top of the response list. Karl nodded. I understand. How large of an area has the threat spread to? Less than 1 square kilometer, but the monster density suggests that the ogres are preparing to defend the area. Karl sighed. Attacking a fortified position with an unknown enemy force was going to be a headache, but if there was an anomaly at the core of it, they might actually get some benefit out of this situation. How long is the flight? Doug asked. 1 hour 15. All right, wake me up when we're 5 minutes out. We just came off a shift on the line, and it would be better if we got a bit of sleep before fighting all night. He insisted. Of course, High Priest. Karl closed his eyes to get some rest while they made their way to the target, headed straight south so they didn't approach the frost giant border too closely before they reached their destination. It had been mostly quiet along that front, but there was no need to stir them up with powerful auras from a group of elites in transit. A change in the pitch of the helicopter's noise brought Karl out of his meditative trance, and he saw the groups who were there before his team preparing to depart. Everyone is going down close together. It's a few minutes early, but you can wake your team. The crewman announced. There was no need. They were already all awake. There are no teams in the area at this point. You are the first. Group 1 will be on the north side. Group 2 is on the west. Karl nodded and accepted a map of the area from him. The area was flat and lightly forested, without any nearby landmarks. It was safe to say that they would probably not be sneaking up on the ogre camp, even if they were dropped 5 or 10 kilometers out. They had circled to approach from the west, which would put Karl's team down first. Team 2, get ready to deploy. How far out do you want to be? The pilot shouted over the intercom. Karl looked at his team, and Doug gestured downward, then closed his fist. Drop us right on top of them, as close as you can get, Karl informed the pilot. That sounded like crazy talk to the other team, but for Karl's group, it wouldn't be so bad. He would summon the beasts right into combat, while the magical knights could fly. The rest of them would form up on the edge of the ogre defenses, allowing them no time to shift their formations, and the fight would be on. The helicopter dropped fast 100 meters from the ogres, as close as the pilot felt wasn't suicidal on his end, and Karl charged out at the head of his team, sending Hawk into the sky, while Ray and Thor fell into position with the group. Remy found herself momentarily homeless, as she usually stood next to Dana, who was now with the magical knights, but she soon found a spot between Morgana and Doug to cast from. Karl fired 3 arrows with Blizzard on them from left to right across the visible monsters, blinding and damaging the weaker ogres as his team advanced, while Hawk began his bombardment from above. Ophelia shifted into her new, dire bear form, and Karl realized that he had greatly underestimated how large she was going to be. Ophelia in werebear form and buffed was 3 meters tall and must have weighed close to 300 kilos. Ophelia in dire bear form was over 4 meters tall while standing on all 4 feet. There was no comparison. The new form was massive, though she might not appreciate it if someone mentioned she was roughly the size of a delivery truck. Ophelia and Thor alone were enough to hold the front line. It was hardly necessary to send Bob forward, much less the magical knights, who had stepped up into the sky with Dana and tore into the ogres with their spells. Attacking from so close gave them all the advantages, and Dana's golems appeared deep within the enemy ranks, sowing chaos as they fought back to back. Then Ray lobbed a boulder in the air, and Shadow stepped to it so she could do the same with her golems before hurling the boulder at the ogres. Then she retreated to her defensive position and began firing stone bullets at the enemy, keeping them from flanking the group. The ogres were mostly ascended, and with the royal rank, chain lightning, spreading from Karl's arrows, they were falling like crops being harvested. Even the blizzard wasn't going to take long to kill them, and Karl was prepared to fire more of the enhanced arrows into the deeper ranks near the anomaly. The ogres were preparing to charge at the invaders, but what Karl was waiting for was word from Hawk or Ray's golems that they had found the royal rank ogre variant that the army suspected was here. Cutting down the weak ones was a simple task when they had gathered like this, but if they couldn't find the leader fast enough, it might escape. A royal rank ogre loose in the wilderness was a catastrophe waiting to happen. Hawk, make sure that none of them run away. We don't want them causing problems somewhere else. From his vantage point, Hawk could see the whole formation, but from what he was relaying to Karl, it seemed that the ogres were gathering commanders for a counterattack. There are incoming 2-headed ogres, Hawk warned. Those should be the ogre mages. Etten, Karl thought they were called. They couldn't use too much magic, but their fireballs would be much more effective than anything that the other ogres had managed to accomplish so far. The other team will be down soon. Ophelia seemed to greatly enjoy her new form, and her toxic claws left the ogres twitching and shivering with the slightest scratch as black poison spread from the wound. Commander rank lethal poisons were no joke, and even if they were only slightly wounded, the ogres would be dead within minutes unless they were healed. The fact that she was bigger than the ogres didn't help their chances, and a swat of her massive paw was enough to throw them off their feet and shatter bones. With Thor and so many mages, there was no danger of her losing her defensive barriers, but the group's spellcasters were mostly focused on dealing damage. Dana gracefully stepped down as an ogre turned its back and severed its head with her new disruption blade, before stepping back up into the sky. Karl almost felt sorry for Bob. Everyone else had gotten so many ridiculous new powers, while his new skills were much less flashy. He had gotten a new slam skill that sent out a shockwave in front of his shield when he attacked with it, and the blow was hard enough to send 3 rows of ogres staggering backward, but Karl couldn't tell what his second skill was, or if he was even using it. Thor cleared a path with Earthquake, then charged forward into it, gaining more ground and trampling the surviving ogres underfoot. Karl moved up, waiting for the Eden group to get a bit closer before he focused on them. However, the moment that Hawk hit the first of them with a rend explosion, Ray moved her golems to tear into them, racing the Dragonhawk to see who could kill more of the real threats. They hated losing to each other, especially in cases where Hawk didn't have to do any real scouting duties. Are they even intending on letting the rest of us do anything? Morgana asked as she watched the ogres fall. Doug chuckled. Probably not. I forget that your magic doesn't have a very long range, and we've got so many ranged fighters right now, without the threats of giant stones coming our way, that not much is getting close. The witch doctor's magic was much like Blizzard or Ophelia's toxic claws. It took a few seconds or a minute to deal its maximum damage, but nothing was living that long. The other group is coming our way, chasing the ogres. I don't think the ogres care. Hawk updated them. Any sign of a royal rank ogre in the group? Nothing so far. Not even many commanders, just some strong ones. The response to this appearance might have been overkill, Karl decided. But after a few seconds to look at the map, he realized that there were 2 coal mines within 10 kilometers of this point. The loss of production would be a national security concern, so it was better to divert extra resources for the day. The emergency response fights were supposed to be a sure thing, not a hard fight, after all. Yes, they're starting to run. This is my time to shine. Hawk cheered as he flew off to bomb the deserters. He's just running away early so that he can say he didn't lose. Ray joked. That might be true, but it was Karl's orders to make certain that nothing escaped. That's his job. Don't give him a hard time and make him consider abandoning it. I don't want to be chasing ogres through the woods all night. The 2 groups began to converge, and Karl could see the fear in the other group leader's face as he saw the spider golems putting in work to shred their way through the ogres who had come from the other side of the anomaly to try to remove the threat. The golems weren't interested in the humans, though. Once the 2 groups got close enough that Team 1 was becoming concerned about how controlled that carnage actually was, the golems turned to fight off in a different direction, leaving the last few dozen ogres between Karl's group and theirs alone. Karl noticed Hawk diving into the field of bodies, and assumed he must have seen something that looked tasty, or possibly a survivor that was hidden from his explosions. But the bird came back up with a sword clutched in its claws, and made a large loop before dive-bombing the ogres, using the blade as a projectile. Unsatisfying. Hawk informed him with great sadness as he followed the blade with a barrage of fireballs across the heads of the ogres. Very unsatisfying fight. Everything is too big to eat again. Remy agreed with great sadness. Hawk laughed and threw a rend attack at the ground, then dipped beneath the tall grass to pick something up. Here, try this, it might be tasty, he suggested. The bird tossed a large common-grade ferret monster over the heads of the defenders, and Remy instinctively struck at it, dosing it with venom before giving it a squeeze to make sure it was finished. Oh, not bad. It's got a good texture. We should go out and do this more often. Karl sighed as the 2 beasts got distracted. If you're done with your mid-battle snack, we've still got work to do, he reminded the wayward pair. Remy shrugged off his concern. A large part of her damage output was her totems and Blizzard spell, and both of those were still active. She had even given Lotus and Doug one of her healing totems to hold on to until they expired. She wanted to test them, and it looked like the targeting runes worked, since they were not healing the ogres, but nobody was injured, so she couldn't be certain that they were properly healing anyone at all. Maybe once the other group got here. They didn't have refreshing lightning, so they might be taking some damage for the totems to heal. The 2 groups reached each other, and Remy immediately rushed over to put her healing totems in the middle of the other group. They also hadn't taken much damage, but one warrior had a scrape on his arm, which healed on the first pulse of the totems. Victory! I have proof that the healing totems work, Remy declared. Closing a scratch wasn't exactly a high standard of healing, but it was what they had to work with, and the healers in the other group didn't specialize in long-duration healing like Lotus did. They would do an area heal at the end of the fight for all those little scratches and scrapes, as they didn't affect the combat abilities of the group. Did the snake just cast a healing totem in the middle of our group? The other team's royal rank warrior asked. Yeah, she just learned the spell, but we've all got a lightning barrier on us, so nobody took any damage to test it. One of your guys had a scrape, so she put out the totems to prove that they worked properly, Karl explained. The team leader took a moment to make sure that he didn't hear Karl incorrectly. It was rare that anyone just learned a new skill without extensive training or some sort of special resource. Most of them had only learned a few since they started their second year at the academy, so to hear that a snake had just learned to make healing totems was mind-boggling. We will circle the anomaly back in the direction we arrived from, and we will meet you in the middle. It looks like most of the threat is cleared, but we will need to do a full sweep to ensure none of them fled. He responded instead of getting side-tracked by the shaman snake. I have a royal rank dragonhawk hunting deserters and ensuring that nothing fled the area already. I will update you if we find anything. Karl agreed, then led his team toward the trail of carnage that the spider golems had left. There wasn't going to be much left to kill by the time that they double-checked all the ogres to ensure they were dead and didn't have any magical items on them. But it was important that they did not leave survivors, and Ray had discovered that many of them had new types of rocks and magical plants. The plants could go to Thor for a bit of variety in his diet, but these special rocks didn't shine or glow, so Ray was collecting all that she could. As magical resources, many of them had purposes beyond simply decoration, including a few fire elemental stones that Karl saw could be used to make concoctions to help Hawk, and a water element stone to help Remy. He really had to put more work into finding all the ingredients that went into these concoctions. There was a very real chance that he might be able to bring the team to the peak of royal rank in record time if he could find the identified ingredients. The problem was that none of the names it gave were the common ones in use for the items that he needed, so when he asked about them, there was only a slim chance that a librarian of the Blue Dragon or some other researcher might recognize the ancient name for the resource. None of the stones or resources in the spaces could make a resource that he hadn't tried yet. There was a chance that some of them could be used twice, but from what he knew of growth resources, they usually didn't have the same level of effect the second time. The others were picking up random items as they progressed, mostly stuffing them into the silk bags on Thor's sides, so they could donate them to the armory for credits. The spider golems made their way to the other team, then doubled back, looting what they could understand from the instructions Ray gave them. Mostly it was larger magic items that the ogres had, which baffled the other team. Where are you even going to put all that? You can't possibly need a load of awakened and ascended rank weapons and jewelry. He asked. We put it in bags on Thor, and then we load it in the helicopter when we leave. It keeps the main line stocked with random stuff, and sometimes there is an actual treasure. The team leader looked around at the mess, and then at the anomaly. Should we check that? It might still be allowing monsters out. He asked. Ray, send a golem in and see what happens. Karl instructed. The golems jumped into the anomaly, spiked forelimbs first, and the group anxiously waited for a few seconds until Ray gave her update. It's empty, no treats. Karl shook his head at the other group leader. The golems report that it is empty, no targets. Then random items began flying out of the entrance to the anomaly. Hey Charles, is it a lottery machine? Just paying out after we beat the defenders? One of the other team members called to their leader. How the hell should I know? Just look for valuables. Prince Charles laughed. It was actually just the golems throwing anything that looked valuable out of the anomaly. None of the team members wanted to risk going in, as anomalies were known to close unexpectedly, and you could well be trapped inside indefinitely, but the golems could just be dismissed if it started to close. Everyone had to be attentive if they were going to sort the loot, though. The golems were just throwing stuff out without looking at the exit, so if the next item out was a weapon or a chest of coins, you could take some real damage if it hit you. There was a surprising amount of stuff coming flying out of that anomaly, and Karl began to wonder what in the world was going on when the golems reappeared, holding a large box between them and dragging a massive ogre corpse. Ray, I thought that there were no enemies inside. No treats inside, just a smelly guy? He doesn't look tasty at all. They killed it once all the good stuff was gone. That sounded an awful lot like the final boss of a dungeon instance. But it was a commander-rank ogre lord, and he was wearing the mangled remains of a very fancy set of plate armor. The other team began to strip him down, hoping that something could be salvaged, while Karl's team did their best not to laugh at Ray's attempt to look innocent. Karl hadn't said anything out loud, but it was pretty clear that she had lied to him about what was inside the anomaly. While they were looting the ogre lord, the anomaly shimmered and turned red, then blue, before stabilizing into an oval portal. Did it just stabilize into a dungeon entrance? Prince Charles asked. Karl turned to the clerics. If anyone knew, it would be them. Both of the clerics with the other team were in white with gold trim, high priests of the main branch, the healing specialists. They began to cast a spell, creating some sort of glowing barrier over the portal as they chanted and prayed. It took about 10 minutes before they were finished, and then the clerics stood and smiled at them. It is now a stable low commander rank dungeon. There should be 4 commander rank bosses in the dungeon, while 2/3 of the ogres are still ascended. It should be stabilized now, and if it is, then the ogres would be trapped inside. That also means that we got all of the ones that escaped after it formed. If there were any of them still wandering around, the anomaly wouldn't have stabilized. One of the clerics, a man in his late 20s with his head shaved to hide a severely receding hairline, explained. Who do we call first? Karl asked. This was the first time that he had been on a mission like this, but the last time he had found a system-related thing, he contacted the Inquisition, who handled it all for him. The cleric pointed behind Karl, and the magical knights laughed. Ruth nodded before replying. He has a point. Normally, you call the Inquisition and they send a team to secure the area, or one of the elite security teams if we don't have an Inquisitor nearby. But we're already here. I will call it in, and then we can let the church's asset management teams move in. That makes sense. I wonder how long it takes to reset after a team goes through. Karl suggested. That's part of what the next teams to arrive will determine so that they can maximize the benefit. Of course, we already got all the loot from going through once, split between the 2 teams, with some extra ogres from the respawn. Prince Charles noted. Karl sighed, and Ray gave the entrance a longing look. As efficient as it might be to send your beasts through the dungeon, protocol is to leave it respawned so that they can make a proper investigation. Some dungeons respawn on a timer after death, and not all at once, so it might only be partially respawned if we clear it now. He explained. Bob and Doug both nodded in agreement. They had been through this before. All right, I guess we just call in and wait. I will let Hawk scout until our ride arrives. Hawk was happy to comply, and he took off to go see if there was anything interesting in the area. The 2 nearby coal mines would be close enough for him to scout, but he didn't want to scare them, so he would stay out of sight. Chances are, he wouldn't see anything more than some common monsters, but some of those were tasty, like the boars. If there were wild boars, he might grab one just for old time's sake. Unfortunately, as a royal rank beast, everything fled the moment that they sensed him, and the only creatures he could find were the ones that hoped that going to ground or freezing in place would be less likely to attract attention. The humans might have no idea that he was here, but the other beasts knew, and they were terrified. The inhabited areas of the nation were regularly patrolled to clear out stronger monsters, and even an awakened rank monster could live like a king in many areas. So they were not at all prepared for a royal rank bird monster to show up this far from the wild territories. Oh, there is a helicopter. No, 3 of them, all from different directions. Did we do something to annoy them? Hawk asked. I don't think so. They're just excited that the anomaly stabilized into a dungeon. Hawk returned to the group now that there were helicopters and people who might not understand that they were on the same team. Humans were slow like that. All of the beasts except Thor retreated into their spaces as the teams approached. Thor had Tessa sitting on his back, so it should be pretty immediately obvious that he wasn't a threat. But the others didn't trust strangers quite that much. The first thing that Karl noticed was that while they were all green, the 3 aircraft all had different logos on them. One was a church group, one had an official government logo on it, and a third had a symbol that Karl didn't recognize. Only when it got within a kilometer could Karl read the logo for the Bureau of Elite Development. That should be a sufficiently varied group to make all the decisions that needed to be made here. The emergency had been solved. Now it was just up to the teams to gather the data that they needed. The sun was beginning to set as the Bureau team was the first to land next to the gathered elites. The side door swung open, and Colonel Valerie stepped out onto the trampled grass. Seeing that it was the big boss, Karl, Morgana, and Prince Charles all came forward to greet her. Colonel, good to see you again. The area has been scouted and verified secure. There is nothing above common rank within a 2-kilometer radius. Karl greeted her. Look at you, all professional. I like the new armor, by the way. That had to have cost a pretty penny. She replied with her usual business scowl firmly in place. It's a skill, actually. Free repairs, I just need to summon it again. More familiar faces followed her out. Jody, Anise, Dave, and Jill led 6 more unfamiliar faces out of the helicopter, all carrying large crates of gear for whatever they were doing here. I hope that you weren't in a hurry to go anywhere. There is a lot of work to be done, and we are going to need both of your teams to remain in place for security and testing purposes. Colonel Valerie announced as the Bureau members disembarked and prepared to set camp. Understood, Colonel. Let me know what you require, and I'm certain we can sort it out. Karl agreed, while Charles simply nodded and walked away. The government and church teams landed on the opposite side of the battlefield, and two security teams charged out to make sure that the monsters were truly dead. They would realize soon enough that there was no need. Ray had already done that when she was looking for pretty rocks and loot for Thor's bags. As the other teams spread out and checked the corpses, they began to pile the ogres into great mounds, preparing for either burial or cremation, so that the rotting ogre flesh didn't attract swarms of scavengers. They might not be brave enough to come too close to the elites, but they would pick away at the edges of the battlefield, and gorging themselves on commander rank ogres might be enough to increase a few of the lowest common grade monsters' strength to the point that they might be a real threat to the villages and mines. It didn't really take much for the average village to be threatened. An awakened rank boar would be a nuisance to outlying farms, but a swarm of awakened rank rodents would be a nightmare to try to purge from the village. The problem was that it was beginning to get dark already, which would make it difficult for the teams to work on the cleanup, and far too easy to miss valuables as they worked. Part of their job was to collect the magical items off the bodies and ensure that valuables from the anomaly were not left on the ground to be collected by other monsters, which the presence of multiple magical items would attract. Karl watched the annoyed and dejected faces of the newly arrived teams, who were making a strategy to deal with the mess. Why don't I send my beasts to take care of it? They can sense magical items more easily than any of us, and they're strong enough to pile the bodies. Karl suggested. Oh, he's thinking ahead. We can take the really good bits and give them the rest. Hawk replied greedily. Don't you have enough? Let the little ones get something. It's not like you actually need anything here. Ray already got the best stuff off them. Karl sighed. Why don't we have Hawk and Ray loot, while Thor and Ophelia stack the bodies? Then, when we're done, Hawk can set them all on fire. Remy suggested helpfully. Thor and Ophelia? Karl asked. They're the two biggest. Remy replied, dipping her head in the Remy equivalent of a shrug. I noticed that you didn't include yourself in that deployment. Remy pouted at him. I don't have hands. How am I supposed to loot anything? You have water control. You can strip them of armor, rings, and weapons as well as anyone else. Thor chuckled. Oh, you got called out. Time to join the cleanup team, little sister. You three go ahead, and I will get the bear to help me pack the trash. The serum wandered over and gently headbutt Ophelia, who was talking to Bob, then looked at the ogres and motioned for her to follow. Did I just get drafted to help clean up? She asked incredulously. Your bear form is second biggest on the team. Plus, now that you're fully bear, I can enlarge you without you having to rage. Karl laughed. Ophelia frowned. Why do I get the feeling that I just became an honorary member of the Beast Squad? I mean, you are a 4-meter bear in disguise. Thor thinks you're a big, cuddly new friend. Thor nodded happily and bumped Ophelia again, encouraging her to come clean with him. Fine, but I will have you know that I'm not a maid. She informed the serum, who promptly began tossing ogre bodies on a pile. She transformed and Karl cast brutality on everyone, so they could toss about the ogre corpses more easily. The new arrivals seemed shocked to see them already at work while they were still making plans, but the last bits of daylight were already fading and Karl didn't know if anyone knew a good light spell. The border forces would use them for night raids, but Karl had never seen anyone on his team actually cast one beyond the minor one they taught mages. Are they doing the work for us? One of the government security guards asked. Yeah. They will load the bags on the lightning serum with magical items, as they can sense them from a distance. Then they will stack the bodies and the dragon hawk will light them on fire. Karl explained. Oh, that's a dragon hawk. I thought it was a baby vermilion bird, the security guard replied, while giving Hawk a suspicious look. He has been evolving as he gained power. He just reached royal rank, and the change in coloration happened then. The security team shook their heads at the thought of a royal rank dragonhawk loose in the area, but he seemed to be quite tame and wasn't getting aggressive even when he got close to the strange humans. As they got into it, Ophelia was beginning to enjoy herself, scooping the bodies up with her claws and tossing them across the battlefield onto the nearest pile. She could see why Thor was so into it, and why he was using both his upper horns and his tail to swap bodies. The answer to Karl's question about light came from the bureau team. Jill cast a bright light above the battlefield to supplement the light coming from the newly formed dungeon entrance. The work was going quickly, and Thor had already dropped off 2 sets of bags at the camp, so he could continue to get loaded down with loot from the ogres. Now that they weren't planning to keep or carry any of it, they were just taking anything magical and putting it in the bags. The others could sort it out and load it in a vehicle to take it away. That was somehow satisfying even to Ophelia, who was doing her best not to laugh as the corpses piled up and Thor's loot bags filled again. "Hey boss, that's all the loot. Now, we just need to move the last bodies, and Big Brother Hawk can light them on fire." Remy informed them a few minutes later, right before she came slithering into the camp, terrifying the workers who hadn't known she was here. The squeals of terrified humans made the other beasts and the nature priests laugh, while Remy just slithered up Karl's back to look around with her head a meter above his. "A little warning would be appreciated, man. You can't just surprise us with a venomous snake," one of the church's workers complained. "There is a giant spider out there as well. Kindly don't attack them as they're coming off shift. They put in significant effort to gather all that loot before they stacked the ogres." Karl reminded them. Colonel Valerie gestured toward the piles. "You can have Hawk light them up now. Just ask him to make sure they're burning hot and not billowing smoke. This is going to smell bad no matter what, and roast ogre doesn't smell much better than day-old dead ogre in the sun." One of the clerics chuckled, and a golden barrier surrounded the camp area, which was just outside the battlefield, where Karl's team had finished the fight. Anything closer would have been soaked with blood, so they had chosen to camp further from the anomaly, instead of setting up a defensive perimeter around it. The cleric's spell took effect, and Karl noticed that the smell of sweaty bodies instantly vanished. That was a valuable skill for anyone to have in the field, removing scents from a camp. That was the easiest way for monsters to track you down while you were sleeping, but today, it was more important to keep the smell of burning ogres out. It didn't take long for Hawk to have the piles cheerfully burning, with massive flames licking at the sky as the dragon hawks swooped back and forth, adding fire to the ones that were beginning to smoke. Despite the amount of fat on their bodies, they didn't actually burn all that well, and without Hawk or a fire mage, they would have had to dig a massive hole to bury them all. The teams were setting up their tents, and the other response team was pulling a massive canvas construct out of a bag that the church team had brought. But Karl and his team had no intentions of sleeping on cheap cots or putting in all that work to erect a tent. "Ray, would you like to make us a temporary fort?" Karl asked. "Just us. The Magic Knights as well. One fort big enough for us all. At ground level, but you can suspend hammocks for everyone in it." Ray got to work, using a number of downed trees as the base for her latest work of art, and spinning a new fort that Karl could tell would top all that came before it. At first, it looked fairly normal. Straight walls and a steeply sloped roof. Then she began to add fake windows to the walls and a large spire at the front. She was recreating the capital cathedral out of silk at the scale for a 12-person tent. She even went as far as to grab a crate with a camp stove from the supplies to put in the fireplace hearth she had designed at the base of the cathedral's iconic chimney, which in reality led to the kitchens. "You have got to be kidding me," someone muttered from the far side of the group as Ray was putting the finishing touches on her masterpiece. Ray had learned to make her silk quite stiff when needed, so the structure was most likely self-supporting, but she had still used a half-dozen trees shaped into posts for the foundation, quickly carving them to the dimensions she needed with her limbs. Karl heard Lotus giggle. "It's a masterpiece, a true work of art by Princess Ray. Now, it might seem a bit odd to have it placed out here in the middle of nowhere, but we can probably leave it for future visitors. They normally build a building over the dungeon entrances, right?" One of the government agents sighed. "While that is true, the construction normally doesn't include a scale replica of the capital cathedral made of royal rank silk. First off, do you have any idea what that tin is worth in raw materials alone? Second, why? Just why?" Lotus giggle turned to full-out laughter from most of Karl's group, leaving Bob to answer. "Ray likes to make a statement. There are new people here, and you didn't show her enough respect as a princess, so she decided to show off a little and help you appreciate her." He explained. The government workers needed a moment to process that bit of information. "We don't have an official protocol for that, do we? Are beasts bonded to an elite considered an extension of their rank? Do we treat them the same? Is it based on their intelligence and species?" One of them asked his supervisor. The man got a contemplative look on his face. "There is no unified policy, but I would say that when it's a royal rank spider the size of a small car, It probably wouldn't hurt to be a bit more respectful. The Magic Knights laughed as Ray put the final touches on her masterpiece and came to stand out front. The flaps of the front wall fell closed around her, creating the false image of the front of the cathedral. Then she vanished into her space, ready for a nap after all that work cleaning and setting camp. Dana stuck her head in the door, then turned back to the group, laughing. She even set it up like the cathedral. The hammocks are upstairs, while the main floor is open with the stove. Plenty of room to set up tables for breakfast or hold meetings. She explained. The upper floor also had a curtain at the back for a shower room, though the shower spell wasn't a Ray specialty. The clerics could take care of that in the morning, or one of the mages. But as Karl thought about it, Remy had a thunderstorm spell, so she could make it rain on command as well. There was no reason that his group would ever have to go without good hygiene. What is the watch schedule for the evening? Prince Charles, the leader of Team 1, asked as everyone gathered inside the glowing dome that was protected from the smell of burning ogre. The night watches will be taken by the security teams. They have the rotation already planned and stations set. One of the government representatives explained with a gesture to the edge of the camp, where men in black uniforms were stationed. Karl wasn't certain that was going to be sufficient, but unless there was an attack by something stronger than what Hawk had detected in the area, it was as good as any other night watch. I will make sure they don't miss anything, Ray added, as she prepared to head to the bell tower of her new fort. There were windows on all sides, so she could scout the whole area without moving much, and she would blend in perfectly with her own silk, so there was a good chance that nobody would ever know that she was up there, resting and watching for a chance to dice something into snack-sized bits. She was destined to be greatly disappointed, and even Ray knew it, but that didn't mean that she wasn't going to keep a diligent watch until the sun started to come above the horizon, and she switched spots with Hawk so she could get her morning nap in. It was good to be outside in her web on watch again. In the army camp, there were so many people around that she wasn't really on watch. She was just observing the humans. Here, there was a chance, however minuscule, that something might actually stumble into the traps that she had quietly set around the fort as she built it. For the elites in the fort, it was a surprisingly peaceful morning, but the silence was such a stark contrast to the constant sounds of artillery, either nearby or distant, that they all found themselves unable to remain in bed. Doug adjusted his robes as he stretched the morning stiffness from his muscles. We will start on breakfast downstairs. I brought in tables and benches last night, so we can eat in the fort. Did you want me to grab something from the supply tent to add to it? Karl shook his head, as did most of the others, but Lotus smirked. I have found a good thing in their supplies. I will bring some over as long as it's not mislabeled, she announced. The little cleric jumped out the window and slid down the sloping roof, then onto the ground, while Tessa laughed. You know, she did the same thing from her room in the dorms when we were in school. Nearly landed on High Priest Gerald one day, only centimeters from stomping his head. She laughed. Lotus returned only a few seconds later with a large carton of liquid eggs. That was a true luxury in the field, as they had to be kept refrigerated or frozen, so they weren't sent to army units. Instead, you got powdered eggs, which were later rehydrated, and not nearly as good. Oh, Lotus found the good stuff. I'm sure that the government officials will miss that, but it's going to make for a great breakfast. Doug laughed as he started to cast nature magic to produce fresh ingredients. Tessa brought in 2 large, flat rocks that were placed on a small metal table and gestured at Karl. Hawk, you're up. Just a bit of flaming body on the stones to get the breakfast started. Hawk rolled his eyes. He did this nearly every morning. He didn't need instructions from Karl on how to prepare a stone to make breakfast. Having it up on a platform like that was different, though. Normally, they set it between 2 branches, and he only heated the middle. The tabletop was stainless steel, and Tessa knew that while it wasn't perfect, it wouldn't be injured by the heat from the stone. But the only folding chairs that anyone had brought were plastic, so they weren't an option, and she didn't feel like going to get branches for a stand or having the nature clerics grow some. Hawk heated their griddle stone, and the clerics got to work, while the rest of the team relaxed for a few minutes. Hawk even volunteered some of his precious stash of meats, though Karl noted that they were some of the last awakened rank stockpile, which didn't keep up with his nutritional needs anymore. They were a great help when he was young, but now they were essentially junk food. That was one of the drawbacks of a carnivorous beast. They needed meat to survive, and powerful monsters generally weren't a sustainable resource. As they moved up the ranks, finding large amounts of food for growing high-ranked beasts would become increasingly difficult no matter what, but keeping the meat-eaters fed would be much more difficult if they were the size of Thor. The space made up much of their needs, but not all, and they needed the intake to help their growth. That would be a consideration for Karl in the future. If he could find omnivorous monsters, it would make his life easier. Or perhaps he could find something esoteric, like a monster that ate rocks or something. No, that could be a pain as well, as finding magical resources was even more limited than monsters. While Karl was distracted by his thoughts, Colonel Valerie came in with the heads of the other two teams who had come to secure and study the anomaly. A man in a suit that looked extremely out of place in a room with cloth walls and a grass floor started the meeting. Good morning, Team 2. It is good to see you all up and cooking so early. We have a lot to do today, but the primary goal for now is to test the difficulty of the trial and to check the nature of its rules. Many of these trials have an entry limit, either a number of teams at once, or on the size of the teams, or the time between entries for specific people. Those all need to be tested and cataloged, but the first on the list is team size. The most common limits are 5, 10, or 20 people. However, 20-person dungeons normally have a very distinctive entrance. So, we will start you with a 10-person team, 8 of which will be elites, and 2 of whom will be researchers from the agencies. Karl considered that for a moment. Is it a matter of trust for the results, or a matter of specialized knowledge for the recording? Karl asked. Specialized knowledge and recording equipment, I'm afraid. The man sighed, then smoothed his freshly ironed coat in a nervous gesture. That's all right. Now that I know that, we can arrange the members in a proper order to enter. If it splits the team in half, we should still be able to make 2 groups who can efficiently collect the data that you need. Karl explained. Oh, how is that? Karl gestured out the door in the direction of the anomaly. If that thing will only allow groups of 5, it should split the team after the 5th member enters, correct? So, we will put 4 of our people in front, with a proper group composition and power, and then the 2 researchers in the middle, followed by another 4 elites. We might have to draw straws on who gets left behind, but it's easy enough to arrange the teams for the highest likelihood that we will have a safe journey. The overdressed man nodded. Oh, yes, I suppose that does work. We were going to recommend just coming back out if the team was split by the dungeon. Karl shrugged. Well, that would tell us how long it would be before we could enter again, but not much else. If the wait is excessive, for example, an entire day, we would be wasting time. Colonel Valerie looked at the man in his expensive suit like he was an idiot who didn't need to be here, but that really wasn't much different from her usual glare, so Karl wasn't certain how many of the others could really tell what was on her mind as she allowed him to continue. Right? So, if the teams are viable once you enter, we will ask that you gather all the data you can about locations, vegetation, resources, monster power levels and equipment, as well as the environment inside the dungeon. The researchers with you are trained professionals, but they are not elites, so don't expect too much of them. Other than that, can you create 2 teams of 4 that will be capable of defeating a low commander rank dungeon if you should get separated? Karl considered it, then nodded. I think if we send the Mackenzie brothers with Morgana and a magic knight who can use golems, they shouldn't have many problems. Commander Bob Mackenzie is very close to the royal rank as well, and he is a defense-type warrior. The second team would be me plus Dana as our mage, Ophelia the Dire Bear Totem Berserker, and whoever wins rock, paper, scissors between the remaining pair of clerics. Tessa and Lotus turned to glare at each other in challenge. If they were going to be one team member over the limit, there was going to be some competition for that spot, especially if Lotus wasn't going to be able to slack off and ride Ray around the woods while everyone else worked. Karl turned to Bob. Does that work for you? I know you won't have a royal rank attacker on your team, but Doug does have regenerating vines that are a pretty good crowd control spell. Not to mention that the vines had thorns, and he was at royal rank, so they would likely do as much damage as either of the spellcasters. Ruth shook her head. None of the knights were compatible with the golem spell. All right, then Dana with Bob, and I will take both clerics while the knights have leisure time to take care of their other duties. Ruth nodded. That would be appreciated. There is always paperwork to do after this sort of mission. Karl nodded happily, and the rest of his team tried not to laugh. Better you than us, sister. We thank you for your sacrifice. Doug informed the magic knight with a glowing smile, while the knights began to realize that they'd been duped. The government man took out a binder full of carefully typed pages and checked down the list before speaking again. Right, that should work. The researchers are ready now, so we should get started as soon as you have eaten, he announced. Would you like to join us? We made plenty, Doug asked. The man shook his head, while Colonel Valerie took a seat at one of the tables across from the silent church representative. We won't be more than 15 minutes, if you would like to let the researchers know of the updated plan and the order for our entry. They finished breakfast quickly and found the 2 security guards at the entry to the dungeon, both equipped with some sort of fancy equipment in a backpack and clipboards. With a nod, they fell into position and the team entered. Karl was the last to enter, and as he stepped through, he found himself with a much smaller group. The dungeon had split them into teams of 5, as the government man had said was possible. It smells so bad in here. Like the laundry room of the boys' dorms mixed with an overflowing latrine. Lotus complained before covering her face with a bandana. Thank you for that vivid mental image. But you're not wrong. The smell of an ogre camp will not be at the top of my list of favorite memories. Karl chuckled. Their researcher was already making notes, and a light on the backpack was blinking, showing that it was doing something. Karl had no idea what it recorded, but if the specialist said it was important, he would believe them. Do we have the manpower to clear this dungeon? The researcher asked as he counted the 5 of them, which included 2 clerics. That was not usually the recipe for a powerful team when it was this small, but once Karl called out the beasts, things changed dramatically. Thor bugled a challenge that had the nearest group of ogres coming their way. Ray called out her golems, and Remy crawled up the pole on the researcher's backpack, nearly toppling him over backwards. He's not an elite. Regular humans have balance issues. Karl joked as he lifted the confused snake off the terrified researcher. He's bigger than Sister Morgana. Why can't I climb him? Remy asked. Because regular humans are weak, and his backpack is heavy. Your weight was going to make him fall over on his back. Tessa ran up Thor's back and settled into position after Ray spun a quick web saddle for her. The researcher looked shocked at the dramatic change in circumstances, and it was obvious that nobody had thought to inform him of the abilities of the team that he had been sent with. To the researchers, it likely didn't matter. The elites were here to gather data for them, and that was the extent of what they thought of the matter. Karl watched as the meter in the man's hand went crazy and peeked out for a moment, before settling down again. What is the meter reading? Karl asked. Energy signatures. It's like the testing device. It measures maximum energy output, but in a wider area. It's how we officially categorize the monsters. Then that first peak was from my team? Karl asked. The researcher nodded. It's not designed for royal rank battles. I will have to sort out the data from the monsters later, but if you can try not to have your team use long-duration spells, it will help my readings. Remy, avoid blizzard and thunderstorm. Thor, unfortunately, we will have to avoid circle of protection. Karl instructed. The golems moved forward, and the ogres shouted as they attacked, causing the meter to move up a bit over halfway. Then the golems attacked, and the meter pegged the needle wildly for a few seconds before the ogres were dead. What the hell? The researcher mumbled. Oh, they're imbued with offensive adaptation. The skill must activate when they attack, and that will be what you're reading. Karl explained. I see. This could be difficult. I need to see every ogre attack so that I can record individual power, but I'm not sure they all got a chance. He explained. Karl considered the answer for a moment. I can have the golems hold back, so we can get data before they murder the ogres. If possible, that would be wonderful. Also, the fewer team members attacking, the better. It makes it easier to sort the data. I know that sounds a bit insane, even to my ears, but I've never worked with a prince or a spider who can solo entire teams of ogres before. He finished his notes about the area, and then nodded politely to Ray, who sent her golems over to taunt the next group, who put up a valiant fight for about 10 seconds before Ray decided they had waited long enough and had them attack. There was only one commander rank ogre in that group, and there were none in the next 2 groups, though the second one had a mage, who carried a long staff and repeatedly hit the golems with fireballs. There was some damage, which Lotus quickly repaired with a pair of healing spells, which seemed to work just fine, even though the golems weren't actually living things. Perhaps it was because they were made of a plant-like material, and she was a nature priest? Karl wasn't all that clear on how holy magic worked. Perhaps they were healed just because the gods agreed. When they got to the first boss, a peak commander rank ogre lord with two massive blades in his hands, Ray gave Karl a look that said she had better be receiving some help for this one. Karl knew that the golems could and would kill it. They had already eliminated one of the bosses on their own when the teams first arrived, but Ray was becoming suspicious that they were just using her as their workhorse while everyone else slacked. Karl turned to the researcher. Will you be able to get readings if all of us go to deal with that? Reluctantly, the man nodded. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. We have to pick out their data from the attacks of a whole group. This has been so much better that I wouldn't want to if I didn't have to, but against the dungeon bosses, it's inevitable. Plus, only a few of your beasts will be similar in power output to the boss, so it shouldn't be too bad if they don't use channeled spells. The golems let the ogre lord get the first swing, and then he got one more in on Thor, before he was hurled onto his back and mangled by a combination of golems, fire, and lightning magic. 3-on-1. The rank advantage made the fight short and brutal, but just long enough that their researcher could get some data. Karl smiled as the ogre lord's body vanished, and a large chest appeared in its place. Now for the fun part. Let's see what the dungeon rewarded us with for defeating the first boss. He joked as the furious scratching of a pen on paper replaced the sounds of battle. As Karl opened the reward chest from the boss, something flickered in his vision, almost like the notifications that appeared inside dungeons and trails, but obviously in his vision and not in the air in front of him. It was almost like the information was on a pair of goggles in front of him, but it vanished after a few seconds and never got clear enough that he could properly read it. The lid on the chest flipped open, and a small pile of items were found inside. Gained 1 skill point. Appeared in Karl's vision, making him pause. Did anyone else see that? He asked. See what? Lotus asked, coming to stand beside him as Remy slid up his back to see what was in the box. Karl looked through the items, but didn't touch anything yet. There was a chance that it would bond to him if he picked it up, and this was a commander rank dungeon, and he had royal rank armor as a skill. It would be better to let the others make up for any items that they might be missing. There was a pile of cloth, some chain armor, a collection of gems that Karl's identify skills said would have no particular benefit to the beasts, but they were magical, and not just pretty. Then there was a dagger, a wand, and a square item wrapped in cloth that looked like a book. Karl liked books. So did Remy. He carefully lifted it out of the treasure box and opened the cloth wrapping. It was a book, bound in red leather, with a dragon head on the front. That was promising, even if it didn't have any words on the cover. Usable by clerics, red dragons. The words appeared in Karl's vision again. The strange goggle effect when this effect appeared was a bit disorienting, but the message was clear enough. He couldn't use it. Hey Tessa, I think this one is for you. Karl called as he held out the book. Tessa leaned over, using the rough surface of Thor's scales to keep from sliding off, and grabbed the book before sitting back upright. She flipped the book open and smiled. That wasn't the response that Karl was expecting, as the book didn't vanish. It's not a skill book, it is a hymn book. The pages are full of red dragon cleric battle hymns, and keeping it equipped adds bonuses to my holy magic. She explained. She let go of it, and it appeared in a smaller form, hanging by a chain from her belt. It was locked shut, but if it was just a hymn book, she didn't actually need to open it. She already knew the songs, and she wasn't a bard that needed to sing in combat. Not that she didn't sing in combat on occasion, but that was more to keep Thor amused while they waited than because it helped with anything in combat. The other items were removed one at a time, and none of them particularly appealed to the members of the group, but once the last item was removed, the box disappeared. None of us plan to keep this stuff, so we will put it in storage for later. Karl explained. The researcher nodded. That is fine. Anything you get from the dungeon is yours to keep. I'm just here to observe and record. Karl scooped the spare items up and put them in the spider silk bags that Thor wore as part of his work uniform that included Tessa's saddle. They moved out to take on the next groups, this time sending Ophelia first, so she could practice her fighting skills in dire bear form. Her toxic claws easily tore apart the ogres, and even the blade wielded by the commander rank leader of the group was no match for the refreshing lightning, shielded claws of the dire bear. Ophelia shifted back for a moment between groups. Hey, that's pretty cool. In this form, it still counts my weapons as equipped, and I get the life steal from them when I kill things with my claws. She explained. That will be huge later. The more damage that you do, the more you will heal, and if you have poisoned multiple targets, you should get a steady stream of healing in return from the lifesteal. Karl replied, impressed by the utility of her new form. Ophelia smiled as she transformed back and charged another group, testing that theory. Instead of focusing on one target, she used swipe, an innate skill of her new form that worked with toxic claws, and black poison began spreading from the wounds on all 4 ogres in the group. They weren't breaking Thor's refreshing lightning, as the massive bear was surprisingly agile, but Karl could see the pulses of magic flowing from them to Ophelia every second or so. That bear is a menace, their observer noted. Yeah, bear totem berserkers are beasts in combat, and that new transformation she got the other day is definitely not a rank 1 skill. Karl agreed. Might I ask where she got it? Karl winked at him. There was an advancement trial on the hill giant border, but you didn't hear that from me. I don't know whether it's classified or not. The observer nodded. It's been ranked as need to know, and I already knew about it. I just didn't know that it was your team. Was Team 1 the other one to enter? Karl shook his head. No, they arrived in the helicopter for this response. I don't know where they were stationed. Still, 2 dungeons for your group, so close together, is huge. Not many elites get that lucky with their assignments. That made Tessa laugh as she looked down from Thor's back. The world dragon favors him. Everywhere that we go, things are destined to go wrong in all the right ways. Everyone who has been in his group has advanced as much in the last few months as they did in the earlier parts of their lives. None of us were commanders when the war broke out, and now look at what Ophelia can do to a whole team of ogres. Just as she spoke, one massive paw crushed an ogre's face, shattering bone before the claws tore the flesh apart. You have a point. That's not low commander rank combat power. The next boss was carrying a staff with a large jewel on top, and Remy was eyeing it with greed. I need the shiny stick. I can have the stick when we kill it, right? She asked. If it doesn't vanish when he dies, you can have it. Karl laughed. The bodies in the dungeon simply vanished after a few seconds, leaving piles of stuff on the ground now and then. Mostly it was just coins, but they had picked up a few pieces of cloth and leather armor, and a few crude magical weapons as well. The observer nodded, and the attack started, with Remy instantly going for the ogre's neck from behind to poison him, while she slid down his arm to attempt to steal the staff. One way or another, she was determined to have it, even if she had to bite his hand clean off with only 2 teeth to get it. Unfortunately, Karl's attempt to be helpful was a bit too much, and the stun, enhanced maul strike crushed its skull, which made the body vanish a half-second after Remy gained control of the staff. With the boss dead, the staff was also gone. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.